Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the System 7 season, baby. We're here with the qualifiers, but we're here with Croncy. Well, yeah, he's not moving, but Croncy, I'm sorry to hear that, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. I was very excited. I was very high energy, and then every camera in the world decided to disagree with me today. So we're back, System 7. My favorite race of the entire year, big racing season, and it's going to be a good one. It's finally happened, crew. Pyro came out. It's finally actually a System 7, not the Stanton 7. I'm very excited.
Yep, that's why we changed the name a few seasons ago, and now we're here, right? This is going to be a very good season, a very good, I think it's going to be interesting. We got some incredible tracks, and we're going to be going over with the community here today. But today is all about the qualifiers and what teams are going to be able to make that fastest lap, Croncy, in order to qualify, in order to race in this System 7 season. So I'm excited for that, but it's, you know, before we jump into all of that, man, tell me a little bit about how's the game been for you, and what have you been enjoying in 4.02?
Crew, we're finally in Pyro. That's the biggest thing. It is wild to me that we're actually there and able to experience 6 new planets, right? And all the moons and all the locate. Like, there's just so many new things to explore, and it's been a really good time. The new events or the new content that they've been bringing out have been a ton of fun to do as well. So it's been a really good last, like, maybe 2-3 months after we got over those, those first few hurdles on 4.0 release. But it's been a hell of an experience.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, we got some things to go over. Apparently, race is already ready, but we're going to be holding on here for a second. But the System 7, let's talk about that really, really quick here and how this is all structured and ready to go. And then we'll go into the rest of the maps later on today. But, Croncy, let's kind of chat about System 7. And, you know, you've been here. You've casted most of the season so far. You know, can you break down System 7 and what it is for the new people that are watching at home?
Yeah, so if you've never experienced the System 7 before, this is a racing series. So we're going to get the top 16 teams in the world to compete against each other over a course of 7 races, each one at different locations. But in order to find out who those top 16 are, we do a little qualifier test, which is what we're doing today. Each of the races have their own little quirks to them. We go across a bunch of different ground vehicles, including hover bikes as well as part of some of these races, so that we get a little bit of different skill between each different racer. In addition, we also have teams. So a lot of our crews that you'll see today will be teams of 4, and they'll swap races in and out depending on their strengths of, you know, each different vehicle. Maybe you've got someone who's better at a Dragonfly. Maybe you've got someone who's better at a Cyclone. So that's what you're going to be experiencing over the next, like 2.5 months, 2 months-ish, every 2 weeks or so. But yeah, once again, starting today with the qualifiers.
Yep, just like you said, the System 7 goes across about 2.5 months with the finals happening around May 24th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Towards the end of May is when our finals at. But we have so many teams from we have about a little bit over 40 teams from different places around the world, and they're going to be trying to compete today or trying to qualify. Okay, the way they're going to qualify is that the top 3 teams from last year, if they keep the same team name, if they keep the same team members, they're going to be able to auto
Hmm.
qualify into the System 7 this year. So there's going to be 13 spots up for grabs, which these teams will have to qualify with the top best 13 times. So times are going to matter. This is the BTR track in the Orison Center. Croncy, what times, from previous past you think that we're going to see today, and what times will these other teams need to qualify?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting today to see where everyone sort of sits. We've seen in past as the PTV has had like ever so slight changes every patch or so. Times have been changing roughly, but we're looking for around that 116, 117 probably today. That should be your goal if you want to try to qualify. So we'll see where everyone sits. Obviously, our top 3 teams, as you just mentioned, from last year who qualified, the what I would say the Titan teams as they just come back every year and absolutely smash it. Blackhawks, Punchnomies, and Amarok's Fang. We're going to be looking to them to see what the pace kind of is. And so if you are a competitor out there, you should be looking at them to see how you can compare to these teams and then see how it extends in the long run once you actually qualify.
Yep. I mean, that 117, 116, 120 around that area, you should be good. But we've seen so many times in the past where it comes down to the millisecond for people to
Hmm.
qualify. So I'm gonna tell you right now, everybody needs to bring their A game. But before we jump into it, let's take a look at the BTR track and the Orison Center. And what is your favorite thing about this track, Cronzy?
All right, there's 2 main things about this track. So it does involve a lot of very small fundamental skills, if that makes sense. Just getting your cornering
Yep.
right, getting your turning right. But then there's these 2 really, really awesome sections. One is the jump towards the back, and the other is the tunnel. Both can absolutely destroy your entire race. Like if you're on a good run, but you mess up one of those, you're done, right? Your lap's gonna be over.
Yep.
Now, luckily, our competitors today do have essentially 3 laps to get their best lap, and we only care about the best lap for the purposes of the qualifier. So we'll see what they can do. But yeah, that's where I'm going to be looking. How do you perform the jump? How do you perform the tunnel? And what kind of pace you're at when you exit them?
Yeah, I mean, let's take a quick look at the map here. We have a little nice snapshot of it, but one of my favorite things about this map is that it is right. You're driving the PTV. This track, the reason why I love it so well, Crunchy, is because for the qualifiers, even a brand new person that wants to qualify for the System 7 has a proper chance because you're on flat ground, right? You don't have much of
Hmm.
things to mess you up other than user error. That's why I love this track so much. It honestly comes down to user error. If you can't go fast enough to make the ramp, that's on you. So that's why I love this track so much. It just keeps things super simple. It keeps things aligned, and it just allows those new teams to be able to go in there to practice and hopefully snatch a spot from some of these veteran teams in the System 7,
Yep.
Cropsy.
Yeah, exactly. Like we mentioned the top 3 teams earlier, but we're also going to be seeing a couple of crowd favorites today as well. We have Sire Racer team, Premier Core Colonial, probably one of the fan favorite teams. They're in chat.
ICC, let's go.
Um, exactly. SPG Racing, Test Squadron, Delta Data. So a lot of teams that have actually participated in the System 7 quite a few times, and this year looking to requalify, looking to see if they can actually make that top 3.
Yep. If you guys want any more information about the rule book or System 7 or the rule set, make sure you guys check it over at system7.gg. You guys can also get a lot of this information in our Discord. So make sure you guys join us on Discord, discord.gg/Atmo Esports as well. There's a lot of great stuff in the Discord where people are always looking for teams, or if you're looking to join, our events as an Atmo Esports volunteer, please come on and join us. Everybody from the top down, even myself and Croncy, are all volunteers. We just love what we do here for the community. So, well, let's take a look at the vehicle speeds that are happening right now in 4.01. 4.02 just came out, so this is probably going to stay similar. But Croncy, I've actually tested some vehicles in some of the
Hmm.
courses, and I'm gonna be honest, man. The right now the vehicle physics are a bit slidey, but How have you been
Mhm.
feeling? Have you raced anything lately? And how do you feel the ground physics has been in these newer patches?
I've been doing a lot of Gravlev recently. That's where a lot of my sort of experience in the last few months has been, as we've been doing some awesome stuff on the Grav races on Arena Commander. Right, they added
Yep.
those tracks last year, and they've been a ton of fun. So some of the Grand Finals, I did end up getting into a Cyclone the other day, trying it out once again, see where it was standing. Not the Cyclone RC, just the base Cyclone. And yeah, still very, very drifty, very hard to control on some tight turns. So it'll be interesting to see how a lot of those wheeled vehicles end up later. But obviously, we're in the PTV today, a lot slower, 20 meters a second. The grip is going to be interesting to see how that's changed anytime recently, and any small inconsistencies that might have happened from previous patches.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's been a little bit drifty, but let's take a look at the qualifiers. We're using the PTV, where your top speed is going to be that 20 meters per second, and then you got
Mhm.
for race number one, and we'll show you guys all these maps here later on today once we have some downtime between races. But for race one, we're going to be using the STV. Race two, Croncy. I want to get your thoughts on this one. We are using the Drake Mule for, apparently everybody wants the Drake Mule to have other functions, but we're racing it
Yep.
this season. How are you feeling about that one?
Very good. I think the first time we did an Orison track, I believe it was as part of the S7. I believe we also used the Mule, and it's a lot of fun. It's a weird vehicle to race, but it can come with some pretty interesting interactions as it operates very differently to a lot of other ground vehicles. It does have those 6 wheels. It can sort of turn on its axis a little bit as well. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch for.
Yeah, so what I like about the Mule is that it still feels like it's an old vehicle physics, Croncy, so it's fast. I'm
Hmm.
gonna tell you right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick. But the turning of the Drake Mule is not as great, unfortunately, but still I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to race number two. And then race number three, we're going into the Drake Dragonfly, which I'm very
Mhm.
excited. Race number four, back to the Cyclone RC, of course. That the Cyclone RC is like an iconic vehicle here for the System
Yep.
7. Normally, we would use it about two races out of the entire races, Croncy, but normally this time
Hmm.
around we're only going to be using it in one. And then
Yep.
race number five, we're using the X1. Race number six, we're going back to the Poa Knox, and then finals, we're actually using both the Cyclone and the RSI links because for the finals, we're taking it over to Pyro, which we'll show you guys a little bit more of that map later in detail today. But we're moving away from that multi-vehicle and only using two vehicles this time around, Croncy, because we
Hmm.
really wanted to put the finals in Pyro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The Lynx has been pretty fun actually to drive around a lot recently. The only gripe I have with the Lynx or the Ursa Rover is the what are they called? The brake lights are very, very bright.
Oh
So all I'm
yeah.
going to say is do not get stuck behind another Rover racer or you will go blind. So
Yeah, the RSI links, the acceleration is very good. It's actually faster than the
mhm,
Cyclone right now. But I
yep.
know that once, CIG this year concentrating on content. So I'm hoping that we get those vehicle physics changes at least for the next System 7. That was gonna get a
Mhm,
lot of people more excited. A lot of people, because of where the game stands right now with just ground vehicle racing, is not as interesting. But we still got a lot of competitors here, and no matter what, they're willing to compete. Doesn't matter what's
yep.
going on with the game. So super appreciate all these competitors here today to come on and show out and hopefully qualify for this year's System 7 2955. So, but let's take a look at Krause. This year we did an entirely new point structure to
Mhm,
kind of look a little bit better to the F1 world, right? System
yep.
7, this racing league was a little bit more designed towards F1. Even though F1, you can do the qualifiers and then you do the races after before every race in order to get that grid that you want. System 7, because of the game, we have to do it a little bit different. But we
Yep.
what we did here is we added a new point bracket, which is third place gets 15 points instead of 12, which is going to allow people within that top, I would say, those people that maybe come in third or maybe come in fifth will be able to hopefully stay closer to, to the racers that are in the top brackets. But, and then for the
Yep.
fastest lap of anyone, whether you're coming 10th place or 11th place, you're going to get that added point. So what are your thoughts about these new point structures going into this year's System 7?
Yeah, I think this was a great idea. It's a way to sort of stop one team from running away with the race, as we've sort of seen happen in the last few years. Where if you have one team get first like 2 times, maybe 3 times, it's almost impossible for people to catch up. So
Yeah.
having that additional bracket point in that 3rd place and then pushing everything down means top 5 is way more important than it has been in the past. Way more important. So I'm hoping what this will result in is we do see a little bit of a closer race in leaderboard points as we go through the actual System 7 itself. And then the addition of the extra point for fastest lap, awesome. I think that's fantastic. It also sort of it allows people that maybe don't have a good run in the race. Sometimes you'll have a fantastic lap, then you just get absolutely crushed. Gives them a little bit of an extra reward and a little bit of extra incentive to continue practicing these tracks. So I think it's fantastic. I'm hoping it's going to work. Well, this is a little experimental, obviously, so we'll see how it goes over the course of the next 7 races. But yeah, I'm positive towards it.
Well, with CIG concentrating a little bit more on content, and like I mentioned, and kind of getting, hopefully, the game into a proper working state, I'm excited for a lot of these, structures to come in, and then hopefully we can continue improving. We got a lot of feedback from racers last year, I'm sorry. And, we want to definitely implement some changes. So there's a lot of great changes that was placed in the rule book, and not only in the rule book, but also the point structure, because I felt like, Croncy, that drop from 2nd to 3rd was from 18 to 12. So adding that extra point structure, like you mentioned, it is going to allow some teams to be able to hold on a little bit more or get closer to that top spot. But even regardless, if you got someone that's winning first place 4 times, they're still going to take a big lead, but there's still going to be a lot of fight in between the in between the other placements. So, but I think this year, with all of the craziness and all of the incredible courses that we will be showing later on, I don't think that I think it's going to be a season to watch for sure, Croncy.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be our first time going into Pyro. It's going to be it's going to be explosive in the best ways, I hope. And yeah,
it's going to be
good.
It's going to be a good one. Well, the races are currently racing right now, but before we jump into the cameras, really quickly, I believe our first team that's racing right now is Skyer Racing Team, which has a team of 4. But before we do that, let's take a look at how the placements came out from last year, because I know last year, right, we had Blackhawks finally taking a win they deserve after a a little bit of bad luck the previous season. But Blackhawks came out on top and won that System 7 champion jacket and was able to land that System 7 trophy for 2954. And then you got your Punch Nomies, Amarok's Fang, Liz Motorsports, and Capcom Alpha taking those first 5 places. Croncy, some of these teams are back this year. Who do you feel is going to be, competing at the highest level today in this season of System 7?
Well, yeah, I described before as the 3 titans of the System 7, Blackhawks, Punch Nomies, and Amarok's Fang, just consistently year after year performing extremely well. We have seen, a little bit of change in who actually finishes the whole season in first place, but more or less these teams are always up the top there. So these guys have already qualified, so we'll be seeing them this year regardless. So I expect good things from them. The teams that I really want to see perform well this year and hopefully qualify today are going to be Premier Corps Colonial and Delta Dietis Racing. These are 2 teams that have performed really well both in the System 7 and in events like the Daymar Rally. So I want to see them, come back, qualify, see if they can push it through. Maybe the Pyro difference is real, right? We're in different environments this time around. It could make all the difference. So yeah, those are the 2 teams I'm going to be looking at.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, what I want to see is, because we've seen Delta Dietis in the top 3 spots before, running into some, bad luck. Obviously, the game is not, fully, how do I say it there, Croncy? The game still has some decent, it still has some issues. So Delta Dietis over the past seasons have ran into a little bit of tough luck with the game, but I feel like teams like Delta Dietis, Capcom Alpha, List Motorsports, a lot of these teams can definitely come back. Garden Racing, right? And something I'll say is Skyer Racing as well. I think they didn't even get to qualified last year, but Sky Racing winning the Daymar Rally this year. So very much congrats to them. I think they're going to have a chance to hopefully come out and show out and hopefully qualify for this year's System 7. Maybe they can add another back-to-back trophies this year. Who knows? But I think that they're going to be high on confidence, Croncy, Sky Racing, and they're going to come with as much as they can. So,
yeah, no, I fully agree. So hopefully we get to see a lot of these teams returning, but we do also have some new teams that we'll be watching through today to try to qualify. So as we get to them, we'll talk a little bit more about them. But my understanding is we've already got a couple of races on the field.
yeah, let's go ahead and jump right in. I believe Sky Racing, all the way from Spain, we have our teams at NeoJet, Salem Frost, MCFYT9. I'm just going to say the whole thing, and then Ricky Tiki. So we got a pretty loaded team here from Spain. I believe NeoJet has already gone, and then we have Salem Frost coming up next. So we'll take a look at that best lap time for NeoJet. So, Croncy, the rule is right now is that if teams of 4, teams that have 4 members are allowed to have 2 members in their team be able to try to qualify for this top 16 of the System 7, right? The reason why we did that is because teams that, we want to have teams that have at least teams of 4, but if you have teams of 3 or less, you only have 1 member on your team that will need to be able to hopefully land on that top 16 to be able to qualify. So, but yeah, just putting it out there is that each team that every team member that has 4 members will be able to get 2 people to be able to qualify here today.
Yeah, it's a good incentive, and I do like it quite a lot. As we sort of mentioned, there's already advantages to having a team of 4 qualify, which is, if you have someone who's better at a Dragonfly, you have someone who's better at a Cyclone, you could use them to do that, right? But sort of trying to incentivize them to actually bring it more. We want full teams. Full teams are the best way to do this. It also means, maybe a couple of your teammates can't make one day, so you need that extra padding. Yeah, it's good. I like it.
No, 100%. So, but I'm looking forward to it. We already had our first run. I'm trying to get some times here. We'll get the times for you, but Salem Frost is up next. Again, this team is from Spain. Shout out to them. Frosty, can you let us know what other teams are going to be coming up here soon and where are they from?
Yeah, so we've got Sire Racing Team right now, which also, it looks like Driver 1, which I imagine is NeoJet. We'll get confirmation of that, was a 121.45. So quite fast as a start off, it seems like. So a good way to start today. After Sire Racing Team, we'll be seeing Premier Corps Colonial from France, a chat favorite for sure. We'll see what they can compete with today. And then after them, we'll be seeing Alpine Storm from Switzerland, a team I'm not super familiar with, so very, very cool to see another team rock up.
Hey, Alpine Storm, that sounds good. And you said right now that NeoJet had
driver
a
1-2-1.
Okay.
Yeah, Driver 1, which I believe is NeoJet. I'm not 100% sure. We'll try to get that confirmed for you guys. But regardless, Driver 1 from Sire Racing Team had a 121.45. That should be within qualifying range, we imagine. I think, it looks like that was, in fact, NeoJet. So well done, NeoJet. That should be within qualifying range. I imagine the cutoff today, my prediction for the cutoff today is probably going to be like a 126. And that's where we're going to have to sort of look at, those 10th of a millisecond type things. We'll see what they can get here for their second run here with Salem Frost.
Yeah, I believe time qualifiers from last year. I think some teams are going to be around that 119. Unless we see some crazy times, I don't think we'll see a 115 or 116 anymore because of how things have changed patch to patch. But right now, it seems Salem has a wobbly start here, and just kind of having some difficulty. But it's okay, right? This is where you need to get a feel for the course right now, and you should be able to. Salem should be able to bounce back and hopefully get those times in those next 2 laps, because you have 3 laps total in order to be able to put in your fastest lap time to qualify for this year's System 7. But Krause, how do you feel Salem Frost is doing so far?
Yeah, look, rough first lap. That jump landing was not particularly well executed, and a very rough entrance into the tunnel as well. But once again, lap 1 of 3, so we should be okay here. See what they can compete, and we do already have a very solid time here from NeoJet. So right now we're just trying to increase on that time, or at least get some consistency for some follow up runs. But unfortunately, that turn right there probably not going to do it. Going to cost them a lot of time for this second lap.
Yeah, right now, teams are being matched up with what do you call it? With drivers, co-drivers of on their region, so they don't experience a lot of desync. But for right now, Salem Frost is just man a lot of. You see what I'm talking about here? I talked about the drift of these vehicles. Like the vehicles have been drifting a lot more in the recent patches, and
Yep.
man, it looks like I'm not sure, but I don't want to say that these teams have been practiced because a lot of these teams take this stuff a lot seriously. But man,
Yep.
right now Salem Frost looking a lot more poised here in this next half of the run, and hopefully for lap 3,
Yep.
Kranzi, he'll be able to to put in a good lap for his team because right now it's not looking too well.
Yeah, like there we go. So a much better jump there compared to the first lap, and some good
Yep.
control through. So probably just trying to take it really tight into a few of these turns just to try to save some time. And but you can afford to be a little risky right now, right? Like NeoJet's got a solid time. If you're going to try to get a little bit more advanced than that, then yeah, take the shorter turns, take the riskier turns, and see how you go.
Yeah. Oh man, little bumps right there. Trying to put that speed in as much as he could, but yeah,
Mhm.
that's is not as great. Here we go, and that's gonna be that looks like a little bit over that 140, but around that same area, a little bit
Mhm.
under from what he had. So let's see what he can Salem Frost can bring in this third and final lap here.
Yeah, great first few turns here, but as always, it's going to come up to that jump. It's going to come down to the tunnel. The amount of time you can lose in just those two sections alone is massive if not done correctly. Ooh, a little bit of an oversteer there into a bit of a spin out. So that's probably going to spell death for this third lap here, at least in terms of beating their teammate. But you can see still the great skill that we get from some of these teams across the board, right? A lot of these turns have been taken absolutely excellently. Just a few small rough ones.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk about the other races, man. The other races are
Mhm.
pretty crazy. So I'm looking forward to see how these teams top 16 teams really handle some of these races. Here comes a jump. Nailed it there. Awesome view by
But the landing.
Brahms. Got yeah, the landing. Little bit of a jump there. That's gonna be unfortunate, man. I
Yep.
don't I don't think you can use the tool for in this track because of the um you can't use the tractor
Yeah.
beam tool in here because of the what do you call it? Because of the armatus zone.
Yep. So we're gonna get a flip over here. There we go. But yeah, that's going to be the end of the laugh for that one. But well done, Salem Frost. There was some great attempts there, and for the team as a whole, Sire Racing Team 121.45 is going to be your qualifying time. A great start to the day, and a time that we're going to have to see a lot of these teams beat. So if you are out there, you're a competitor. That's what you're looking for today. 121. We'll see what you guys can do.
Yeah, that 121 is what is gonna set the tone. But if I remember right, I think last year, Sky Racing Team had like a 119 and just missed that top 16 by two
Hmm.
placements of milliseconds. Believe it or not, Croncy. So
Yeah.
they're gonna need to be able to hopefully nail that. But not too bad from Salem Frost. A 136. It's not
Hmm.
too bad, but definitely not what you want with a lot of these high level teams that are wanting to qualify in this year's System 7. And Francie, we haven't really announced anything yet, but I'm probably gonna be announcing this in the Discord here probably next week. But
Hmm.
we had to unfortunately we had to find a new manufacturer for our jerseys, unfortunately, because
Yep.
Dot X decided to only started working with high level clients, and and I'm not going to say that the Star Citizen community is a small community. It's not small, but that I believe that the active player base is what is currently small because people are waiting for the game to release. But we're working on something super special that we will hopefully be revealing in April. That
Hmm.
we let's just say that the jerseys for this year have leveled up quite a bit. So I'm excited to kind of show what we've came up with here next month, and we can show it off and then put the proper pricing in for the System 7. So very
Very
looking
exciting.
forward to seeing yep to seeing the reaction of the community when we release these in the future.
Very exciting. Alrighty. So in a moment, we should be seeing Premier Core Colonial. Going to be our next qualifiers. We've got Engarif and Amua. I hope I pronounced those correctly. We'll see what they can pull off here. Once again, they did qualify last year, but the actual System 7 itself, they were a little bit rough. They ended a little bit lower on the ladder than they probably liked. So it is their time to redeem themselves here. So any moment now, we'll be seeing Engarif push through.
Yep, here we go. So we got Premier Corps Colonial. They have a team of 4. We got Engarif and Amur. Hopefully I said that right. They're going to be racing today. So very best of luck to them. And I am looking forward to seeing ICC hopefully qualify again today, Croncy. I mean, the support for ICC is always incredible. So let's see if they can pull it off and they can get, another qualifying time for this year's System 7.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that's nice to see as well, the brand new racing suits that we got just like, a few weeks ago, last week or something, that I'm fairly sure everyone here is running. So have a look out for those. I mean, look, if you're going to race, you got to race in style.
By the way, Cronzy, those racing suits that they did put out are absolutely incredible. They did a great job with those. And I unfortunately couldn't resist and I had to buy them all, I think. Yeah. So just I had to grab them all, man, but they
Yep.
look really, really well. The skins, the Razor skin, the red one. I think they did such a great job. Even with the Mustang Gamma, it looked incredible, man. I was like, yo, they did a
Yep.
really, really fantastic job. So
Yeah, it was cool to see. When they showed them at CitizenCon, it was like, ooh, all right, we've got some fancy stuff. Let's go.
well, the thing is, I believe is that it was supposed to come out earlier because we were supposed to have like a big racing initiative around
Mhm.
I think it was like early January or late January to like early February, and I guess we couldn't make that happen, and they just released the skins. But
Yep.
hopefully they start to have that racing initiative come to life. Because I remember them wanting to put like some Daymar Rally posters and different things, possibly in the
Mhm.
game in the future. So I think, I mean, with the filthiest race in the verse and the changes that are coming for next year, I think it's going to be an even better one for the history books. So.
Mhm. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If any of you out there have been in the PTU yet, there's a new map in Arena Commander that is based on the old Theaters of War map that they've sort of reused so that we can have a chance at it. And it looks like a fantastic place for a ground race. There are roads. There's like a little figure 8. There's like a little tunnel. Lots of cool little turns and stuff that I'm really interested in. So I'm hoping a good friend Duncan is able to give us some ground vehicle racing. As we've had the Gravlev racing on Arena Commander for a little over a year now, I believe a little over a year. So it'd be good to get some more ground racing in there.
Hey, I totally agree. I can't even wait. I mean, if we could even get some tracks in Arena Commander for ground racings once the ground racing physics are changed, just like we have Gravlab, that would be great. I think the only thing that obviously that's missing for us to even take some races to System 7 within Arena Commander would of course be that spectator mode, because it's very hard to spectate currently in the game in Arena Commander right now. So looking forward to that. Hopefully that coming in maybe this year, Croncy. Who knows?
Hopefully. I know it's a thing they want to do. So here we go. We've got Engarif floor in it. And so far, first few turns, absolutely excellent. So this person has definitely been practicing this track. Once again, though, it's going to come down to the jump. It's going to come down to the tunnel. So we'll see how they end up as they come around the mid-race point.
Yeah, we're going. I mean, like you mentioned, he's starting very well. Big jump there. Getting a nice tight turn. Here's a little bit too close to that one, a little bit too tight, but man, Engarif doing a great job. This is looking like a great lap so far. And if not, it's okay. Getting a good first feel for this track, it should be good for them in these next 3 laps that he has in order to put a good time to qualify in that top 16. But looking good so far, Engarif.
Yep, let's have a look at this
Nice
jump.
jump
How's the
there.
landing? That's pretty good. You can't really hope for a much better one than that. So it was very smooth. Great landing. We're going to see the entrance into the tunnel. Great control there. Absolutely fantastic. So this is going to end up being not a too bad of a lap one time. If they can run this back Obviously you get a little bit more speed as you come through in the first lap. We'll probably see a good lap here. So looks like we're going to see a first lap of just shy of a minute 30. Oh no, here we are, almost exactly. Oh, there you go, minute 28 for lap number 1. Pretty good for a lap number 1.
There's a little bit of decent there, but very, very good lap number 1 here for Engery from from Org ICC here. Man, I mean, so far I think he ran everything pretty well. He just needs to get a little bit more speed, try to control those corners a little bit, not take them a little bit too wide. Make sure he's using those corners as good, like right there, doing a great job, but a little bit too wide on that one. But man, looking good so far, man. I think in the second lap he's going to try to go for that 120 that you mentioned, Kroncy, is what we're going to be targeting for.
Yeah, some absolutely great control. A little sloppy on a few turns, but otherwise absolutely fantastic control here. Obviously, you got to imagine you're going to gain a few seconds. You're gonna lose a few gain a few seconds just in the second lap, just because you're at speed as you come across the finish line. And, that's gonna cost them in lap number 2. So this is probably not going to be around the 120 sized, but we've still got another lap to go for Engarif, and there is another teammate who can go here too. We talked about the first one setting the pace. Really, it's this. You're going to need to see if you can fit within the difference between these two races. So let's see what they end up with as they come around the exit of the tunnel into that last straight.
Yeah, I mean, you need to kind of, I'm not going to say you need to control your speed right there at that jump, but you need to kind of slow it down just a little bit and kind of be at that maybe like 70% top speed in order to just get over the hump and not jump like it did. But it seems like every second race, if you notice, Kroncy, they've had where the PTV just kind of like has that bounciness and just flips over like that. So
yeah, it does not like to land particularly smooth.
Yes, I agree. And that's why I'm excited for this track, all right? This track, even though it's simple, again, it's very flat. It allows for new teams to come in and practice it and hopefully qualify. But also there's still some type of strategy to it. There's the way you take the corners, the way you have to apex, the way you have to pretty much do any single detail in order to get that top time. It matters here.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. Lap number 3, attempt number 3 on this jump. See if we get a smooth landing. And that is a pretty good one. That's not too bad at all. So a little bit of a bump there into the side rail. That's going to cost them maybe a second or two, but still should be in a pretty good spot here as long as they get a solid tunnel run.
Yep, very, very good run from Engarif here. Very good job. And again, we have Amur coming up next, and this is a team of 4, so they're going to have 2 chances to qualify. So hopefully no pressure on Amur if Engarif cannot get that 120 that he currently needs right now, but the current time to beat is at 1:21, but a good lap here, Kroncy.
Yeah, 1:24.97 on that lap number 3, and that's going to be Engarif's attempt at a qualifying time. So we're going to see Amur try to beat that, but not too bad. 1:24, that's solid. I think sub 1:25, you've got to be pretty happy with that, and yeah, we'll see how it compares to everyone else. Obviously, we have Sire Racing Team Neojet currently leading the pack in qualifiers with that 1:21. 3.5 second difference between the two. Not too bad. There's obviously some wiggle room there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it here. So let's see what happens here. We're gonna have who's coming up next? Amur. So Amur is gonna have to do a little bit better than that 1:24. See if they can get under that. They want to get to that 1:21, which is the best current time to beat right now, which is being held by Neojet from Skyr Racing Team. So looking forward to there. And I believe Premier Corps Colonial all the way from France. So nice to have you guys here.
Yeah, very cool to see the just the plethora of people from different locations come in and join. Still very disappointed this year. No Australians. No Australians again. Oh well.
No Australian. Well, maybe Australians will have car issues, kind of like your camera issues, Kroncy. That's why.
Boy.
Oh man. Well, one thing I will mention here is that I'm myself, Kroncy, and we'll have Red Monster SC as well covering some of the System 7 races this year. So excited to have him on board. I know, Kroncy, you and Red Monster are good friends as well, so it's going to be awesome to see you guys have a awesome dynamics casting while I'm in the background, being able to capture a lot of clips and stuff so we can put on our social media. And this year, Kronzi, one thing that I want to be able to do, and that I'm going to be reaching out to every single racer after the qualifiers, is we're going to be interviewing the top 16, kind of like those interviews we did for the Daymar Rally. We want to be able to interview each top 16 team, at least one member to be able to talk about their team so we can actually play that throughout the season. So I'm looking forward to doing that and getting to know these teams a little bit more and why, and getting that reason of why they're competing in the System 7, Kronzi.
Yeah, that'll be good to have. It's always nice to get a little bit more info about our races, as it's usually just me and crew talking about why we think that someone is extra cool. So hearing from the races themselves is always nice.
I mean, that is so true. I think everybody, here, obviously, this event will not be what it is without all these incredible racers. And every year, like I mentioned, we try to improve on the rules and improve on these different things. But, shout out to all the racers for continuing to compete, continuing to coming out. And, if you're brand new out there, hey, just join the Discord. Come on in. We're a pretty welcoming community. The entire racing community is pretty well welcoming, whether it's the Ammo Esports,
so, yeah.
Whether it's XGR or Anzia. So, I mean, come on in, guys. We're here to help, and everybody loves helping each other out. So,
yeah, it's an absolutely great community. It's the whole reason I feel like I got into the racing community in the first place. It was just so easy to chat to everyone. Everyone has fun. So here we go. We've got Amur into the first lap, trying to beat that 124 that Engarif just placed to try to get their team placed a little bit better.
A little bit of a bump. It looks like Amur is going a little bit slower, trying to get a feel for the track right now. But I'm telling you, that's why a lot of people think that not practicing this course is probably not worth it, or maybe because it's flat, it's so easy. But again, there is a strategy to this course. But an excellent jump there from Amur, getting some great air, landing perfectly. Kronzi, I don't think there could be a better jump than that today.
Yeah, that was a super smooth jump, and it does show one of those things about, like, we're talking about the speed that you take when you do the jump itself. If you do go a little bit slow, you could risk missing the end of the jump, which obviously that's going to put you back like 30 seconds as you try to drive the way back around. So you can risk it a little bit. So you got to be careful there. So that first lap is going to be a 130. If you remember, Engarif, I believe, had a 128, was it? Or 129 on their first lap. So very similar in first lap speeds. We'll see if Amur gets a better second lap, as we did see with Engarif. They had that flip over when landing. So we're looking once again for a good jump, a good tunnel, and some good cornering.
No, you are right. It was a 128, but well, what I like to see here is that Amur got a 130, but he was actually like regulating his speed. I feel like if he can go a little bit faster, his I think his time can very much improve quite largely here in this next second and third laps that he has. So let's see what Amur can do here for his team, for his org, and of course for France.
I do believe the entire country of France is watching this one. So not as smooth, but still a pretty good recovery there from that jump. Not going to cost them too much time. So pretty solid there as we head into the tunnel. And I cannot understand, if you guys have not done this race before, the tunnel is so daunting, and you can see it because of what just happened there. Our camera person was switching modes at the time, but it is very easy to smash into the sides. There are these little lights on the sides as well that you can run over and can screw you up and make you spin out. So the tunnel is really difficult. If you are a racer that has a solid tunnel run, you'll probably just straight up qualify. So there we go. So that was roughly another 130 for that lap number 2. Obviously, it punished a little bit in the tunnel there, but we'll see if they can run it back. They've been doing pretty good with their corners. They've done very good with their jumps. Just a little bit consistency on this third lap should hopefully let them beat that 124.
Yep, very good job there. 131 was on that second lap there, but so far Amur needs to be putting that gas to the metal in this one and hopefully get a little bit better time than with the 124. I mean, 124 can still be a good determining factor, but I would not leave it to chance in order to qualify for the System 7, Kronzi, because it could be, again, just milliseconds of somebody not qualifying because of the current times that NeoJet just set with that 121. So it's going to be very careful. Celestia and Vimur get a nice little smooth jump. But for some reason, like I mentioned, Croncy, every time in that second lap they do that jump is when they bounce. Weird.
Yeah, it literally could be the case of just they're coming in with too much speed, and that's costing them a little bit. Amua probably has had the most control of the jump consistently across all three of all of our qualifiers so far. So lots of practice with that jump, at the very least, to make it so that they aren't punished too hard, right? So we're going to see across the finish line
here. Lap here. There you go.
It is indeed a 126.87. So very solid lap. Still a little bit slower than Engrief. So the qualifying time for that team, for Premier Core Colonial, is going to be that 124.97. So at the moment, we're looking at a 121.45 and a 124.97 for our first two teams.
Yep, not too bad. Amur did a great job there, kind of bringing up the speed on that last lap, man. I wish I would have seen how smooth NeoJet was running to get that 121, because so far that is a time that is currently being held right now in this System 7 qualifiers. So, but yeah, Croncy, our next team is going to be Alpine Storm from Switzerland. We got TKCH 86, Dan 89 STI, Emios and Axel. Our two racers today are going to be TKCH 86 and Emios, all the way from Switzerland once again. This is the country that they put in to represent. We'll know a little bit more about each individual's country and stuff as we continue the System 7 season. So let's see how Alpine Storm comes in and does this track.
Yeah, they've got some times to beat now. We're starting to see what it all looks like and what times we might be looking at. Keep in mind, with the amount of races we have today, a little over half the people will qualify. So you want to make sure you're just not in that like last, that last 2/5 of races. So you've got some leeway. You've got some leeway, but yeah, still try your best. Don't make that to mean you can go slow at any point.
Yep. I mean, right now with NeoJet putting in that time at 121, I would say that's the time you kind of want to aim for, the time to beat, because I think that Skyer with their experience, I believe that's a good time to be able to beat. Like I said, because the vehicles are a little bit more drifty this time around, I don't think we're gonna see those 115s, 116s currently. We are seeing a possible tiny little bit of desync, not too much going on, but excited to see what other times we get. If I see it, I think in the practice we did see a 119, if I'm not mistaken. But I think I'll be super surprised if I see anything under 118 this time around, Croncy.
Yeah, that would have to be just an insanely good run. I'm not even sure if it's possible at the moment with the way the PTV is currently situated. But, stranger things have happened. So, yeah, 121, that's going to be your target. If you get a sub 120, it's going to be extremely impressive.
By the way, before we get started this next run, I just want to give a shout out to our sponsors for this year's System 7. We got Icon City, dominate the game. If you guys don't know what Icon City is, man, it's ran by an incredible person in the StarCitizen community. It's pretty much an icon pack for your stream deck for you to be able to get, access to over 400 hotkeys in the click of a button. So head on over to iconcity.com and check them out. Or there's a link in the description. I believe if you use code ATMO, you get like 15% off or something. And then it's also sponsored by Monster Tech, of course. Monster Tech providing some of the best mounts in the game. If you guys want to level up your immersion, we also have a discount for Monster Tech down in the panels below, so you guys can check that out. And then of course our last sponsor is going to be Tobii Gaming. Their Tobii Eye Tracker 5. They're always implementing new technology into StarCitizen already with eye targeting. They have camera boosts and a lot of different things that they're doing to improve flight within games like DCS or StarCitizen. So there is, if you use code ATMO, if you use the link below, there is a discount for the Tobii Eye Tracker 5 as well. I think it's 10 or 15% off. I don't know what it is, but I totally forgot. But make sure you guys go check out Tobii Gaming, guys. And thanks to these sponsors for making, for helping make System 7 another incredible season. So shout out to our sponsors. And Croncy, I'll let you kick it off here with TKCH 86's first run.
Yeah, not too bad. Once again, some pretty good handling. A not too bad jump there. A bit of a rough entrance into the tunnel, but first lap, once again, we're probably looking for like a 128. That's probably your goal, just to make sure that you can complete the lap in a timely enough fashion to sort of be competitive, right? As you get the more speed and you come through for lap number 2 and 3, we're going to see what your real lap times are. And it looks like here we're looking at just around a 130. So yeah, 131.224 for the first lap. Definitely within range of our last few competitors' first laps. Very rough start there into that second lap, though. That's going to cost them quite a bit as they lose control on that first turn.
Yep, very, very good start. I ain't gonna lie, I like the easier start here, but I feel like the Alpine Storm can definitely crank it up a little bit and trying to get a better time, you know. Right now, I believe a lot of racers in the game has said that controller has been the best feel or the best way they're able to control their vehicle has been with a paddock controller. And then I know that there's other people out there that race with an actual racing wheel, you know, which you have to kind of like strategically key map in the game. But I know that a lot of people still use mouse and keyboard to race. But yeah, I definitely have tried the controller, Croncy, and it's definitely, I think the controller does a great job at really helping my vehicle handling in game a lot better. So
I will say, in terms of specifically wheeled vehicle racing, I just can't get over keyboard and mouse. I'm just so used to it, and a lot of our races can be as well, right? Like people, there is one of those things where it's like there's not really like a proper inherent advantage that is more advantageous than just what you're experienced with and what you have the most practice with, right? So the cool thing with that means we then end up having like each team have a completely unique setup for how they operate like all of their different vehicles. And that's cool. I like that a lot. So yeah, not too bad of a second lap there as we head into the third. Still a bit on the slow side, so we'll see what they can pull off here to try to make it up and compete with the other teams that we've got already.
Yep, right here. Again, Alpine Storm, this is their first racer, TKCH86. Looks like in that second lap, Croncy nailed around a 127, but needs to get a little bit faster than that in order to be wanting to qualify here. Again, the time to currently beat right now is from Sky Racing Team's NeoJet at a 121.451. So if people want to be able to compete, they need to be able to get around that time or in that area if they want to move on to the to this year's System 7 2955 season.
Yep. Another very solid jump, though. They've been very good at that, but they've been lacking a lot of speed coming out of it and going into it. Though, once again, as we mentioned before, if you have a lot of speed going into that jump, you are going to risk yourself bouncing and flipping, and then, you know, you're going to lose a ton of time that way. So hopefully it makes up for a little bit of what we saw in the earlier laps as we come around and we go for the crossing of the third lap. I think this is still, unfortunately, going to be a little on the slow side. But it is still early days. You may, in fact, still qualify. So that is a 127.74 for TKCH86, our first member of Team Alpine Storm.
Yep, and even though he did get the 127, that's totally okay. Alpine Storm still has another team member, Emios, who's going to be coming in and hopefully trying to land, right? Trying to get that time under that 127 and hopefully put him in a better spot for qualification. Now, because they got a 127, that doesn't mean that they're disqualified. That's not what that means, because we're going to take the top 13 teams, and whoever has those fastest times are going to be the people that qualify. But if 126 or 127 is that cutoff, you know, for 14th place or 15th place, Croncy, that's when they won't be able to qualify. And we're not going to know that until we continue pushing you know, throughout the day with a lot of these qualifiers and nations today.
Yeah. One thing we'll do as well is we will make a double check. We do these for all of our events. We're going to make sure that all of the times are accurate post-event so that we get all the correct times for you guys. So usually, once we have a full correct, this is our list, we make sure to post that pretty much everywhere. Discord, X, other places. Where else do we post it, Christian?
Yeah, no, we do post the teams that qualify. We do post it on all of our social medias. So you're looking at X, Instagram. We're on Blue Sky. We're on Threads. We're literally everywhere at Admiral Esports. Make sure you guys are following us on those platforms if you want to continue to keep up with information and events that we're doing and special things that we're doing throughout the year. So yeah. And if you guys don't know, we last year we did an incredible event called Enter Atmosphere 2954 at CitizenCon. So I'm hoping that this year we can do something similar again for the community. But man, that event was a monumental step for what Star Citizen Esports could look like in the future. Once it has that the basis for competitive integrity as it doesn't have it yet, Croncy.
It was extremely cool to have an event in like an actual arena with
Yes.
an actual crowd and stuff. And I don't know, it was extremely cool. So yeah, the more of those that happen, the happier I'll always be. Emios is going to start off for a second run for this team. Yeah, lap number 1. Let's see what they can do. We all know what we're looking for. There was I wanted to mention as well, TKCH in their runs, they slowed down a lot on some of their corners. The PTV can have a sort of tendency to spin out, so you will see some safer race. We just saw it a little bit there. You will see some races as they enter a corner just slow down a lot, and I think that's what cost them a lot of their time. So a little bit of a riskier race is going to be what's going to get you in that 121 range.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I kind of I feel like the way that you're hugging, the way you're using those corners to get around the other corners, right? If like you're coming into a double corner, you need to go out to then go in to then go out, and then hopefully get the most maximum speed out of these corners, right? That's what they call an apex. But a lot of these teams, I mean, obviously the game vehicle physics right now, it's getting a little bit drifty, it's a little bit slidey, so. Honestly, that's why the practice comes in, and that's why the practice is so important, Croncy, because of the fact that you will know how to manage a vehicle. You will know how to manage a vehicle the way that you need to know to manage it. So that's why racing is, practicing this track is so important. So.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a little bit of a rough entrance into the tunnel there as well. So this first lap, a little bit slower on the slow side, 139. But we saw all those moments that need to be improved. A few collisions, a few spinouts. Play it a little bit safer just to maybe get some lower times here. Though that turn there, trying to avoid the hazard there on the side, probably going to cost them this lap as well. So a little bit rough, but they've still got another lap to bring it back.
All good. Here we go. We got Emios doing a great job, though, on this second lap, number 2. So just needs to keep it going. I felt like you need to have that speed steady. That's where Neojet got that 121, doing a great job. I'm pretty sure Neojet did a good job at practicing the track as much as he can. But, man, PTVs have changed so much throughout the patches, man. Like,
what is that?
What the heck was that?
I
was about to like, well, what I was supposed to do? Like, I don't. Man. That's somebody's phone that went off. That's crazy.
That was very confusing.
Jeez.
Someone on the track's having a great time. But yeah, a solid jump there as we head into the tunnel, lap number 2. Now, once again, this was a bit of a slow start to lap number 2. So we're likely going to. Well, we might beat the 139 that we saw in lap number 1. But likely not a. Oh, I just had to jinx it, didn't I? A rough tunnel exit there. Yeah. That's what I was mentioning earlier about those lights that are on the side. If your wheel catches one of those, it'll just spin you out most of the time. So there we go. We're gonna. What is that time? My thing is.
That's like a 140 right there. A 144, if I'm not mistaken. So. Yeah. So, but Croncy, the server is not too bad around, jumping around 13 to 15 server FPS. So, normally when we did this in the past, servers were around 5 or 6 FPS where vehicles were losing their wheels and things like that. So, servers are not doing
hour or so.
Yeah, exactly. It's not too bad. So, hopefully these racers can put in those times in. But yeah, I think the fastest lap for Emios this time around is probably going to end up being that 130 that he put in there.
Yeah, so we had a 139, and then like a roughly a 145 or so, or a 140, something like
Yep.
that. So it's this one already is looking a lot faster than those first 2 laps. We'll see how the tunnel goes. That was a great jump. So task. I keep jinxing it.
Every time, as soon as it jumps, yeah.
They're doing great. Smash into a wall. Oh god. So unfortunately, that's going to mean they're probably going to lose, 5 to 10 seconds there. That one as well, not going to do too well for them. So we're unlikely to. Whoa, maybe a little bit desync here. Yeah, that's gonna be
Yeah,
some
but
desync.
it's
I
a
imagine.
camera. It's a camera
Yep.
person. Yeah.
Yep. So maybe we didn't get a too bad of a collision there. So there we go. We are going to cross the finish line. We'll figure out what that time was, as obviously our camera person had a bit of an issue there. But according to that, our fastest lap time is a 136, which I think that was actually lap number 2, was that 136. So very well done to you, Amios. That will mean that TKCH is going to be your qualifying time for your team with that 127.743. A little bit on the edge, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that does make it in.
Yep. I think. I mean, they still have a good chance here, right? They still have a good chance with TKCH 86 this time, so I'm not too worried. Well, I think during that last lap we didn't get it because of a little bit of that desync. But what we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna end up watching the replay probably, and then we'll probably announce probably by Monday or Sunday or whenever we kind of verify all of the feeds, their actual times. We should be good. So.
So next up, we have another team. We have AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing, a team that we see all the time around here playing at all the events. So we're going to be seeing AAW Eraser and Kratagos are going to be our racers today. This is a team of 4. So we also have AAW Pornza and AAW Alex as part of the team, but our 2 racers are Eraser and Kratagos, and I imagine we'll be starting with Eraser. So team from Austria, should be cool to see. Last year, they qualified with a 121.48, and they placed overall 10th in last year's event. So we'll see how they pull off here. Obviously, once again, that 121 doesn't translate very nicely to this year, as there's been a lot of changes into vehicles. So we do expect a slower time, but they were well within competing times last year.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing, I think AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing, definitely a very experienced team. Kratagos has raced in a lot of our events throughout the years, even since Stanton 7. So happy to see him back. Happy to see him back, even with a different team here. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Eraser and Kratagos comes up with. I'm hoping that they can land another one of those times at 121, because that will definitely get him in a good spot, knowing that the current best time right now, again, which was done by Sky Racing team, Neojet, was 121.451. Crunchy.
Yeah, and not to mention, obviously, like the experience that they'll already have with this track over the last few years is going to be a benefit here too. So a team that has participated in the System 7 before, looking to run it back, try to get a better performance out of their series. They've got 6 attempts, 6 laps worth of attempts at doing so.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing it here, but some good runs so far, some good turns, smooth. Here go wide to in, slowing it down a little bit. Very, very good job here, using that drift as much as they can. Man, this is looking good. This is looking good, Croncy. I'm liking this first lap so far here from Eraser.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you want to see, like the jump and the tunnel have a little bit of an element of randomness to them sometimes when you take these, and you do need a little bit of luck to get like a solid run on them. Skill is obviously very important, but you do want that on your side. If you want to see a big sort of difference in skill with some of our races, the very tight turn before the ramp. So it's a couple of turns before the jump. I'll point it out again when we see it in a moment's time. Watch how our racers navigate that small space, and watch how much time our faster racers save there, because it is a very, very hard few turns, and if you get that perfectly, you're in such a good spot. So first lap is going to be a 132.287 for Eraser. Good start to the track. Let's see if you can get that good qualifying time.
Yeah, I thought that first lap was pretty smooth. I think Eraser just needs to bump the speed up a little bit here, but I mean, very, very good run. Did a great job running through the tunnel. I think one thing that a lot of people always get scared of in that tunnel is going too fast and kind of drifting out and kind of just turning their
Yeah.
vehicles, and then they lose maybe a good 5 to 6 seconds here. But I think Eraser is going to bump up the speed here a little bit now that he has a good feel for the track in his first lap, and we should see hopefully a better couple laps here, Kronzi.
Yeah, so those were the turns that I was just mentioning earlier in that little ramp, and you saw that there was a little bit of sort of like wiggling in between the areas. It wasn't too bad of an entryway, but could definitely be faster there to get them out of those corners. And then because you have that much higher speed, you end up coming around these corners at a much higher speed too. So it's a very important few turns to get right in order to have just a better lap overall.
Well, going through that tunnel here, needs to maintain that composure and don't go too fast, so he is able to drift out and wipe out here. Great maneuverability here, keeping composed here, out of the tunnel here in 1 second. Just needs to make sure that he gets that drift out and goes down. I think it's going to be another 138, probably a little bit before. That's probably like a 128 there, Kronzi. So he needs to bring it here in this next lap, number 3.
Yeah, very rough exit to the tunnel there. Lost probably a second or two just to a little bit of a wiggle as they came out of the tunnel. The sort of like, not altitude difference, but the height difference, I guess, of when you come out into the tunnel and you just go straight to flat can mess with the car a little bit. So you need to be able to anticipate that and, come out of it at a little bit of a higher speed. So here we go. This, once again, the very tight turns that I was explaining, as you come down this ramp, you turn left very quickly, and then you've got to spin it right away.
Yep.
There you go. That was an excellent demonstration of what you're really supposed to do there to keep maintaining as much speed as you possibly can out of those turns. You will lose like 2 seconds if you take that turn wrong.
Makes me want to go go-karting, Kronzi, in real life.
Well, I do have to say, one of the very cool things about CitizenCon last year is a bunch of the racing community went go-karting, which is very, very cool. So, yeah.
Yeah, Diplomat was the one that put it together, and he invited us. But I was like, man, CitizenCon last year was so busy. I wish I could have gone. I saw them after at the bar Citizen, like celebrating after their kart racing, which looked awesome. But here we go. Very, very good job at Razor. This is the last lap. Can he land a good lap here? 126. 128. Oh, it was close there. 128 is going to be Razor's fastest lap, which I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for qualifying. It could be. It could not be. I don't know yet, Kronzi. We'll need to see where his teammate lands, and hopefully his teammate Kratos can putting a faster lap. But it seems like this year, again, seeing those sub-120s is going to be a lot harder because of how the vehicle is managing on this court.
Yeah, like I said, it's based on what we're seeing so far, it's going to be extremely rare that we see a sub-120 today. I do imagine once we get to some of our more experienced teams, which will be coming up pretty soon, with Amarok's Fang and Punchnomis and whatnot, that we may see, and Blackhawk, sorry, that we may see some more 120s-ish. But I gotta say, the first run, what's the opposite of a curse? Boon, I guess, of the System 7 qualifiers continues. Every year, whoever ends up running first tends to have a really, really good run compared to the rest of the field. And yeah, that has been the case for NeoJet so far. We'll see if that stays the case.
We'll see if it stays the case. Like I said, man, they won the Daymar Rally this year, so I know they're going to be looking to try to add another trophy. Or now that we're doing this year, actually, we've been working on the medals, adding some medals to their agenda. So excited to be able to get these medals out to, to the other, top teams this year. Those are being currently made, so looking forward to get that stuff going. But yeah, man, I mean, I'm so excited for Pyro this year. I think that a lot of people don't understand how fun the tracks are going to be in Pyro this year, especially with a lot of gravel racing. It's going to be a lot of fun, so I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice to honestly just look at some new locations. That's been my favorite thing about 4.0. Is like, look, Stanton is cool. It has a lot of cool locations, but we've been looking at it for a while now. It's just been nice to just have different environments to check out. One thing that's been kind of cool as well is just atmospherically, and this will apply to the races too, is the now that we have the dynamic clouds, the race can just look a lot cooler, which is nice. Just to yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And you know, we'll get some cameras chasing that in focused mode, which will also look incredible as well. So now that we have that, you know, that new mode, so I think this year is gonna be great, man. We have some great heat races as well. We got
That a lost wheel? That is a lost wheel. That is our first wheel gone of the event. So that is going to be a dead PTV there. Still waiting for the day that we can replace the wheels with some tractor beams and stuff. But yeah, very, very rough start there, unfortunately, for that was Kratagos. So looks like we're going to be looking at a 128 for Team Drunken Turtle Racing.
Yeah, I mean, we did put some parameters to the teams that if in their first if in their first lap they get some desync, our officials will be able to provide another chance towards possibly the end. So let's see how let's see what officials do here. It's going to be completely up to them to judge that. But I think because it was his first lap, he should be able to get another chance to hopefully try to race again. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. And at the moment, we're going to clear up this this PTV by using some PTVs. You can see some of our ground crew there racing towards where that collision happened, and they lost the wheel. So we can push it out of the way. That way it's not a hazard for any other members of the teams. I mean, obviously, we don't want that to hinder anyone else. Interestingly, so it looked like not sure if it was desync or not. From our side, it certainly looked like that way. But it looked like it was a collision with some of the wheels on the side, those massive wheel props that caused the issues. So if that gets caught under the PTV, it can cause like a bunch of damage to be applied to the wheels of your vehicle itself. And so that's what I imagine happened. Playing air hockey with the tire there.
Oh man. If we could only use the tractor beam tool. Oh, come on, man. If we can only use
we used to be able to.
Beam.
We used to be able to. So if we could do it again, it'd be great. Make this a lot easier. So hopefully one day. I am also hoping for the day. I'm still surprised that the BTV track isn't an arena commander. Right? It feels like it'd be a fantastic one for it. So
that is true, but I remember they're supposed to put another one in Microtech Cronstees, so they're supposed to put that kind of ice one there. I'm not sure if it's going to be using PTVs or a different vehicle, but I would love to see them put something for different vehicles in maybe each place where they do the the IAE. That'll be pretty awesome, because I feel like having a track for the STV would be really, really cool.
Now, what we don't want to happen here is we don't want the support PTV to also lose a wheel. So we're going to be very, very careful about how we clear up these issues. But I will have to say, in terms of like the survivability of the PTV, traditionally, this is a lot better. The PTV, like this is the only one we've had issues with so far today. Normally, it'd be like every second PTV is blowing up like halfway through the race. So that's certainly good at the very least. And it does look like there's some communication from the teams that they will restart Kratagos later. So we will see Kratagos come back and attempt to go for those laps and see if they can beat it. Now let's see if they can get. Oh wait, that's the support PTV. All right, look. StarCitizen's a hard game. All right. Oh, there we go. It's flipped over. Okay.
I like how the lights are like all the way. I like how the lights all the way to the front. It makes it look like a bug with antennas.
Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. All right, so that's all cleaned up. We will get our next racer in a moment. Like I said, we'll get Kratagos back later, so we'll let you guys know when that's happening. But that means we're going to be moving to Catcom from Catalonia. We have Endermaster, Circaworm, Balsamic, and Blue Barafina. This is a team that should be very familiar to you if you have been following the racing that we've been doing. And we're going to be starting with Endermaster.
All right, here we go. So yeah, man, it looks good. We Capcom is a team that has been around for quite some time. Always doing some
Yep.
incredible racing throughout the verse. So excited to have him here. So again, and the master, definitely an experienced racer. Balsamic though, normally a circle worm that has been racing in the past. So nice to see a new member from Capcom racing this time
Mhm.
around. Probably not a new member, but from my eyes right now, I haven't heard from Balsamic yet, or haven't seen him on the team roster recently. So, but yeah, good luck.
Yeah, look, if we don't remember your name, it just means you got to win. And then we'll remember your name. That's how it
Pretty,
works.
that's so true. I don't mean it like that, but yeah, that's so true. So,
So this is
all
going to
right, here we
put a
go.
lot of this is going to put a lot of fear into the races. Now that we've had our first, major collision, people are going to start to get a little nervous. I remember back in the day, we used to be very nervous with the cycling RCs, and they would just on Microtech, they would explode on any single rock. And until someone exploded, you were pretty confident. The second it happens, you think you're just on a ticking time bomb. So yeah, it's going to make a lot of these races a little bit more nervous now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, after this too, we have a one of I call him the ammo librarian or historian. We got
Yep.
Saji Sama from Iceland, which is going to be
Yep.
absolutely incredible. So looking forward to to seeing Sanji Sama race today because he didn't have the best of luck last year. Unfortunately, he kind of blew up very quickly. But like I said, this time around, we're giving if people kind of after race one because of desync, they're going to get another chance, but they only get one extra chance, and that's it. So hopefully they can use that to their advantage. And or
Yep.
I'm just hoping that they don't even blow up in the beginning at all, Croncy. I'm hoping.
Yeah. Yeah. We never really want that to happen at any stage.
All right, here we go. I believe they're still clearing out some of the stuff on the track, but it looks like we'll be able to get this started soon. Again, if you guys are, thank you guys for joining us. If you guys are watching the System 7 qualifiers today, cheering off your favorite team, appreciate everybody hanging out today. Whether you're on X, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, really appreciate that you guys so much for joining us. And once again, man, if you guys want to be a part of the community, join incredible events here that Ammo Esports puts into StarCitizen. Make sure you guys join us over at Discord, discord.gg/Ammo Esports. And Endermaster is on the way, Croncy.
Yeah, we are getting started with the next team. Let's have a go. So we're once again for the first lap, we're looking at like a 128 to sort of show that you're on pace with some of our faster races today. And then of course we're looking for 121, 124. Around that stage is going to be where we're looking at qualifying so far.
There we go. And the Master with a pretty decent start so far. Nice smooth run. I'm honestly surprised, Croncy. I haven't seen another 120, low 120s so far yet. I mean, we did see it with ICC, so that's looking so good so far. As these racers continue to race, and ICC and people are not getting 124s or 123s, it's getting to look a lot better for Team ICC to be able to qualify in this year's Census 7. And a tough bump there. I think not enough speed. And their master was able to get there, leading to that little bump on the rail and wiping him out.
Yeah, it can be a little bit rough, but once again, this is lap number 1. It'd be very surprising if anyone qualifies off lap number 1 today. That would require an absolutely insane lap, I think. So still not too bad, though. You can see they're exiting the tunnel at 127. That's not too rough. Once again, sort of puts it in where most people we've seen today. That's going to be a 130.836 for lap number 1. Now, we're going to see their entrance into the first ramp into that sort of overhead section here. The first, 2 turns of the overhead section, people can be prone to spinning out. We've got some desync here, so don't worry too much about that one there. But yeah, people can be prone to spinning out in these little sections up the top here as you come around, because you're at a very high speed and you just have to turn a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can see that first person mode. Very good turns here from Endermaster, doing a great job. It's sticking very close to those edges. Wide turn into a short turn here. I mean, this is some good racing here from Masters. So I'm hoping to see a way better lap here in this lap number 2. Here comes the jump here in a second. Needs to take it with a decent speed. Perfect right there. Very good
Beautiful.
jump and right into the tunnel here coming up next, Francie.
Yeah, that was so smooth. One of the reasons that you will bounce if you take the jump too fast on the PTV is because you essentially land on the flat section, and the sort of like I guess how aggressive that is causes that bounce to happen. So them landing on that slope, just absolutely fantastic. There's going to be a good lap time here. Looks like we are going to be looking at that's going to be like a 124, right? That's going to be roughly a 124. So that is a fantastic lap there. Well done, Endmaster. I think that's well and truly going to put you guys within qualifying.
Yep, that's a very, very good lap run here. But I mean, he still has one more lap to go, so I wouldn't rely on that 124 Kronstein. I would try to get a way better lap.
Yep. Look. At the very least, you just need to beat Neojet. Otherwise, I'm going to hear about it for no end.
Oh man, I can just see how proud Neojet would be just holding on to that, to the best lap of the day. I know how proud he is when he races. He takes his stuff awesomely serious. So let's see if it holds. I mean, we got some pretty good teams coming up here soon. Oh no, that's a bummer from it.
Nope. No, some DC. We're all good.
Okay.
Woo! Looks like a solid jump there as well. So this is a pretty good lap number 3. It's going to be hard for them to beat their lap number 2 time, but they're going to be right around it at the very least. So definitely showing that they've put the practice in, especially with the new patch and the way that the PTV currently handles. And yeah, see what that means for them at the end of this lap, which is very fast.
Yeah, this lap was very good here. We're looking at probably that 124. As you mentioned, Kronstein doing a great job there by Endermaster. 124.131 going right in that second place spot, right before Engery's time right there, Kronstein.
Yeah, super good time. So well done there, Endermaster from Catcom. We're going to see if Balsamic, your teammate, can do any better. But as a team, you got to be pretty happy that you guys have likely locked it in. It's very highly likely that time's going to get there today.
Hey, don't say that, because then you get 10 teams and they all just get, they all just end up getting one.
Everyone's at 123, 124. Yeah, that is fair, right? We are still relatively early days. We've only seen 4 teams. This is our 4th teams. 5th team. Sorry, this is our 5th team so far that we've had today. So we'll see how they compare. But also worth noting, all 5 teams that have participated so far are not our top 3 qualifier. Right? There's none of these teams are auto qualified. We will be seeing some of them later today. So we will be seeing Ludox from Blackhawks. We'll be seeing Herbie and Kolsar from Punchnomies. We'll be seeing Dark Hour and Anril from Amarok's Fang. Mostly just here to sort of, keep practicing, keep their skills up with these vehicles. So we'll see how they compare to the ones.
Yeah, some teams that we haven't seen. We haven't seen Parglinus, XVDN from Germany. So this is a team I'm seeing for the first time. I think we've seen Marauder Racing team before. We've seen SPG Racing. So some Keiko Cruisers from USA, Motorwolf, Poseidon, Blocksquare, and Hydra still. So some new teams this year. We got Test Squadron here in the house as well. We got Midnight Bard, Ryonin Shonen, and Renee, and Spitfire Typhoon. All these names, man, I'm getting tongue twisted, but shout out to a lot of these teams that are trying to qualify into System 7 for the first time this year. So looking to see what they bring to the table, Kronstein.
Yeah, definitely. Now it looks like we are going to see Kratagos back now, I believe. So this is the teammate of Drunken Turtle Racing. We saw a little bit earlier. We had that wheel fall off the PTV, so they're going to have a run back now and give it a go. See if they can get a lap time in. At the moment, that team's qualifying time is a 1:28.018. Very slow at the moment. I think that is our slowest time on the board. So Kratagos needs to be absolutely punching this one and try to at least get like a sub 125. Right, you can be a little comfortable at that range. and yeah, we'll see what they can pull off.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Kratos, again, very experienced racer, so let's see what he can do. Hopefully, Decent can hopefully hold itself a little bit more, but we should be good here, guys. Again, thanks for joining us so much for the System 7 2955 qualifiers here on the Ammo Esports channels. Thank you guys so much for jumping on. And again, shout out to our sponsors. We got Toby Gaming, Icon City, and Monster Tech, and of course, providing a lot of the prizes for this season, StarCitizen themselves. So really appreciate their support, man. We've been doing this for far too long, but we love it. We enjoy the community. Man, I really hope they announce CitizenCon soon, because I would love to know that I will be around the community once again. But this time I need to plan to be able to spend time with people and not be so busy, Crunchy, because that's always tough, man. I lose so much time to be able to talk to the community. So
yeah, it's the best part of it, right? At its literal worst, it's just a giant community meeting, and that's awesome. It's good fun.
Pretty much is.
Yeah.
Yes. I go to so many events, and honestly, CitizenCon is always my number one. Really enjoy being around the community. Everybody's so kind. Everybody always talks so much crap online, but then as soon as you come in person, hey, it's you! Okay, let's hug, let's get. So it's never any bad blood. It's just so funny when everybody comes together offline. Everybody's like, whatever you say, I don't care. Just give me a hug. It's nice to see you. It's pretty incredible, man.
Yeah. So, if you're just joining us, welcome to the System 7. Today is qualifiers for the System 7, an event that is going to go on for the next 2.5 months, where the best racers in the StarCitizen, the best ground racers in StarCitizen, are going to be competing at a chance for the championship. So, today, the idea is that each of our teams get multiple chances in some cases, but essentially they get 3 laps to see what they can do. At their best lap of those 3 laps is going to be their qualifying times. Now, keep in mind that we have 3 teams already qualified from last year: Blackhawks, Punch Nomies, and Amarok's Fang. So really, we're looking at the top 13 teams today.
That is correct. And we did put in a rule this year that all teams, if they want to qualify again in the following seasons, they will have to continue with the same team name and the same team. Otherwise, if they have a good reason by the officials, they would have to requalify. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to to seeing what teams, and if any, what new teams qualify in this year's System 7. So
yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about every year, is seeing some new teams pop up and run in. We have a lot of team names that I don't recognize here: Flint's Freeriders, Nexus, Cobra Force Sand Eaters, which is one of our solo teams. That is a fantastic team name. Excuse me. So hopefully we do get to see
Cobra
one
Force
of those
Sand
teams.
Eaters, they did the Daymar rally, so nice to have them back.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yep. We got Least Motorsports, who kind of went a little bit viral within the community with one of the races, Cargo. What's the race called? Cargo, I forgot last year, Crunchy.
Cargo Crisis.
Yeah, Cargo Crisis. They kind of put out the story that apparently their vehicle hit one of the parts from Orison, or not Orison, from Port Olisar. And that kind of went everywhere. And then he kind of created a story around a part of Port Olisar that they found in that Cargo Crisis track, and made a story around the System 7. And they actually found some parts and actually welded it together and made a piece of Port Olisar and took it to a bar citizen. And that kind of went a little bit crazy on Reddit. So that was actually pretty cool. So nice to have, Least Motorsports back.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Kratos running it back due to that collision that we had earlier. So it's my understanding, as long as they complete 1 lap, if anything happens to the vehicle after that, that is done. Am I correct, Crucian?
Yes. So we're trying to be fair. We want to be fair across the board, because we know desync is an issue. So yeah, we're just trying to do our best to accommodate the racers. So if in the first lap they experience some desync and something happens, that they will get a chance to kind of redo. But they only get that one extra chance, so he needs to make it all count right now in order for them to be able to, to hopefully qualify for the System 7 this year.
Yep. A little bit of a rough landing there out of the jump. Not the worst, but a little bit rough and a very rough entrance into the tunnel. So we'll see how they go with this first lap. It looks like it's similar to what we've been seeing. We're going to be looking around that 1 minute 30 for lap number 1. But it's really going to come down to lap number 2, lap number 3. Can you get a sub 125? That's what you're going to be looking for at the very least right now.
Yeah, not a bad lap from Kratos here at that 130, especially with a couple of, little issues here and there that all he needs to do is fix. Croncy, he should be able to hopefully speed up, kind of get a little bit used to, the track a little bit. But so far, I think Kratos could definitely improve immensely from lap number 1. Hopefully, improving on that 130, because right now his teammate is at 128. So he needs to get under that 128 in order to be able to improve his qualifying time for his team, AWA Drunken Turtle Racing.
Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, with that spin out that we had just a little bit earlier, it's going to be very rough for them to get there in lap number 2. So at this point, we're probably just looking for a smooth finish to lap number 2, try for a lap number 3, see if you can push it that little bit harder. You are at the moment facing a pretty rough time for your qualifiers, guys. So we're hoping for the best for you. Got a lovely jump here, so as long as you can run that back as well for the next run, you won't be in too bad of a spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge improvement from obviously the first try here from Kratos, but doing a great job so far at maintaining, clipping that corner. Unfortunately, not going well. That flips him over, and that's gonna probably, be it right there.
Yeah.
That this would have been
that's going to kill lap number 2 for sure. So only one more lap to go for it. You're gonna have to give it everything you've got. At this stage, I would say, only play it safe on the turns and be as risky as possible in the tunnel and the jump. That's where you're going to be able to save the most time. As we get okay, I keep cursing it. I was going to say a not too bad entry into the third lap. And we had that little spin out there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, trying to bump up that speed as much as you can. You need to be able to regulate it because I keep mentioning these vehicles in this patch are very slippery, are very slidey. So, all I'm going to say is that you just need to be super careful on some of these. Look, taking that white turn, hitting there, just not helping him whatsoever. Just unfortunately being able to manage those turns. I mean, his second lap was around that 141, Croncy, so I think the best lap might end up being that 130 that he did in that lap number 1.
Yeah, at which point that's going to mean very likely a Razor is going to have the best lap and the qualifying lap for that team at a 128. Currently, our slowest qualifying lap. So they're gonna need to watch all day. Hope that a couple of other races have some issues and maybe make it in. You might be able to get there. You might edge in. We're going to be losing about half the people we see today to the qualifiers. And we are still very early days. We are only 5 teams in. But yeah, just some very rough turns.
Yeah, these turns are brutal, man. You gotta make that speed as best as you can. But overall, I mean, very, very good run. 130 is gonna be for Kratos. Good job on finishing overall. I mean, 130 could still put them on that spot to be able to qualify, or that 128 that a Razor had. So very, very good job. I think if a lot of these teams are thinking that this most recent patch that came out is going to be the same as the previous ones, remember, something always changes every single patch. Whether it's a 0.1 patch, whether it's a big patch, it changes every single time. So make sure you guys jump back in game and practice, because we're going to end up getting 4.1 here soon, Croncy. And 4.1 is probably going to bring in some other changes as well to these vehicles. And, the RSI link is finally available in game. So there's going to be a lot of different things that people are going to have to practice, especially with these upcoming tracks and, that we've made for the rest of the season that they're going to have to do. So,
yeah. So with that one completed, Kratos from Drunken Turtle, we're going to be going back to Team Catcom, I believe, and we're going to be seeing Balsamic. So a little bit earlier, we saw Ender Master get a 124.131. for their qualifying time. Currently the second highest qualifying time. We'll see if Balsamic can beat it. But once again, you have to be pretty happy with the 124. Likely gonna be the, sort of the mid-range point for who qualifies today.
Francie, what was the first race that you joined us on that you actually raced? Was it the System 7?
It was indeed. All right, so hear this out. So I got married, right? And then the day after I got married, I was on Twitch, watching Twitch, and you guys were doing like a practice event for it, I think. Just trying to make sure like how it runs and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, this is cool. I can try this. So I get home, later that week or whatever, and I spend maybe the next 2 weeks just smashing out R-Corp Area 141 as many times as possible, and get some pretty good times. I qualified number 1. Let's go. First highest qualifier, System 7, number 1. And
You
then
sure
got
about that?
absolutely memed.
Are
I
you
qualified
sure
number
about that, or
1.
you
I was the number 1
overcalculated?
qualifier.
Okay.
I was 100% the number 1 qualifier. I unfortunately
Okay.
then proceeded to get absolutely dumpstered in the actual series itself.
Throughout the rest of the season.
That's okay. Yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
it's always had a special place in my heart, this series. I love it a lot. Yeah, it's great. I think it really brings out a lot of good stuff in the community.
It does, and as this racing league evolves, we definitely want to, as the game improves, we're definitely going to be improving a lot of how racing is done. If we could even take it to AC and we can kind of not create our own tracks, but have some good tracks in AC that we can move around from different systems, it would be great to do. But yeah, here we go. Balsamic is out of the way. This is for Team Capcom. The last member for Team Capcom, and I believe our first one was Endermaster from Team Capcom, dropping a 1-2-4. So let's see how Balsamic does this time around.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hard time to beat, but also it's a comfortable pace as well. So you don't have to worry necessarily about trying to, make sure your team qualifies here, as much as maybe you're just trying to beat your teammate to show that you're much better than them. So. Already, so far, a great run. This has been a fantastic first lap. These corners have been perfect. We'll see if they can bring that around to the second half of the track where the real obstacles begin.
Oh, very good drift there. I'm not sure, man. So far, Balsamic is what I'm going to have to call the driftkin here, man, because he controlled that very well here. Slowing down on this corner, though, I feel like slowing down is always going to play against you, but very good jump here. Good job. A little bit of a forward angle drift there, but so far Balsamic is putting in some speed here, going through the tunnel. He has about 10 more seconds here, but this is looking like a 123, probably a little bit better time than Endermaster here, Crunchy.
Yeah, well, you got to remember this is lap 1, so we're probably still looking at like a 127, 128 for crossing the finishing line here. I do want to mention, you pointed out that we saw a couple of slowdowns there. Once just a little bit before the jump, and then once just before the tunnel. And I do have to point out, while slowing down there is obviously slow, you'll maybe lose like half a second from slowing down there. But if you crash into those corners, you're going to lose like 2 seconds. So it is a much safer strategy for sure. It's not the fastest, but if you're just trying to get through with a comfortable time and a lot more of a riskless strategy, then yeah, sure. I think it's fantastic. So that first lap there was a 130, but we're seeing some very, very solid race lines from them so far. See if they can, bring it back for lap number 2, lap number 3.
All right, here we go. Looking good though. I think lap number 2 is a little bit chalk for Balsamic here, but I would say keep it going. But I think he's gonna have to really bring it on in that lap number 3. That's why we're doing 3 laps. Everybody, if you're watching from home, you have 3 laps, right? I would say the first one is to kind of get used to the track, kind of get the feel for it, and then hopefully lap number 2, you put in a little bit more speed, and lap number 3 is when you should hopefully concentrate and try to put in your lap between 2 and 3 into hopefully trying to get qualified here. But Balsamic, I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this lap is going to be kind of around the same, if not a little bit better than lap number 2, but lap number 3, he definitely is going to have to bring his A game.
Yeah, no, for sure. So this is going to be what, like a 126? Yeah, roughly a 126 or so. which is pretty good. That's pretty good for lap number 2. So we'll take that all day. But let's see if we can beat Endermaster. Try to get that sub 125. Try to get better than Endermaster, who had a 124.131, and maybe solidify their position in the qualifiers a little bit higher.
Rousey, if you would race the track right now, what times would you think you would get if you would just go in the game right now and
that I would get? Oh, man.
Yes,
I'm washed. So I think, genuinely, I think my best time would be like a 128 if I just went in 3 laps right now.
I don't believe you.
I'm gonna do that tonight. I'm gonna see if I'm right. I'm gonna try to. I'm just gonna do 3 laps, no more.
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
But
I think they had a solid run.
I think I can go in and get a 126 or a 125.
You think, mate? I've never seen you race. Come on, what are you talking about?
Oh, I remember when I first tried the PTR track, I was literally doing sub 120s, like not even like 30 minutes of trying it out.
Yeah, the track was very fast when it first came out.
Yeah, it was. So that's I'll give you that. Yeah.
So there we go. A 125.987. Very, very solid run. Unfortunately, not better than your teammate, though. So Endermaster is going to be the qualifying time for your team with a 124.131. One thing that is certainly clear is this is a team to beat. Those were 2 extremely good performances, right? So we'll likely see them over the course of the next 2.5 months. And if I was the other teams, I'd be a little scared.
I mean, Endermaster, doing a great job. And another Capcom team qualifying. I mean, last year they placed 5th place, so not too far, right? They were only a few points away from getting that top 3 spots. I mean, honestly, a lot of these teams or a lot of these placements throughout the season, it's honestly coming down to small little mistakes or things that are working with the game, whether it's desync or things like that. But I feel like as you're not going to have as many people as you are on the track now in the other races. You're probably going to have probably less than that. So a lot of these races are going to be able to hopefully race at a better level, especially with server frames being at 13, 15, 16, 20, right? So I'm hoping that this season can definitely be a lot closer racing-wise, a lot more interesting, Crunchy.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're all hoping for that. I think regardless, due to the rules changes, it's going to be a little more interesting. The story that develops over the course of the 2.5 months is going to be a lot more interesting. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to be looking at, once again, Sanji Sama from Kuroda Racing, Initial D from Iceland. They're going to be up next. This is a solo team. We love Sanji. Let's see what Sanji can pull off here. A ton of great performances. First in the Daymar Rally 2 years ago, so well done there. And yeah.
Sanji Sama's a sexy motherfucker, man. He's a sexy mofo. Look at that guy, bro. Just showing up on my screen like, yo, like, what's up, guys? No, I love Sanji Sama, man. He gave me a coin at CitizenCon from his Daymar Rally team, and very, very cool stuff, man. Sanji Sama is such a great person in the community, helps everybody. So if you're out there and interested in racing, man, Sanji Sama is your guy. That guy is a plethora of knowledge about racing in StarCitizen.
Yep, for sure.
We were trying to steal Sanji Sama this year for R&D currency, but he said, you know what? I still got it in me to win a championship. So he's gonna try to qualify this year. Yep. Fair enough.
Well, hopefully we'll see that come to fruition and prove yourself here. And so far you already are. There's some great racing lines in this first lap. Once again, the first lap for everyone pretty much not going to be the qualifying lap. So, it's just there to get yourself used to the track, get yourself in the right headspace before you start going for those speeds in lap 2, lap 3.
Yep, here we go. Doing a great job so far. Sanji Sama controlling great speed here. Here's going to be the jump, getting hopefully a good angle there, a little bit forward. Good job so far. Very, very nice. I mean, I still haven't seen it as clean as Amur, but still. Looking good.
Yeah. We've only was it Mura or was it Endermaster who we saw land
I'm
on
not
the
sure.
on the
I don't
curve.
remember. I just called that a name, bro.
I think it was Endemasa. I'll actually ask anyone in the chat in YouTube or Twitch or X or I don't know LinkedIn, wherever else we're showing this. Let us know. So far, who do you think has taken the jump the best? Who do you think's really had a handle on that? 129.343 for Sanji Sama's first lap. A little bit better than we've seen across the board so far for lap number 1. But now the real laps come. Here are the qualifying laps. Lap number 2, lap number 3. A lot faster start, obviously. So this is going to be your time.
Can you imagine doing best of the best in this current state of where the ground vehicles are? I would not like it at all.
Yeah, no, the best thing about Best of the Best, the best thing about the RCOP Area 141 was the Cyclone RC having boost, right? You could do so many fun and interesting things with that vehicle at the time on that track. You know, you have all those rocks that you could treat like ramps to avoid obstacles and stuff. It was very cool. Yeah, certainly not the same world anymore that it was a few years ago.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially going up like that hill in the halfway mark of the start. That would be definitely tough to jump over this time around. So that's why we really wanted to use this course again, just a barrier of entry for a lot of the new people instead of them having to learn something like Best of the Best, which can be really tough. Actually, you have to learn something that you know, that is just flat ground. Again, you don't have these hills. You don't have a lot of different you know, different variables that can mess up your run, other than the user error.
Yeah. Now, I don't have the specific time for that one because I didn't do the math, but that is a lap 2 completion at 2:54. That is rather fast. So I think we've seen a very fast lap number 2, possibly a 124 or 125. I think. Obviously, we'll see once lap number 3 completes. Possibly. My math is not the best as fast as I can go. So. Yeah, an absolutely fantastic run.
I just like blurring out numbers, and hopefully it sticks towards the end. So let's see what happens.
That was a 1 minute, 1 second. That was crazy.
My guy teleported from the start to the finish. Nah, but Sanji Sama, you know, like, you know, always love. Doesn't matter what happens during the race. He always has a very good attitude, no matter what racing.
Yeah.
Love chatting with him. You know, every time I'm able to, and I hope he can land, you know, that top 16, man. I definitely would love to interview him again and you know, get his story out a little bit more, because I'm going to be talking to a lot of these top 16 teams this time around. So very excited to see how well he does. Very good job on that tunnel here, going towards the finish.
Rough exit, unfortunately, but there we go. So I believe, so I believe that was that second lap. So 124.844, a fantastic time there. Likely going to put them within qualifiers, and that's going to put them right between Endemasa and Engarif. So you mentioned it before, Crucian. We might have a bunch of fights at the 124 point, and
I told you.
I mean, that's happening now. It's starting to happen.
Yep. I mean, like I said, right? It can be the silliest thing, man. You know, you had so many teams really punch out Skyer because they all had the same time, and it all came down to those milliseconds. So, by the way, I got to give a shout out here to Diplomat and the SCR tool for, you know, putting in those milliseconds, because that is sometimes the difference, you know?
Yep.
So.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. So well done, Sanji Sama. Now, next up, we have a little bit of a treat for you guys. A bunch of members of our teams that have already qualified for the event are here to see how they compete against our other competitors. So we're going to be seeing Ludox from Team Blackhawks. These guys are from Italy. They're a fantastic team. They won last year. They got number 1. So, or is my brain forgetting?
Well, no. Ludox,
yes.
Blackhawks did win.
They did win
this year.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. All the way from Italy.
Yeah. Yep.
Which, by the way, Croncy, they have a couple of StarCitizen stops in Italy. I don't think it's just one. I think it's in Rome, Italy, which I might be able to turn up there. We'll see. I am not trying to travel if you know, things are happening in different parts of the world. So, but if I'm able to make it, I will hopefully be at a couple StarCitizens in Europe, which I'm excited for.
Very cool.
should come, Crunchy. You should come do a whole entire like cross country around Europe, man.
Yeah,
Come
sure.
hang
You
out with
paying?
me. That's a good question.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the problems of living in Australia, and I do love Australia for reference, is it's far away from everywhere, just everywhere.
I mean, you guys are close
Big
to
problem.
the U.S. or not? Close to Asia at least, and close to Japan,
It's
which is my
still
favorite place on the planet.
14-hour flight to the US. Yeah, we are obviously, yeah, we're a lot closer to like Japan and stuff, but yeah.
Just move to Japan, Crunchy. You'll be fine. They have a lot of esports stuff
Man.
over there, man. See
Just
everybody
move.
out, you know?
That's such a genius idea. Just move.
Yeah, you can just drive over, you know?
Guys, I don't think Crucian knows that my country is an island. Anyway, Ludox gonna kick it off. So, reminder, guys, Ludox has already qualified. So this one is more just for them to keep pace, keep practice. But it's going to be important to note where these already qualified teams rock up for some of the other teams. See where you compete. That's what I'm saying. Those were
You
some
see how
insanely good
fast
times.
Ludox is going? He's just speeding this whole track.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild lap one. It may even encompass some of our other best times around here, but it's really going to come to fruition when we get into lap number 2, lap number 3. I think we're, barring any big issues, we may be looking at like another, 121, 122.
Yeah, this is going to be quick because, I mean, Ludox is really using the track as perfection. Using that apex perfectly, putting his wheels close to that, close to the caution areas, caution tape on the track. Like this guy is like a sim racer, man. He's just killing it right now. And StarCitizen, look how perfect this tunnel run is. That corner always gets you, so people need to be careful with that little right corner as soon as they get down to the bottom. But so far, so good here on Ludox, man.
Yeah, this is a wild first lap. I think this is going to be the fastest first lap we've seen by far. There you go. A 125.432. By far our fastest lap number 1. In fact, would put them, fifth place, if that was their qualifying time. So pretty insane already. Now it's going to really come down to it. Let's see what they can pull off lap number 2, lap number 3, now that they've got that running start. I think we're going to see like a 120 or a 121 here.
Now, so far, everything is going pretty smooth here. Incredible lap. Let's see what he does. Can he improve from that 125? I'm guessing some, drivers are maybe experiencing a little bit of a desync with having a passenger. But the thing is, like, without the passenger, we can't have that ride-along camera, which is important for people to see. To see these laps and be able to record it. But so far, man, Ludox is steaming down the BTR course here in the Orison Division Center, and there is no way he is currently slowing down, doing a great job.
Yep, so here we go. Let's see what they end up here. They're that 125 for lap number 1, a very solid lap number 2, only a small few mistakes, barely anything that I could mention. And here we go. What are we going to end up with? That's going to be, a 122 roughly? At a 125 to start off with. So yeah, that's going to be a roughly 122. Yeah, wow. So very, very fast. That's what you are racing against. Once again, Ludox already qualified, but this is someone who you're going to have to beat during the course of the series.
Look how perfect that corner was. Like, going the outside to the inside of that corner. Just doing a great job so far, and like you can tell by the noise of the PTV, he's going almost to that top speed, Crunchy.
Yeah, absolutely flooring it. So here we go, a very solid lap number 3. Can they beat their previous time for lap number 2? That turn is just masterful there. It's just perfectly situated.
No little jump there, very good landing. I believe the PTV has been jumping because people land on probably like the left side of the wheels first, and that just makes them bounce a little bit, but doing a great job here so far.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, if you jump too fast and too far, and you land just like on the flat section, the wheels will make you bounce. And that's what ends
here we
up,
go,
you know,
doing a
pushing
great
it on the
job. A 121.637.
Ooh.
Dang,
Yeah, there you
that
go.
was that
Fantastic
is
time.
yeah. I mean, NeoJet still beats him by 0.1 millisecond or 0.15 millisecond here. So
Yep.
an incredible run by Ludox. Wow, that's great. That's great. Or point actually is a 0.11 milliseconds, man. That's fast, Francie.
Yeah, so 0.17, I believe. So
Okay,
yeah.
man. I'm not trying to. I tell you, I just throw out numbers and it sticks. You know.
It's very fast is the actual answer. There you go, plus 0.186. So incredibly fast for Ludox there, proving exactly why this team qualified through winning last year, right? So because of that, now that we've seen a couple more races come through, we haven't talked about it for a little bit, we're starting to see where the cutoff's going to be. And I am predicting the cutoff today probably going to be around that 126. So you're going to have to be very comfortable on this racetrack and go for these times if we're going to see these. We're going to see a couple of more teams, I imagine, with very similar times. Namely, obviously, Punch Nomies and Amarox Fang other two teams that have already qualified. We'll see them, though. Their times won't really matter for the grand scheme of things today. But like Delta Dietus, I imagine we'll see around this. Isotope is a name that I've been getting used to recently. We may see them later from Venture Origins get a similar score. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But now we're going to head off to Parge Linus, XVDN from Germany. An interesting name.
What's that team name again, Francie?
Parge Linus.
You don't get it yet?
Crew. Anyway. I'm
sorry, I had to do it to you, bro. Just
look
at the name.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Madder at crew than I am at the team name. So yeah, so we've got XVDN from Germany. Once again, I believe a new team. I don't recognize that. Well, I definitely don't recognize the team name, but the racer name XVDN, I'm not super familiar with. So we'll see what you can pull off here. You're gonna have 3 laps to give it a go, and like I said, I think we're gonna be looking for like that 126. I think that's our current goal at the moment.
All right. Well, he better use that Parge Linus in order to get him, hopefully, a top spot in that top 13, baby, because he needs to bring it after Ludox put that 1-2-1. Oh, man, it's looking great. But so far, a great run. Yeah, I don't think we'll see sub 120s. There's no way. I think Ludox couldn't have done a more perfect job. Probably not to 120, maybe 119, but you need to have a perfect run in order to get those sub 120s at that point.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this first lap from XVDN probably not going to do it with that big issue at that first turn. We'll see how they go with the rest of the track, but yeah, a rough start. So let's see how you can go. Once again, like you're usually not going to qualify on your first lap anyway, so you're just looking to get comfortable with the track again, and then go from there. We got a little bit of desync here as well, so we may be in an okay spot.
And by the way, this is the camera desyncing. It's not the racer desyncing. Just to kind of make it super clear for. You know, for the racers out there, it's only the camera person, not really the racer at all.
Yeah, exactly. So, in a lot of these situations, it'll be fine. We'll go through the times. Oh, okay, that was a desync tire on the track, I think, actually, which is interesting. I don't think it was actually on the track there. Oh, we knocked it out of the way. Oh, it looks like we might have knocked it out of the way. So, hopefully not too many issues there. They usually won't reduce your speed, but what they can do sometimes is, they'll end up underneath the PTV and they can cause some damage there. So hopefully we're all okay. Yeah,
I mean, not a bad first run at all, Kronsky. XVDN doing a great job, though. He's probably going to get around that maybe 130, 132. But I think that they'll be able to clean this up a little bit, you know, kind of coming through. Yeah, so 131, not a bad run at all. So if they can clean up this second and third lap, they should be able to hopefully come out on that spot that they want to be in order to get into that top 16 here for the System 7 season.
Yeah, a lot better first few turns that we saw in this lap than we did see in lap number 1. So we'll see if we can run it back for the rest of the track, get a good jump, get a good tunnel, hope for the best.
All right, we're drinking something. We're drinking some water, but here we go. Get him some turns. I think this lap is looking a lot better. Great turn here. A little bit too tight on that one, but still pretty freaking good. Keeping the wheels in that caution tape on the track. And doing a great job. Here's the turn here, and they're about to get onto this jump. And right here is when a lot of people tend to slow down, Croncy, because they need to have that speed, because if they miss that jump, that's going to be a tough one. But a little bit to the left, still pretty good recovery.
Yeah.
And once he takes this tunnel,
too much time there.
Yeah, they didn't lose that much time. So once XVDN takes this tunnel, should be able to hopefully get a way better time than the 130. So and then it's going to be down to his third and final lap coming up.
Yep, here we go. Pretty solid exit so far. Ooh, a little bit tight. Is this desync? Nope, that was a collision into the corner there. So almost had it, but just clipped the corner with the wheel. So that's going to be roughly another 130, maybe 129. So lap number 3, try to pull it off. Once again, you're probably looking at today a 126-ish to qualify, based on the times we've already gotten so far. So yeah, barring any issues, should be able to get there in lap number 3.
Yep, and remember, this is the only time this season where we're going to be using the PTV. Normally, last year, we came back to the PTV course as a heat race. This year, this is the only time where people are using the PTV. Race number 1, you're going to have, we're going to be heading over to some of the new tracks. We're going to be using the STV, and then lap number 1 and 2 are going to be the same one. And then we're using the Drake Mule for the heat race in race number 2. So, and then race number 3, Croncy, is when we're headed to Pyro for the first race. And wow, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, very, 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 very excited for that one. So should be cool. Some cool environments for us to check out for the first time in the System 7 history, and finally turn it into the System 7, which is the cool thing.
All right, here we go. Very, very good turn here in the tunnel here for XVDN. Doing a great job. It's just the exit here where, they're trying to punch it really hard, but they just need to be aware of that left turn here, and it kind of makes that PTV lose a little bit of control. But I think best lap time is going to be that 129.934, which is going to be not the worst time for today, but pretty high up there. We've seen some 136s, so 129, It could possibly put him in that top 16. You never know, right? We just need to see how the rest of the teams are going to be racing today, Gronzi.
Yeah, definitely. But you've got to be a bit scared of that, right? At the moment, our slowest qualifying time, other than that, is a 128, and that was from Drunken Turtle Racing. So, this is sort of on the edge of being comfortable. You gotta be a little bit scared, but there's still plenty of day left. You don't know how the rest of there's a bunch of new teams. You don't know how a bunch of the new teams are going to go, as they're sort of untested. They're untried. But yeah, on the edge of your seat. Like when you get a slower time really early, it's really daunting. You've got to kind of just wait the whole day to see how everyone's doing. So for your sake, I do hope you make it, XVDN. And yeah, we're gonna move on. So next up, we've got Marauder Racing Team. This is a 2-person team from France. We have Athelion 2304 and Milenaris, and Athelion is going to be our racer.
Hey, shout out to France, man. You guys are incredible. All right, bringing out so many teams this year. I love to see it. Shout out to France, man.
Yeah, a lot of it really is very funny that it is just like Europe versus USA for a lot of our racing events. And then, there's like a couple of Canada teams. So I kind of like that a lot. It makes
and no Australian team.
And no Australian team, which makes me frustrated to no end.
Well, I'm going
to have to compete next year.
I mean, hey, bring it on, man. I mean, you had Jet Heller, right? Who's a multi-Daymar Rally champion, have been one of the best truck. This guy put in 6 months of practice time and one of the most dedicated truck drivers in all of Daymar Rally. So I mean, You guys have some good wins, man. I can't complain.
Yeah, no, for sure. We have a very small community, but a very dedicated community to StarCitizen in general, right? Which is always cool. But it does mean, it is hard for Australians. Like when I was competing in this, it starts at like 5 a.m. Right? It was always very hard for
That is
Australians to jump in.
true.
But any of those that do, very dedicated and usually pretty good. So
And
here we go. It looks like
and you
Affiliate
had
is starting.
Yeah, and you had an Australian team qualify for APAC region last year for Fighter Flight as well. So I mean, you guys got some good stuff happening.
We do, yeah. I do like to think of Australia as like overperforming in esports a lot of the time, because we have a very small population, but we seem to be rocking up everywhere. It's just the only problem is we also have the worst ping in the world, so it makes it very hard for us to also compete on the global stage sometimes.
Yeah, y'all definitely need a better line across the ocean or something.
I just think we should always compete in Australia. I think that's the correct answer.
I mean, how's the ping from the US to Australia? It's probably not too bad in my opinion. So it should be okay.
In my experience with StarCitizen at the very least, my experience of US ping is like 220, 230.
Oh, that's a lot.
And then European ping is like 270. So at those numbers, the difference is irrelevant. But okay, yeah, quite rough.
How about your ping to Asia servers?
Not too bad, like 100. Pretty
Bad,
serviceable. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean the thing is, like, if we have enough people, in Australia to create its own server, or in the future it's going to be server meshing, it's not going to matter at that point. So.
All right, here we go. So a bit of a slow first run here from Athelion. Let's see what they can do to pick up lap number 2, lap number 3. Now they just watched XVDN get a 1:29.934. So at the very least, that's the number they're going to be looking to beat here in lap number 2 and lap number 3.
Yep, here we go. I mean, this is going to be, for Marauder Racing Team, only have 2 people, so they only have 1 chance in order to be able to qualify for the System 7 here. And we still got quite a few teams to go, but still, I mean, this is Ethelion's chance here, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, very rough that spin out there. That might, unfortunately, mess them up this lap number 2, but that's okay. You've still got another lap. As someone in the chat is mentioning, they were running some decent lines, right? They've got the lines down. Just some of these turns can be a bit rough. Nerves might be getting to you. That was one thing that I learned. So the first year of the System 7 is nerves will punish you very, very heavily with a lot of this. You've been practicing for a few weeks to a few months. Can get a bit scary once you're finally doing it. So see what they can pull off here. A lot of their racing has been really good. Just a couple of mistakes that have cost them a lot of time.
Yep, I mean, still got lap number 3 to be able to make that up. By the way, Krause, I just had to look it up. I had to see the difference between population of Canada and Australia. I didn't know Canada was bigger than Australia, which is wild to me right now. But I think you guys need to start living in the middle of Australia, man. What you guys doing with that space,
Have you seen the middle of Australia? Hey, Crunchy, you should go live in a sand dune. That's what you should do.
I'm just trolling, man. I'm trolling. Oh my god.
Like that. Oh, that is an on fire PTV at the moment. So if we see any more damage here, we could see an explosion. So this is going to be a very risky lap number 3. We'll see how you go here, but yeah, a little bit of fire there on the dashboard.
Here we go. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, that being on fire is not a good look here. Ithilion needs to do a great job at keeping these curves and not bumping into anything at all, because that could really lead into an explosion here that we definitely do not want. Hopefully vehicles that explode or despawn, or we might have to push it out of the way. But I mean,
yeah,
this lap number 3 is looking pretty good so far for this team.
It is actually, yeah. It's very, very smooth. No major mistakes. We're about to get to the jump. Let's see how our landing is. Lovely, fantastic. All right, so this could be a good one. All that we've got left is the entrance to the tunnel, the exit to the tunnel, and that's how you go. Even like I actually do like taking it a little safe there. You're in a very good lap here. If you just get a solid entrance and a solid exit, you're probably going to be in that 126 range.
All right, here we go. Nice, smooth coming out of the tunnel here. You need to punch it in. This left turn, very sharp one, doing a great job. Here we go. Let's book it in, and this is going to land them at 132. Oh, I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that.
Yeah, I think maybe we saw just a little bit too many issues at the start of the lap there for that last one. So that's going to be a 132. A little rough, but a great attempt there from our, that was Athelion from Marauder Racing Team. Yeah, great attempt.
Wow. That's, where we go. We got our next team up coming up is going to be SPG Racing. I believe they were, they did a race last year, placed 11th last year. So, let's see what happens here at Kranzi. But SPG Racing, we got 2 racers. We got a SPG at Mosi, and then we got Zulic. This team is from Hungary.
Yeah, notably, you mentioned that they did finish 11th place overall in the System 7 last year, but they also scraped by in the qualifiers at place number 16. So they were the very, very last team to qualify here. So got to be a little bit nerve-wracking, the prospect that you may not qualify again this year, but I imagine we've put in a lot of practice. You're coming back, so you clearly care about it quite a lot. Yeah, we'll see what you guys can do.
I mean, like I said, things change, right? I mean, every patch, you need to be in this track trying to work it out because the PTV is not going to be handling the same. A lot of people are like, oh, this track is going to be easy. We're doing the same one as last year. Guess what? Vehicles change. There's a little bit more drift.
Yeah, it's
you
never
can't
the
be
same.
taking these turns. Yep, you're going to wipe out. You're going to spin out. So it's not easy, man. It's tough. It's tough. I would actually like to know which of these top teams actually practiced this track, like while they knew the qualifier was here, or how many teams didn't practice but still got a pretty good spot on the top.
Yeah.
All right, but and then after SPG Racing, we're gonna have Punch Nomis and then Amarok's Frank coming up next. I believe we also have another new team I forgot to mention. We got Flynn's Free Riders, Langmax 01, and Noble the Fluff, and Dustcat, who are, I believe, is going to be Landmax Racing today. And, another shout out to Test Squadron. We got Delta Diet is back, representing Canada. It's going to be Czech League and Space Tech, who I feel like can do, they can come in and, of course, qualify in that top 16 and then, I think compete for one of those top 3 this year. So I know they've been urgent for it this year, Kranzi.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams that are coming back, I'm sure they're just trying to sort of reprove themselves and face these. I'm going to keep calling them the Titans of the racing at the moment because at the moment they're kind of undefeated. These 3 teams, and they need to be shown a lesson, And maybe SPG at Mossy is the one to do it. Lap number 1. Let's see how they go. This is for Team SPG Racing.
Doing a great job, though. Nice, smooth. Look at that turn, that weave, that fishtail. That was actually pretty freaking sexy right there, Kranzi.
It was, but followed up with a very, just almost like a complete break just to a stop on that last turn. Maybe they were not too confident about making that drift there. It is a very, very tight turn just before the jump, so... Oh, no! Oh, no! All right, well... We have an explosion. I do have to say, luckily, it looks like the entire car exploded, so there may not be much cleanup. Actually, no, on further review, it might have been pushed off to the side. Luckily, that was lap number 1. So they are going to get another chance to come back and do this. But wow, big explosion.
That's our first one of the day, right there. And Kranzi, one thing that we're doing, too, is that these ride-alongs are actually in the same... continent as them, so the ping difference shouldn't be that much high. It should be somebody that is currently in Europe on the side of the passenger is also in Europe as well. So that was a bummer right there, to be honest.
Yeah, that was rough. Not exactly sure what they could have collided with, or maybe what, like, desync damage is always a thing that we have to worry about. Not exactly sure what happened there, but at the very least, we're going to be lucky enough that we're going to get to see them again. They're going to get another try and try to compete there. So it was looking okay for the most part from SPG and Mossy. So hopefully they get another chance that works to their favor.
Yeah, let's take a look at that replay real quick and see what happened. I don't think there was any room for
We're not
any
too confident
issues,
about
but
making that
it looks
drift
like they
there.
just
It
out
is a
of nowhere
very,
just
very
exploded,
tight turn just before the jump. So
if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
So
yeah, it was right where the sort of like the ramp turns into that flat section,
yep.
and it was right as soon as the front right tire hit that. So we may have seen just like some weird desync damage there, some weird bug damage, but
Yep.
yeah, it's not too
I
bad.
mean,
We've been very lucky with the PTVs today.
yeah, I believe SPG at Mosi should be able to hopefully go again, all depending on
Hmm.
the judgment of the officials. But I think if there is no debris happening, we should see Zolige go up until Atmosi can come back to the course and hopefully re-race that lap.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So
But yeah,
notably as well, this is
that was
our. I was just going to say, notably, this is our last European team today as well. So the rest of the teams are from North America, from what I can tell at the very least. Not sure where Flynn's freeriders are from, but they seem to also be from North America, most likely. So it's very nice that we've done it this way. This way, all the European teams can go to sleep after finishing their laps, and we get in the rest.
Yeah, and I'm actually what I see here, Novak Racing, a team from Mexico, Uphill Jordy. They have raced
Hmm.
before, so nice to have Novak Racing back. Shout outs to Mexico. Appreciate you
Yep.
guys, love you guys. So love to see it, man. I would really want to see. Maybe the ping is not as great, but I really want to see more teams from South America. I know that we
Hmm.
see teams from Mexico. We see teams from Argentina. We see so many great teams in the Daymar Rally. I would love to see some of these teams come back for System 7. I know one of the biggest things for System 7 is the time commitment that you need to have throughout the entire season. And that's
Hmm.
probably one of the tough spots of it. But I feel like as the game continues to improve, that timeline gets cut down a little bit, because setup time goes down quite a bit. So looking forward to that being improved and hopefully System 7 getting squashed to the dates getting a little bit smaller together over time, Croncy, because that is
Yeah.
a big factor why some teams can't commit to the entire 2.5 months of racing. Even though if it's every 2 weeks,
Yeah.
it's not too bad at all.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we will be, in fact, be seeing Zolige. So we'll get SPG at Mosi later. So let's see how their teammate can do. Hopefully, we were able to see a solid 3 laps here, and hopefully some good times. Like I said, based on what the lap times that we've had so far today have been, looks like you're looking for a 126, and that even then that might not be enough, but that's the goal, I think, at the very least. Get a 126,
Yep.
and then see how you stand later.
Yeah, I think that's a good goal to have, or even more, 125 to be safe. But again, you're going to start seeing a lot of these 124s. I feel like from a lot of the U.S. teams, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult here. But look at that fro, though, Croncy. Yeah, that's man. I can't believe how much the character creation tools have changed. I've been playing this game since
Yeah.
2.63, so. Actually 2.5 to be honest, but where there was a hangar module. But man, look at the character creation now. Now you can have froze, you can have anything you want now. It's incredible.
Yeah, everyone like actually looks unique now, which is great. Whereas previously, I feel like there was just like maybe 4 different faces that everyone had when you were running around. It's been a nice change. It's made me like want to walk around without a helmet, you know.
Yeah, I know, and now people coming along in a lot of style with the racing suits, which I love so much. Hopefully, a lot of the teams this year rock a lot of those racing suits, man. So You know, one day we'll have a Damon Rally skin in the game one day. So fingers crossed, Francie.
So we should be running here pretty soon with Zolage from Team SBG Racing. If you're just joining us at the moment, our highest qualified time is Neojet from Sire Racing with a 121.45. The only team that we've seen come close to that already qualified, which is Ludox from Team Blackhawks with a 121.637. So very handedly in front at the moment, Neojet.
All right, here we go. I believe this should be, I think this is going to be from Team SPG Racing. This would be Solige. I believe once the track is cleared out, we should be able to move forward here. But so far, thanks again, everybody, for joining us, whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. Appreciate you guys so much. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day and rooting for your favorite team here to be racing in the System 7 qualifiers to see which teams are going to be moving on to compete in the System 7 2955 season this year, which finally includes tracks and pyro that are going to absolutely blow your mind, okay? So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, let us know at home. Who exactly are you rooting for to qualify this year? And who is maybe someone you'd like to see qualify in the future? There's a lot of swaps in teams this year. Some people have left us. Some people have joined brand new. Who would you like to see give it a go? You know, is it time for
I want to see Skyer. I want to Diplomat. Diplomat can't even race anymore. He has personal people he has to take care of now. He has a personal responsibility. That guy can't race anymore.
No excuse. Just run it.
just run it.
Yeah.
And then when you lift that trophy, you said I did it with a kid on my lap.
Yeah. The kid actually was racing half
a little
the time.
bit.
It was crazy.
Oh man, that's so funny.
So yeah, we're just making sure that area is completely clear. We obviously don't want our next racer to go into the tunnel and the exact same thing happen. So these sort of cleanups are kind of required at the moment. So make sure that it's fair for everyone.
By the way, shout outs to all of our staff, camera, crew. I love you guys. Thank you so much for seriously, helping us and providing your time to make these events happen, guys. So you guys are watching at home. If you're in the Discord and you see a staff member from Atmore or something, make sure, or a operations team or anybody from the camera crew, make sure you guys show them some love, man. Everybody behind the scenes, again, we're all volunteers. We love what we do here for the community here in StarCitizen. So, show them some love, man. I would appreciate that. So, it's going to be, it'll go a long way for a lot of these people. So thanks everybody for staff, officials, camera crew, everybody in between. Thank you for providing us your time today. It does mean a lot. So I appreciate it. Especially you too, Kroncy. Appreciate you, man, for coming on and waking up at 4 in the morning, even though that's like your regular sleep time anyways. So.
Well, luckily for me, I went to sleep very early yesterday because our car broke down on the highway, and so we got home very late, and I got very tired.
Francie, what's going on with the car, man? When you drove down to Melbourne, when we did the Bar Citizen, it broke down.
Oh my god!
Can you put like a goal up or something, like so we can buy you a car, man? Like
look, the car. Okay. Look, the car's mostly fine. Right? When we were going down to Melbourne, it turns out that the make of car that we have, it was just like a common issue that the I don't know what it's called, where you put like the tank you put the coolant in, would just like fail and would just start leaking at some point. Like that was a common issue apparently. That got fixed. The car then worked perfectly fine for 2 years, and then yesterday was an extremely hot day, and the car was in the sun the whole day, and so it just overheated. Just straight up overheated.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully,
well, you need to.
It's no bigger issue.
You need to blow on it. Just blow on the engine. You'll be fine.
I tried.
I can't believe Krause's driving a PTV in real life. Just kidding.
Oh god, it exploded.
Oh man. All right, let's get I think they're still cleaning up the course, I believe. Yeah, they're still cleaning
Oh,
up the
that's
course. So
yeah.
once that's cleaned up, we'll get this next. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, looks like we're going. So no timer up at the moment, but hopefully the timer is working. Not a great start, unfortunately, as we slam into the tires there on the left side. That's also going to create a hazard when they come back as well. When they come back through for lap number 2. So
Yep.
not sure what's happening here with the stops. Maybe there's the timer. Cool. So the timer did go through. We're at 40 seconds at the moment. But yeah, this is gonna be a rough start for Zolich, unfortunately.
I mean, it's just good for teams to be able to take advantage of having 2 people qualify. But man, like
Yes.
the Solage looks like they're a little bit intimidated of the course or something. But I mean, hey, do your run, no problem. Like I said, guys, if even though if you're new to this course, right? Even though you're new to this course, not practicing it will not get you to that top 16. Even though I keep saying the barrier of
Exactly,
entry is still pretty easy, it's still not going to get you to that top 16 because a lot of people, man, like we still have some pretty incredible teams that need to race. So,
yeah.
we'll definitely see some good qualifying times. Good job here.
There's also, like, even though we won't be using the PTV again, there are a lot of transferable skills to a lot of the other wheeled vehicles from the PTV. So, like, it is worth always practicing really any track you're going to be running for this entire race. Even if you are, like, let's say you've got, you got a team, and Billy and Steve are on your team, and Billy's the person who's always really good at the wheeled vehicles. Well, that's not good. Steve is the person who's always good at the grav levs. It's still worth practicing all the tracks, no matter what.
Yeah.
So we are on fire at the moment, Zolich here, and it does look like it was from collisions. We've had quite a few collisions this lap. So we may just be seeing actual damage on the PTV, but being on fire certainly makes me try to drive faster. We'll see what happens here.
Oh man. All right, well, doing a great job. I mean, probably just trying to get a feel for that course in the beginning after messing up on those wheels. That's okay, though. Let's see if Solis can definitely make it up on this track. But first lap is a 2:10. I think so far doing a lot better here, but let's see how they're going to be able to take some of these turns, kind of slowing down a little bit. You see, this is where it's so important and how to learn how to take these turns, right? If you know you're going into that kind of, I would say, that U-turn, kind of going out to in to out at the same time. I've talked about so many times you can use that little L on the middle to kind of go over that caution line, which is how you apex, and then you can come out of there on a wider turn. But like what I like about this track is that even though you have that type of turn, you still have another obstacle in front of you because now you have to adjust to the next hairpin or the next turn right there in order to be able to adjust and hopefully get put some good time in this track. But so far, looking good. A lot better than lap number 1 here for Soljan, though, Kromsky.
You just had to say that right before the jump. They were doing a fantastic job. I agree. Unfortunately, they had a little bit of trouble turning into the there's a very slight turn just before the jump, and they took it a little bit sharp and ended up into the side, and then not enough speed to get over the jump. So here is their attempt number 2 at the jump. And they make it over.
Here we go.
So
good job.
A little bit of a bounce there. There's going to be a lot of damage on this PTV at the moment. So we're looking for hopefully a better lap 3 and hopefully an alive lap 3. We'll see if you can make it to the end.
Hey, one thing I will say, though, I'm going to give a ton of love and props to Zoljan, to Zolij, sorry. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Because they're actually here racing, right? If you're out there watching and you're like, oh, no, I'm too scared to race or be on stream, look, they're here. They're trying their best to put on a show, to put on a, their best lap for their team and get their team qualified, SBG Racing. So big shout outs to this team for coming on and, doing their best. So that's the best you can do, and I appreciate that.
Yep. All right, here we go. So yeah, that lap number 2, like it was mostly okay. It was a little on the slow side before the jump. But still had the potential of being a low end qualifier. Couple of issues on this lap as well at the start, but at the very least, if they can make that jump, they'll be in a better spot than they were last lap.
Yep, totally agree here. But I mean, Zoli is doing a great job trying to keep it together. I see that this person is trying to, take it easy, brake at the proper stops, and that's okay, right? Because I think braking is definitely better than messing up and then losing a lot of that time. That way, you're sure that at least the way that you're running the course can hopefully get you in that top 16, Croncy.
Yeah. Slowing down will always lose less time than a collision, pretty much. All right, here we go. So this is where they had trouble last time. What? A bit unfortunate there. A little bit of loss of control as they started heading up the ramp. That's likely going to cost them that lap. And that's going to be very rough for them. Now, technically, at the moment, their times will be fast enough to qualify, but we still have a lot of races left to go. So our heart goes out to you, Zolich. We'll see how you finish up. And, of course, SPG at Mossy is also in the team and will be running it back sometime soon. So your team is certainly not out yet.
All right, here we go. Third and final lap. I think the lap number 1, I believe Zolich probably ended up with a little bit of, I think probably like a 140. So I mean, shouldn't be too bad there, Kranti, honestly. So
here we go, finish line any moment now. Best lap there is going to be a 2-minute 10.459 for Zolich. So, yeah, certainly not likely to qualify from that time, but the team has another racer that will be back soon. And they had some very, very good lines, the other racer. They just had that unfortunate explosion in the first lap down in the tunnel. So we'll be seeing what they can pull off pretty soon. While that all gets set up, we do also have another European team. We will either be going towards them or SPG next, but the other European team is Cobra Force Sand Eaters. So this is Figgy G from Germany.
I mean, yeah, Figgy, Cobra Force Sand Eaters. So good luck. I believe either we have SPG at Mosi coming up next, or we have, or we're gonna have Cobra Force Sand Eaters coming up. But so far, here are some of the best times with first NeoJet putting in their best time at 121.451, and then you have Ludox up next in a 121.637, and Capcom with a 124. So right now, I feel like if you're in that 124 area, that's where you kind of want to aim for if you want to land and qualify for this year's System 7. That would be your best bet. If you can do better than the 124, that's kind of where you want to be. But this doesn't mean that it's out for Solage yet. And their team, SPG at most, he still has another chance in order to lock in that top spot and hopefully qualify for this year's System 7. So there's still a lot of racing to go, Croncy. Still a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, we still have 2 more races from Europe and then the entire North America continent. So it looks like we'll be at Mossy next, SPG at Mossy. So we'll get to see where this team ends up, followed by Figgy G. So once we get to the North American teams, we'll be seeing Punch Nomies and Amarox Fang, our other 2 auto-qualified teams from last year, as they finished 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Yep. So we'll be seeing Herbie and Kosar, and then Dark Hour and Anril.
All right, here we go. All right, we got SPG as Mosey's second try here, Croncy. So all the way from Hungary. Hopefully, this PTV acts a little bit better with Admosi, and we can see, get to their, how do I say it? They can get to drive with their fullest extent and hopefully be able to put a good time. So,
yeah, let's bring it on. I think we're all going to be, putting our crossing our fingers the second we get into the tunnel section of this first lap.
I mean, Admosi was going great until that explosion just randomly came out of nowhere. So,
yeah, it was a certainly solid first lap that was pretty on par with a lot of what we've been seeing today. And here we go. Next attempt to try it again. looking for probably a sub 126 in order to sort of safely qualify today at the moment. That could change, of course, when we get into the North American teams, but see if SPG at Mossy can compete with the best of them. So once again, we're coming around to those first few really tight corners after you come down this ramp that I've been talking about a few times today. If you take these fast, if you're able to take these fast and smoothly, which not too bad right there, you're going to save yourself a really good amount of time. As you come up this ramp and down, you're going to be at a much higher speed, and that just sort of leads into this whole back section, making it so that you're in a great spot for the jump. All right, so let's see how they're... Ooh. Desync possibly?
Oh no, what happened here?
Oh!
What the heck was that?
Yep, so we had some desync there. That's okay. They made the jump, obviously, at some point, and we are well and truly in the tunnel now. Yeah, that was a jump scare how fast the car moved there after the desync fixed up. Once again, that'll just be from a camera, not from the racer themselves. So we should be okay here. But a little bit of a slower lap 136. Not the slowest we've seen today. So let's see, lap number 2, lap number 3, what they can pull off.
All right, well, here we go. I mean, I saw that, desync over there, instant teleportation, but it seems like at Mossy has a pretty good grounds for the track, so a little bit more speed, and they'll be able to hopefully push it to where they can get a pretty decent lap here. We need to get into that sub 128, into that 126's Croncy if they want to have a chance in order to qualify for this year's System 7. We still have a lot of incredible U.S. and Canada teams that we know are going to be able to compete, so you don't want to leave this to that minimal line, to that minute, that millisecond in order to compete. You want to get your best lap now. Well, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we've had a couple of issues in this lap. We saw some collisions and some slowdowns. Here we go. We got the oh no, that's super unfortunate. So yeah, that lap number 2 is essentially going to be dead. We're going to be looking at hopefully a good lap number 3. We'll see when they come around again. They were very slow going into the jump. Oh.
A little bit to the right there.
All right, third time for the charm. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. I believe.
They got it here. They got it here. There we go. Nice. Oh no, the flip, the jump. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one.
I mean, this is a perfect example of the two things you're trying to avoid with the jump, which is too slow and too fast. If you are ever so slightly too slow, you're not going to make the jump. If you're too fast, you're going to flip. So it's yeah, you got to be so careful on that jump. You got to take it a very specific way. Hopefully we get a successful flip over here.
Yeah, that is unfortunate here.
Don't know if I've ever seen it stand like this for so long. Yep, the camera zoom in. We could be possibly seeing some desync here, actually.
I don't think so. I think they're just trying to get grabbed up by the car by the Van Doel, They're trying to get beamed up.
They get beamed up, yeah.
They're trying to get beamed up by the Van Doel. Oh my goodness. The first sighting of the Van Doel came in 4.02 here on the Ammo Esports stream. So
I think it's safe to say lap 2 is going to be the slowest lap.
I believe so. I believe so.
All right, and that's going to finish that off as a D and F as they're unable to finish that. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. I don't think I've ever seen it stand like that before without falling over. That's kind of crazy. So, there we go. It looks like they finally, unless that's the security crew, I'm not sure. We saw a PPV working there.
Well, while this is all getting fixed, guys, we are going to take a quick break
Oh, we're still going.
here,
We're still going. No, we're still going.
Oh, wait, what?
We're good. We're going. We're going. We're good. So here we go. So we've got a lap number 3 still incoming. So it looks like it did get fixed there, just as
What
they
the
were
heck
about
just
to
happened?
move
I'm so
it off.
confused.
It's likely just that the second that we sort of turned away, it got fixed. So one more lap. One more lap. Let's go.
Well, it looks like the timekeeper didn't keep the time right. So let's see if we will be able to get this lap accordingly. I mean, we have the stream, so we should be able to tell the lap by looking at the stream, so that shouldn't be a problem. So
yeah,
this is a lap where Atmosi is going to have to, where Atmosi is going to have to be able to put it all together here.
Yep. So yeah, once we do get a confirmation on the time of this lap, we will let you guys know. It is looking a lot faster than the first lap, and significantly faster than the second lap. But
I mean, he was, I believe Atmosi was going good until, you know, they got to that jump, man. That jump has been everybody's bane of existence lately. So you need to get that speed and be able to get that jump as much as you can. There we go.
Yeah, they collided with it twice, and then finally got there on the third one, but unfortunately too fast, and put them into that weird position. But a solid jump there. We've got an entry into the tunnel, not the fastest entry, but a nice and safe one. Let's see how their exit is.
Oh, very nice coming out of the tunnel there. Very good control.
All right, not too bad, not too bad.
And there finish there?
Yeah, that should be the finish. So once again, we will get the confirmation of what that time is as soon as we can. It's very possible it may not be until after today, but it was a lot faster than lap number 1, I think. And that lap number 1 was 1:36, I believe, right? So
I think that second that last lap. Yeah, I think that last lap for them was around that 1:30-ish, Francie, from what I calculated, because they started it around 5:55, 5:59, around that area. So I think that they got a good, possibly a 1:30, 1:32. So that could be enough for them, but we'll calculate it. Obviously, we'll time it from our end while looking through the stream. So, but here we should have Cobra 4 Sand Eaters Figgy G coming up here, but yeah, we'll know Atmosi's time here soon.
Yep, and we are about halfway through all of our races today, from what I'm seeing. Though we do have a lot of teams of 4 coming up in the North America section. So, yeah, lots of racing still to happen. After we see Figgy G, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to have our other 2 already qualified teams, Punchnobies and Amarok's Fang. So we're going to be seeing Herbie, Quelsar, Dark Hour, and Anril are going to be running some races back. And then we've got, once again, who I believe to be a new team, Flynn's Free Riders. So a couple of very interesting teams coming up.
Yeah, we should be pretty good though, but that still means that there's still teams competing to try to be in that top 13 or the top 16, as the teams that won last year, top 3 automatically qualifies to this season's System 7 here, Croncy. So we're going to have our last team from Europe, from Germany. Shout out to Germany. Figgy G. I believe they got Con 42 coming up this year, Croncy.
Yeah, you've gone to that a few times, haven't you?
I went once. That was 2 years ago. They're doing one this year, but we're not going this year, unfortunately. Kind of a EA 54 kind of, is put us a little bit of setback, but it's okay. As much as we love being with the community, we have some other stuff hopefully planned for this year.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, possibly come back to Australia. You never know, man. Looking forward to it.
I can only hope. We got very, very sad once again when CIG announced their Barcis and World Tour locations for the 3rd year, I believe. And still no Australia.
Yep. They keep. Hey, man, it's probably just expensive to fly there, especially
But they went to Singapore though. It's only like a 7-hour flight from Singapore.
That is true. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So
Just
that
makes
means
me
well,
sad.
you can go to Singapore too, man, and go check them out.
I have less money than Saji do, so that's my
They need to
excuse.
come to me. They
Yeah,
need to come to
exactly.
me. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're going to have our next racer up. So thank you guys so much for joining us so far. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys for rooting for your favorite teams. Thank you guys for showing up. And we will be right back soon. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. We'll return.
We are Atmo Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle. Fueled by dedication, it is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are Atmo Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, quick back from that break, and we should be getting our next racer up. I believe we're just getting some quick issues fixed, but I hope you guys are enjoying today's System 7 qualifiers. And again, thanks for joining me. We're your host, myself, Crucian, and then we got Croncy in the house.
Hello.
But yeah, we do greatly appreciate it, guys. I hope you guys are all doing well today. But Croncy, so far, your thoughts on the qualifiers today?
Well, one thing that is definitely showing is just how much slower the PTV is compared to last year, right? The times that we're roughly looking at are like maybe 7 seconds slower on the fast times than we saw, and a lot of that I think has to do with the handling. The handling of the vehicle has changed quite a bit, and yeah, just made it a little bit slower. But one thing that is also 100% confirmed is the competition is still extremely fierce in these events. We already have some very, very close times together. We saw Ingarief from Premier Core Colonial get a 124.97, and we now have 2 other teams with a 124. So, you know, it's going to be very, very close for some of our faster teams, and we'll see exactly where we end up in like what 10 more races time, or not 10 more races, 10 more teams times, yeah, go from there.
Yep, let's see what happens here, though. We have quite a bit of few more teams to go, but very excited. Here it goes. Biggie G on its way here, representing Cobra Force San Diego. A little bit of a wipeout there, but still need to adjust. But man, this course is heading to people today, Croncy.
Yeah, look, it is a very, like, the vehicle is hard to maneuver. The turns can be unforgiving. And, you know, the smallest mistake can cost you upwards of 3 seconds. It's really, really rough sometimes. But it does just show, like, if you've put in enough practice and you know your lines, you can take those riskier routes and you'll make it through. So, mostly a pretty good run here from Figgy G. Just some issues at the start there on that those first 2 turns.
Oh, wow. Well, here we go. About 50 seconds already in. Figgy G needs to do a good job. At least get a sub 130, if not a sub 126, in order to get him on that spot and hopefully get qualified into that top 16 to be in this season's, System 7. So, let's see what he can do. This is only still lap number 1. A lot of 2 more laps to be able to adjust and get the fastest lap out there with their times. But yeah, man, this vehicle, I mean, is if you haven't practiced with it, very definitely could be a very difficult to maneuver, especially how the vehicle mechanics are with how they drift. So yeah.
Yeah, we had a very, very rough jump section for this racer. They did land at least, so no issues there. But yeah, it was rough as they went into the side. So there we go. We got a 140.044 for Figgy G, lap number 1. About 10 seconds slower than we were seeing most of our races get for lap number 1, but that makes sense with a few of the issues we saw early on in lap number 1. But as always, lap number 2, lap number 3. Those are the only ones that we really care about as a racers. Those are the only ones that we know are going to get us our qualifying times.
Yep, here we go. Getting a lot smoother here, using that drift to his advantage here. Figgy G doing a great job in this lap number 2. Just needs to be able to get that snake turn right here. I mean, doing pretty well. A little bit of a mishap there, as I would say. Man, like I would be booking. I don't think I would get my hand out of that W at all this time around, Crowns. Yeah, I mean, if I wipe out, you just need to learn how to control the vehicle better. This looks like, okay, that's enough speed. Not bad. A little bit on the railing there, and now, yeah,
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so now try to aim to go to the start of the tunnel.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow entrance there, but once again, that means it's a lot safer. One thing that you'll notice that happens to a lot of these races as they come down the ramp in the tunnel is you're pretty much drifting the entire time. Like it's so hard to maneuver the entrance and the exit of this tunnel, and we just saw it there, the exit slamming into the side there, because it is just like this constant long turn. Really, really hard to maintain control that whole time.
Yeah, a little bit over that 140. That looks like it's a 134 if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit better, but here you go. This is lap number 3. It's leave it all on the table here, Figgy G. If you want to be able to qualify, you need to play the rest of this track right now, lap number 3, to some degree of perfection.
Yeah, and unfortunately we had a very, very rough start in that first turn, slamming into the side. So we're already in a bit of a bad spot. I'm hoping that if we get the rest of the lap completely perfect, we might be able to see a sub 130.
Yeah, so far so good though. A little bit over slight in that turn. You want to go a little bit more into that one so you can get out of the other one a lot quicker. He's taking the turns a little bit wider than normal though, Cropsy, as I would prefer. When you saw Ludox, he was hugging the corners a lot better because he knew exactly how to get into the next one, how to get into the next hairpin. So here we go. Let's give you guys enough speed to jump over. Enough speed there. Good job. Little bit of a bump there. Yeah. I think it's every time they're landing uneven is when they're jumping up like that.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, it is mostly if you land on the flat section as well. If you land uneven but like on the slope, it's a little bit more forgiving. So you'll usually end up, and those are like the slower jumps that we've seen from people. So if you want to go full max speed, you can, but you have to land in a very specific spot.
Yep, here we go. Let's see what this last lap looks like. Probably still his fastest one, though. Can't complain. Oh, nope, the second lap was his fastest there, that 134. Will that be able to move him on? We don't know yet. We still have a lot of more teams to go, but that is going to be it for, I believe, the EU section of our qualifying teams today. And we're going to starting. Actually, we have Herbie up next first. But, you know, they Punch Nomi's already qualified for this year's System 7, but Herbie is going to go up next here to see what kind of time he put into it. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so if you are not familiar with Team Punch Nomis, this was kind of the first like superstar team. This was a conglomeration of multiple teams from previous different racing events, especially the System 7. Conglomerate. I don't know what you would want to what you would call it, right? It's a coalition, if that maybe that's better. Yeah, Team Punch Nomis is Team Punch Buggy combined with what did they used to be called? Nomis. It was just Nomis, Team Nomis. So Herbie, Quelsar, Gerber the Gnome, Sugar the Lucky One, some of the best racers that we have in StarCitizen. And I feel like after this team came together, you know, pulling big races from a bunch of different locations, we saw other teams do similar things. And it was really the start of it. So yeah, we'll see what they can do now. Once again, they've already qualified, so really they're just doing it for bragging rights and to see where they stand with the rest of the competition.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, even though, you know, Punch Nomis created this, you know, conglomerate or super team, as you said, Blackhawk said no to that last season and still took number 1. Ludox racing every single race in the System 7. So super teams need to step up a little bit there, Cross.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh man. Hey guys, I'm just talking my talk. Okay, it's just all fun. Don't take me serious, please. Don't take me serious. Before somebody's like, "Crew, why are you talking crap?" You know, they DM me and yeah. So I'm just joking, guys. Okay, relax.
I'm not. I want to so yeah, it looks like we've got the support crew are out, so maybe there's a little bit of cleaning happening, possibly.
What's that video game actor again? That's in the Last of Us. He looks just like this guy right here.
Oh my God, no! Why would you do this to me? Baker.
Yes, Troy Baker. That's what he looks like.
Troy Baker.
He looks like Troy Baker. Looking like a Brad Pitt over here trying to race.
Yep. So yeah, tons and tons of accolades for everyone in Team Punch Nomis, and of course, not mentioned here is their fantastic performance in the previous 2 System 7s. The teams have done really well. So, looking to punch it in again. Trying to they lost out on first place last year. They're probably trying to bring it back and then take some control. But also just show us how it's done. See how they compete against all of our new races today.
Yep, here we go. So looking forward to it. I'm actually looking especially forward to like how server meshing plays out for the racers this year around. And all these racers are doing a great job. And not only do we take all this information, CIG is probably watching a lot of these races. We do tend to send some reports over and tell them how the season went and what were difficulties and how the servers played out. So not only while you're racing and trying to compete for some prizes, you're actually, helping development of the game as well. So just to let you guys know, man, a lot of this activity does help a lot. So, and plus, we have Invictus coming up too as well, Croncy. So we should have a free flight here,
Yes.
in the next month or so, or I think it's next week, or I don't know when Invictus is. I thought it was
I believe April, late April.
April. Okay.
Yeah. Oh!
Go, Herbie! Great job, great run, fastest run.
He's
Fastest
so
run of the
good.
day?
He's cracked.
Oh my God, he went so fast. The all-star team is coming back with a boom.
Someone who's never watched the System 7 before, like never watched like any Star Citizen racing before, is listening to us hype up Herbie and hype up T Punch Nomies, and then what was that? 12 seconds.
Man.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Well, on to
how
the next
fast
year
it
with the
is?
replay.
9 seconds. 9 seconds we had the explosion. I think that was like the second turn. Or not even.
I think it's the sometimes it could be vehicles. So I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I know Herbie will have another chance, so that's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a tough one.
I was literally about to say, when you were talking about, like sometimes we talk to CIG and say, hey, here's what like worked and what didn't work, whatever. I was literally about to say, and like, today's qualifiers overall have been a lot better than our previous qualifiers. And then Herbie exploded. So we'll see.
Yeah, I know,
we'll see
right?
how that goes. Yeah, genuinely.
Are they trying to revive him?
Not
What's
sure
going on here?
Apparently we're doing some regular old medical gameplay.
I love that, dude. I love. Guys, if you
Remove
don't,
the bodies from the track.
Call QJM, okay? QJM got your back. All right, QJM are the medical team of Atmo Esports, man. Make sure you guys show them some love, okay? They're just dragging the Fro girl.
I think so, yeah. I will say, it looks like it was a clean explosion. I don't see debris around.
Yeah,
so our PTVs will do like a test to make sure that there's no like, weird invisible debris or whatever. But yeah, hey, that's what happens. You go too fast, Herbie, you explode. You did what I did to my car yesterday.
The track said, I'm going to kill him before he kills me. Oh my gosh, that was actually.
We do also have we actually, this might get run back a little bit faster. I'm not sure what's going to happen here because we do have to do a camera swap over soon. As Herbie is while Herbie is part of a USA team, quote unquote, Herbie himself is from the UK. So we are using European cameras for Herbie. So it's very possible we might see Herbie run it back straight away if there was a revive available there. We'll try to get confirmation. Otherwise, we'll be moving on to Colsar, also from Team Punch Nomies.
I do believe that's the last one. But I mean, we should be able to even swap right now. You should be able to swap teams right now. Yeah,
we'll
so
let you guys know as soon as we know.
While we wait here, let's jump into some of the newer tracks that we didn't get to show earlier today, and then we'll come back to these. So let's jump over to our double cam screen here, and then we'll be able to kind of get it off going. Even though Kronsky still hasn't joined me, he's frozen on screen, but still has a cool, very very cool CitizenCon 2954 jersey on, or 53, I believe.
53.
If I'm not mistaken. So, yep. So So, but anyways, our first, we'll go through some of these tracks. We have some B-roll, but Croncy, race number 1, the Leisure Loop. All right, this is going to be with the
Mhm.
Grey Cat STV. This, when we had the Orison event, where
Yep.
you had to go through all these buildings and have the FPS event. This is the same platform that we're using. It's pretty far away from Orison, but this is
Yep.
the same platform that we're using, and this track is for 16 teams is going to be a lot of fun because so it's going to be a lot of fun. But let's take a quick look at the track here. We have a little bit of some B-roll of the track, but Croncy, this track is going to be incredible to see, incredible to watch.
Mhm.
Give me your thoughts on your first look at this one.
So we've done a few races on the Orison platforms, right? They're very similar to these, just in different configurations. And previously we used the Mule and I believe the STV. I think those are the two main vehicles that we have operated on these sort of locations. Now this one is set up very differently. This one is not really as flat. It's going to be a lot more risky going through some of these sections, which is going to be kind of interesting actually, and should make it pretty fun. And it's a little bit longer too, right? Than the
Yep.
other one that we would run, because you have that whole extra section platform in the bottom left corner there. This is gonna be interesting. I have predictions, which is people are gonna fall off the side when we get into the little bridges. If they are the bridges that I am thinking of, they do not actually have barriers on the sides of them, or if they are, they're the ones that are very very short. So the SUV can kind of like drive off the side there, and with so many people on the
Yeah.
track, pushing themselves sort of into each other, we may end up in a situation where someone gets forced onto off the
So
platform.
yeah, so I've drove this one. They won't be able to fall off unless they go over like too far to the edge of the platform, Croncy. So,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna tell you right now, in the beginning of this map, right, you have hills, you have like little sand spots like golf courses.
Mhm.
You also have to go across the first initial bridge, or not. It's not a bridge; it's more like going down the stairs. And
Yep.
then once you go down the stairs, then you have that first bridge, and then you have to maneuver around. So you have like a left side and a right side on that second platform. Once you go
Yep.
over that, I mean, you won't have much time to pass until you get to that
Mhm.
third section of the race, and that's when you have a more open area in order to overtake if somebody messes up. But there are
Yep.
spots in that second platform after you go after that second bridge or that first bridge where you can go left or right depending on where you want to
Mhm.
go. But all the other smaller bridges that are there are actually blocked off, so you can't even put your vehicle through there. So it's a very
Yeah.
thoughtful track, but it's gonna be very, very tight. I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah. It should be very interesting. Certainly very cinematic to watch this one. So I'm excited for it. It's going to be a good one to kick us off the whole series with.
All right. Well, I mean, let's go to race number 2, which is going to be in Cloud Chasers here. Cloud
Yeah.
Chasers is something that we've done. We're going to be doing with the Drake Mule. I think we did it the first time with the Drake Mule, if I'm not mistaken, Croncy. But I
Yes.
think that having the Drake Mule, the speed is really good. This should be a nice little fun heat race to watch. A lot of the competitors kind of go through.
Yeah. So this was the race that I was referencing before, that we have sort of used races on the Orison platforms before. And yeah, it's a classic. I really enjoy this one. It's a lot of fun coming around where you can sort of see. So you got the start line there. If you look just to the top right of the start line, there's the where the two sort of lines intersect there, right? And it's kind of like a little jump there that you have actually that you sort of make when you're coming around there. There's just like a very very small rise in the section. It can make it fun, or it can make you hate yourself as you completely stack it and then your mule flips over 3 times. So I do enjoy it. It's
Yep.
going to be an interesting one to watch as well. The mules are very different to what they were. I think like what was it, 3 years ago we used the mule for this one, or 2 years
Yeah.
ago. So it's going to be interesting to see how that has changed. As the platform itself, and to my understanding, hasn't really changed much at all. So it's mostly just the vehicle differences.
Yep, and they have to follow the line on the outer edge. So we've seen some drops here
Mhm.
before. So hopefully we don't see any drops at all,
Yeah.
because remember, even though you might not cut for the top of the bottom, I'm gonna tell you right now, The mule feels incredible. It still has those old mechanics, so it feels fast, but the turning of it is still okay. It doesn't turn as fast, but I think this is still going to be a fun one to watch. You know, knowing that the Drake mule still has those old racing mechanics, or doesn't have that new,
Yep.
like where weight, where weight has a big faction of it. It doesn't have any of that. So,
Yeah.
in a flat ground, it's going to be a lot of fun to see everybody raise these Cronty.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But yeah, let's jump into race number 3, which is going to be our first Pyro race here of the System 7 season here in 2955, where we're going to the Rift of Adir. And this one is in that big crack in Pyro, so in the Pyro 4 system. So I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be freaking awesome, Croncy. Now we wanted to make this one long, but this one is about 35 minutes or so. I believe in racing overall, but you know, when we raced it was a slower person that was racing it, so it might be a little quicker for some of these racers, but there's a lot of fun pathways going through this crack or in this Rift of Adair track, Cropsy.
Yeah, if you have not been here yet, I recommend going here. So this is, if you want to find it, you go to the Pyro 5 system and you're looking for the Adir Moon. And if you want to go to here and just check it out, you go to Prophet's Peak. It is an absolutely insanely large feature on this moon, and it is going to be an extremely cool place to race. So, yeah, very, very excited to check this one out. The whole like rift itself is like this obsidian black color. It's going to be really interesting to see how dragonflies do here, as some of the sections are very. I guess the best description would be hilly, but you know, as you can sort of see through this run through, there is a lot of flat section too. Lots of rocks for you to avoid. Yeah, you can sort of see it better in this little section. Is there's lots of like little, almost like craters, I guess, would also be the better way of describing it. So navigating around those, so you're avoiding as many of those as possible, as you are in a dragonfly. Which, if anyone around here has used a gravel vehicle recently, they still they will explode on a slight breeze. So you got to be really, really careful about where you're landing it and what routes you're taking it.
Yep. Well, by the way, race 1 and 2 are all together, so we're gonna be knocking those out on the same day. And then, obviously, on race number 3, which is only one race, we're gonna go here to the Rift of Adir with dragonflies. You know, bring those StarCitizen racing outfits out as much as you can. And yeah, let's go ahead and move on to race number 4. Race number 4 and 5 is going to be taking in place in the Moon of Cleo. We're bringing back some type of of an initial race of Cleo Mountain Pass. So it's going to be Cleo Valley Pass, which is a little bit shorter, with the Tumbrel Cyclone. And then, you know, you're very close to some water areas, but this race is definitely, this one is going to be a challenge for people. So I'm going to say, if people don't practice this one, this one could be a rough one. You have a little bit of mountains with some, you know, flat passes, but yeah, if people don't practice this one, this is going to be a tough one for them, Croncy. What are your thoughts on this first one here in Cleo?
Yeah, this one's a bit of a callback to the first System 7 that we ran. We had the, I think it was called the Cleo Lake or some variation of that, where we had the Cyclone RC. So it was a lot faster with the boost going around an extremely large lake in Cleo. So this one, yeah, a little bit of a shorter run, but that's because we're going a lot slower. So we need to be able to finish the race in some amount of time. It's going to be an interesting one. Once again, Cleo, very mountainous. So you're going to have... But the Cyclone does like to cling to walls still. It's still got quite a lot of grip.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
So yeah, this one should be a lot of fun. Unlike the last time that we were at a location like this, I don't think the lake itself is going to become much of a problem, as it's going to be a little bit easier to navigate around, I think. But certainly one of the prettier races that we have.
Yep, I remember Microtech Thunderdrash, where you had both biomes. You're going through the snow and you're going through that, you know, through the forest biome. That was also a great race, but nice to see, you know, us going back to Cleo and kind of like paying homage to the first one before. So, but yeah, let's jump into race number 5. And race number 5 is something that, you know, we wanted to bring back this year, but obviously not using the pipe. We did the snake pit last year, but this is going to be a heat race, Cropsy. So we're going to be doing a reverse snake pit heat race here using the Origin X1 Velocity this time around.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, this one is gonna be a fun one. I always love
Yes.
going back to the Snake Pit. I think it's a great one, but it's gonna be really really fun to see that they have to do multiple laps and see how these people practice, because going fast in here and you crash out, that's gonna be it for the for your race. So
Yeah.
this is definitely a fun one that I can't wait to see, Crumpsy.
Yeah, so Snake Pit got added to the Gravlev races on Arena Commander, and one of my favorite
Yep.
tracks is specifically Reverse Snake Pit with the Gravlevs. It's just a really, really interesting track. The regular Snake Pit on like the regular route on Gravlevs can be a bit rough, as you can end up sort of colliding. You can end up smashing into just a ton of the overhead things, because you sort of like end up flying over everything. The angles are just a little bit better on reverse. So I'm actually really, really excited for this one. It's one that I've played a lot in Arena Commander, and I know our competitors have too. So yeah, this will be a really, really good one.
Yep, I can't wait for this one. And then race number 6. So let's move on over where we head back to Pyro, but this one
Mm-hmm.
we're racing Gravlev vehicles, the opponent knocks over the water and going across to some different islands. Now, I'm gonna mention something here. I like the name that they came up with it, because the Bermuda Triangle, Bermuda Bay. It's not a
Yep.
full triangle, but it's still close though. I think Corsair can't draw properly, so he can't draw a proper triangle. I'm just messing with him, but I think this race is going to be fun. I think this is going to be one of the most eye-catching races of this season, especially being over water, being in Pyro, and seeing them going across these islands. Let's take a quick look at the map. Krause, what are your thoughts on this one? I think that's the most exciting one for me so far.
Yeah, I really, really enjoy these Gravlev ones that don't involve too many sort of like height changes, as it really sort of comes down to how good you're cornering. That's going to be the sort of most important one for this. The second that you're over the water, everyone's going to be at max speed, and so it's going to come down to, all right, well, when you do approach the checkpoint to make your turn, just how good you at manipulating it. So really excited to see how this one goes. Gonna have to try it out my own as well though, because that big island off to the left there looks like it could be its own little challenge itself. It's a lot of overland opposed to the other two islands. So yeah.
Yep, and this is a pretty longer race. This is going to have to be a couple laps here, so this is going to be a very interesting one. And then, so yeah, I look forward to this one. I look forward to seeing those Noxes, zooming across the water. But yeah, this should definitely be probably one of my favorite ones of the season. But here we go, race 7, or our finals here, Volcano Lake, and one thing special about this one, as you can see on that top left, is that it uses a ship as a bridge to go across the water. Every single spot within this track, other than that Polaris bridge, you should be able to easily get across. But this one is going to be super interesting, Croncy. Give us your thoughts on Volcano Lake.
Yeah, well, this is the first time that we're changing the final race. Traditionally, we would use the 4-vehicle race at Lawville, but we're messing around with it a little bit because we've gone to Pyro, and this would be an interesting one. I'm not exactly sure how this one's going to feel. I do like that we're only using 2 vehicles instead of 4. It's that we would have a lot of issues sometimes with people swapping vehicles and just getting StarCitizen every now and then. So reducing the amount of that always feels good. But I am gonna miss, going from Dragonfly, going from like Lynx to Cyclone to Dragonfly and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. The Polaris Bridge is a very interesting obstacle as well. I'm not sure exactly how it's gonna play out once we get a couple of races together, like trying to go over it at the same time. So we'll see.
Yep. Well, here we go. I mean, I think this race is gonna be great. By the way, I think they started the Cyclone and then they move over to the RSI Lynx, so they still have a couple of vehicles that they're gonna need to swap out, Croncy. So there's still that element they'll need to change out, and that's why it's important to have some of your teams have a multi-team what do you call it? Have multiple people on your team so you can be able to
Yep.
hopefully manage a lot of these races a lot easier when it comes to swapping out vehicles.
Yeah, no, for sure.
All right. Well, I mean, those are all the races coming up here for the System 7 season. So all of the teams that qualify for the top 16 are going to get more information on a lot of these maps, locations, and all of that here in the upcoming future. For right now, all the locations and all that stuff are going to stay pretty on the wraps until our top 16 teams are met. So a very exciting System 7 season 2055 is coming up. So again, really appreciate you guys watching, everybody that's cheering on for their team. But let's get back to some racing, as I believe our next racer is about ready to go.
Yeah, so we've gotten confirmation. Herbie will get another run, but it's going to be at the very end of the day. So we'll be seeing Herbie later. Yeah, so we're going to be watching Qualifiers pretty soon, I imagine. Once we're all ready, we were just doing a camera swap. That way, our cameras are, from the same or very, very similar regions to our races to avoid any massive issues with desync or, what have you. So that's likely who we'll be seeing very soon from Team Punch Nomies is Qualifier. Then after that, we should be seeing Dark Hour and Anril from Amarok's Fang. A reminder that both Team Punch Nomies and Amarok's Fang are already qualified. So this is mostly for bragging rights, as well as just to see where they compete with all of our other competitors today. After them, we'll be seeing a new team, Flynn's Freeriders, Langmax 01. We're going to be seeing. Not exactly sure what country they're from, but they appear to be North America. So that's going to be an interesting one to check out.
Yeah, I believe Qualifier already went with a time of 125.048 Croncy. So, I mean, this team already kind of automatically qualifies, but still a very good run there, putting them towards the middle of the pack. But again, we're going to see a lot of these other teams, hopefully if they can push for 124, it's going to start pushing out a lot of those times that are higher up out of the way and away from that top 16 Croncy.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. So we're already back into it. Yeah, this is Dark Hour from Amarok's Fang. This team came third at the 2954 System 7. Looking to play it back, competing for first this year. We've got these three big teams that all want to try to run it back. Let's see if they can do it.
Yep, Amarok's Fang has Dark Hour 717, Big Flex, Anril, and Gravity Cat. And like you mentioned, Croncy coming into that third place spot last year with a total of 74 total points. But again, with the addition of that extra, point structure, let's see how much, competitive it is this year, especially within that top 5 or top 6.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. Their first jump of the day. And there you go. So see what I sort of mean? Even if you're very fast, even if it's not uneven, if you just land on the flat section, you're still going to bounce. You're still going to lose some time from that.
Yeah.
Now that was a little bit more controlled. They were able to get a handle of the PTV pretty quickly afterwards, but at the cost of a little bit of time.
They are not putting their finger, not even close. They're just gassing this all the way through. Let's see how quick this can be for Dark Hour. Even though they already qualified, man, again, this track is just brutal overall, Croncy. Like, you got to come with your A game here.
You do, yeah. I've mentioned it a few times. The slightest mistake can cost you like 3 or 4 seconds on this track. It can be absolutely rough.
There's no way you do 130 in this track, Croncy. No way. No way first time you do 130.
I didn't say 130. I said 128.
What? No, I said 128, 126.
No, you said 126.
All right.
I'm doing it tonight. Someone hold me to it. I'm doing it tonight.
There you go. I gave you some stream content. All right, here we
Pretty
go.
solid run this run.
Yep. Go for it.
Yeah, pretty solid run this run. Just coming around for the jump now. A little bit slow on that turn at the end there, but if they get a little bit of a more smooth jump than they had before, not too bad. Not too bad. Lost a lot of speed on the landing, but we're in a great spot to bring it back.
There we go. Going through the tunnel, getting a little bit smooth. He was eating that ledge the entire time, but definitely a lot better, losing a little bit of control, a little bit of a wiggle there, but still going very, very well. Dark Hour 717 coming out of the tunnel, gonna need to take this steep left turn, going into the finish line here on the BTR course here in Orison Vision Center. Great job so far. I think that's gonna definitely help him improve a lot more. I think a little bit of a better time than his previous track, but he definitely needs to bring it on in this lap number 3, Cromsey, because if not, they still qualify anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So noticeably, they qualified 6th place last year, and then drove it all the way to 3rd place for the whole event. So they've certainly got the experience on this track, which is not a surprise.
Yeah, I always say I love the BTR track with the heats because, you know, it's actually different when you got different people racing, right? So with the heats, they had 4, heats of 4, and there were some really cool races. I think, like, having people race together in this track makes it so much more exciting, probably by far one of the most exciting tracks because, like I said, right, it's flat. You don't have much obstacles in your way for anybody to mess you up. So it's very cool and exciting to get all of these guys racing here again. So going through the tunnel, I think this lap is going to be a good one for him. I think Dark Hour definitely adjusted quite a bit here, but man, not slowing down on that speed, Cromsey.
Yeah, no, you can just hear from the revs. The W key is practically broken on their computer, I think, at this stage. And here we go. What are we going to end up with? Best lap time is going to be a 1:28.474. So a little bit slower than we've been seeing for some of the teams here, but once again, this team has already qualified.
Yep, here we go. We got Dark Hour, and then we're going to have Anvil coming up next here. So things are going to start moving a little bit quicker here. So let's get it going. But, man, good job here to Dark Hour at that 1:28. Still, still time to beat is Neojet with the top time. And I can confidently say at this point that, he should be able to qualify for the System 7. This year's Sky Racing team weren't able to qualify last year, unfortunately. But, hey, they're back. They're hungry. They won Daymar Rally, and could they come on top and hopefully win System 7 this year? That would be pretty sick, Yep. And then I'm not sure, Kranzi, but there's a little rumor that, we have we've been working on our ship racing event that we'll have more information on next month. And I'm telling you, when you see it, when you feel it, your job's gonna drop. So it's gonna be a fun one.
Mole racing.
Stop it.
You're just jealous that I can fly fast in a mole.
Stop it.
So that was Dark Hour. Next up should be Anril, also from Amarok's Fang. And then once again, after that, we're going to be seeing a new team of Flynn's Freeriders. We're going to be checking out Landmax. Also in the team, Noble DeFluff and Dustcat63.
Yep, and again, man, I can't wait, man. I think this ship racing league is going to be something special. Getting people to get qualified to go to, Citizen Con and compete there as well. I know last year we did more. Last year was more of an exhibition than anything else, Cromsey. But this year, you'll have to compete in those spots. You'll have to earn those spots in order to get to the, to the top. So it's it's not going to be easy, man. It's not going to be easy for a lot of these peoples, and I'm hoping we get a good turnout. I think we're going to get a good turnout, but this is going to be one of the most competitive racing leagues that we're going to be putting out. It's going to be even more competitive than System 7 in its own. So, that entire racing at EA54 was, it was incredible. It was really, really good. So I can't wait to do that again this year.
Yeah, it was very, very cool. So I'm glad that it's happening. It's expanding a bit and seeing a bunch more of the crew absolutely smash it.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty smooth, man. The whole racing part of the exhibition, and all we need now is just to be able to make fight or flight a little bit smoother, and we should be fine. But here we go. We got Anrol going out.
I was gonna say the other thing we actually need is the spectator mode. Oh, please.
Yeah, that'd be great. There we go. Nice smooth and
Very
roll with
smooth
the smooth.
start, yeah.
Oh, baby. Man,
Some
somebody
abs-
make Andrew some pancakes.
What?
I don't know.
This is very. It sounds like an
Pancakes are
Australian
smooth,
attitude.
man.
Oh man, there's a fair shake of the sauce bottle.
I mean, I had pancakes recently with Canadian maple syrup, man. It's incredible, man.
Mm.
It's incredible.
What is this?
Look how smooth this run is for Anvil. Big jump here.
Yeah.
Build control.
Oh.
Oh, a little bit of a bump
That
there.
was such a good first lap. That was such a good first lap till that happened.
Hey, can still do well here, right? You just got the
Yeah,
tunnel,
it can still be a good first lap. It's not going to be a good lap overall, I don't think, though, to finish it off. But so smooth in all these turns, and once again, of course, the second I say that, they slow down and mess up the exit. But the lines were crazy. So there you go. Lap number 1, 128.25. So an incredibly fast lap number 1. I think the second fastest lap number 1 we've seen today, just behind the was it the 125 or the 126 that we saw from Amarok's Fang?
No, it was from
Which is
Ludox.
something crazy.
It was from Ludox too. I think Ludox had a 121, but I think his first lap was like a 125.
Sorry, yes, I meant Blackhawks. My apologies. Yeah, we're currently watching Amarok's Fang. My brain forgot which one was which. Yes, yeah. Ludox had that crazy first lap start, so I think this is the second fastest lap number 1 we've had today.
Oh man, look how he's just flying through Anvil, just putting the gas on the pedal. Not even Anvil doesn't even know what brakes are. Just needs to work on
Well,
that.
yeah, this is a
lot
race,
better
not
there.
a going slow competition.
I mean, that is true, but I mean, I'm just saying that Anvil doesn't brake, man. Doesn't believe what a brake is whatsoever. So going through the tunnel through perfection, this is gonna be one for the books right here. This lap for sure.
This is gonna be a good lap around the final turn onto the final straight, and that lap. It's the fastest lap they did, so it's certainly faster than a 128. Someone wants to do some quick math. I think that's a 121.
That's a 121. Yeah, that's probably going to be the fastest one of the day. So let's see what happens here. But Anril's still pushing it pretty hard to the metal, but that's going to be, I think, it could be the fastest one. It could be topping that one from Neojet because the milliseconds were pretty low, so we could see a 121.1 maybe at that point.
Yeah, either way, you've got to be glad that this is coming from someone who's already qualified and not someone who needs to qualify, because this would be terrifying.
Yes, I know. Anvil putting the practice where it means, but look, just
that turn is beautiful.
the lines are insane, dude. The lines are insane. Absolutely disgusting here. Who is Anvil? Are you superhuman? Because those lines are clean, baby.
All right, here we go.
Man,
Final
this is the
tunnel
kind of
section.
top-level racing I need to see.
Yep. Not the smoothest entrance, a little bit of bump at the start, but lots of control on the way down, which is all you really need. That's the only thing that really matters in the tunnel.
Yep, don't wipe out. And by the way, the second lap of Anvil here, the way that Anvil took that turn, that left turn is insanely perfect. 119, holy!
We have a sub
Absolutely
120, 119.910, an insane run. Anvil absolutely smashing it. I
Oh,
would not be
man.
surprised if it was actually that third lap.
All I'm going to say is that, yo, Neojet Ludox, go back to the practice board because Anvil just took you out, baby. Woo!
That is extremely impressive. Yeah, wow. It's hard to say much else about it. Well done, Anvil. And once again, proving why they have already qualified for this event.
Hey, I know they're going to be, I think this year is going to be a battle for that first place. It's going to be a battle for top 3 this year. And that's what I want, right? I want more closer competition in this year's season 7 or this year's system 7 season. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of the competition this year is going to be really, really fun. So
Yeah, if you're out there and you missed it, there was a little change to the rules this year to allow for a little bit more of a more competitive sort of top end for our series. So we have added an extra points bracket for third place. So instead of going from 25 points to 18 points to 12 points, it now goes 25, 18, 15, and then everything else got pushed down one. So now top 5 is much more important than it has been in the years past. In addition, the fastest lap that players receive during the series will also grant an additional point. So even if you maybe are a little bit further in the back of the pack late in a run, you can still try to go for fastest lap, get yourself that extra point, and yeah, give yourself a little bit more leeway. So I think it's a great rules change. I think it's going to make it for a really, really fun season towards the end of it. Once we start getting some points in and try to figure out, you know, who needs to finish where to get into what position. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. We got Flynn's Free Riders coming up next. We got Langmax is gonna be our next driver for today, so looking forward to that. But wow, a 119 for Anril showing off and completely here today.
Yep.
So again, man, I think right now the standard is you want to have at least a sub 129 or 128 in order to be able to, you know, kind of get your hopes up in order to qualify for the System 7. But we still have some incredible teams. We still got Delta Dietis. We still got Least Motorsport. We still got Novak Racing. We still got some really, really good racers coming up that, you know, that are going to be bringing it as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's important that you bring up Police Motorsports, as they were our #1 qualifier last year, and they were edged out of the top 3 last year. They came 4th at the end of the series last year. So that is a team that is looking to compete with these big Titan teams and has proven that they can, but have maybe just gotten a bit unlucky in a few races. Really curious to see what they do today. But they're a little while away. We'll bring them up again, and we'll mention that again so you guys can keep a lookout for that. But yeah, I'm scared of them.
Yeah, it should be a good one here at Croncy. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next racer on the line. They're waiting for the start line to and this should be man, I'm excited for this one. Langmax is on the way.
Yeah, right back into it. Gotta say, one of the best things about today's qualifiers, it's been very quick getting into every race. Right? Our staff has been doing a great job getting everyone really quickly sorted. That was, what, like 2 minutes before, in between each race? So it's really good. Very, very excited. So,
yeah, they're just trying to make sure that a lot of the stuff in between tracks are safe and there is no debris. So there is a little bit of a check-in time in between. Well, that's okay. You know, team's doing a fantastic job, like you mentioned, Cronstein. But yeah, Langmax doing a great job getting a little bit of a drift. No problem though. Make sure you take these corners, man. Like I said. If you're braking, you're doing it wrong, right? Obviously, that's what the message that Anril just put out a little bit earlier.
Yep. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Braking is for people that come last, is what I heard.
That means don't brake whenever you start the race, Croncy.
Yeah.
Oh, very great jump.
That was an okay jump, yeah. Yeah, the bounce kind of helped them there, right? It put them into the right line to come out of the turn.
Yeah, I think that was a great overall jump. A little bit of a you know, of a little potato bump, but they should be fine. They should be able to recover here. Looking good. 124 going into this last corner, so we're looking about a 128, maybe 130. Let's see what happens here. 129. Yeah, okay.
So
that's kind of where you want to be, man.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. As long as you're like a 129 on your first lap, you're probably going to put in a time around that 124, 125 mark on your lap 2, lap 3, barring any large issues. So they certainly know the track. Langmax did a fantastic job in the first lap. Let's bring it back. Let's see if we can get like maybe a slightly better jump. The entrance into the tunnel as well was just a little slow. So a couple of things to improve on, but if you can, definitely put you in the maybe the top 8 of our qualifiers today.
Yeah, but here we go. I mean, that 129 could be good, but you definitely always want better. You definitely want to improve here. So I think that's what Langmax is going to do. Very nice, smooth curving through there, taking the edges of those corners. And here we go. We're going into the jump now. You need to take this. Oh, I knew that was going to happen
Oh,
this time around.
yeah. Not the worst thing to happen though. So it'll probably cut their time. They'll probably hit another 130 if they don't have any other issues here. But yeah, that's a little bit of an interesting one. So you hit the ground just with the front of the vehicle, and yeah, it causes that to happen. And it's kind of just the equivalent of going full stop when you land. So obviously not the result you want there, but everything else they've done so far is perfect for a lap number 3.
Yep.
We'll see in a second.
I can't wait to get that IST of ground vehicle physics sooner or later, man. I'm excited for it. So this looks like it was actually a little better. This was like a 128 Crunchy because 257, so it was probably a little bit better there, a 128. So they're improving. Let's see if this lap number 3 can be their best one, but 128 is a good solid start here for Team Flynn's free riders.
This is also this team's last chance. This is not a team of 4, it's a team of 3, so they only have those first 3 laps of their main racer to attempt. So this is their last chance to get into qualifying time.
Oh, very careful there, not hitting those tires, because that would have wiped them out and had him get out here. But here we go, another smooth turn here, going into the big jump. Needs to take it easy on this jump so he doesn't overshoot and hopefully bounce up. Here we go.
That's pretty good. That was a smooth one. That's a great job. So now we just need the tunnel. This is a pretty solid entrance as long as they don't mess up right at the bottom here. Oh, they wiggled, but they're okay. They're okay.
All right, there we go. That was a small one, but it's looking pretty decent. And here we go. I think this might be their best lap so far, Crunchy.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be a 128. It's probably going to be like a 125. Here we go.
There you go. 125.832. Very solid time. Like we said, aiming for that like sub 126 is where you want to be today. And they did it. Well done. A great run from you, Langmax. That will likely put you qualified for today. There's still quite a few races left to go, but yeah, you got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, right there, before Balsamic from Capcom. But we're gonna start seeing a lot of these. Man, that was really good. That was a really good run from Flynn's free riders. Only having one racer, I think that's a pretty decent time to start getting them qualified. Unless the rest of the teams are just starting to do 124s. So I'm gonna say that 125 is a great job.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You can also see now that we've gotten enough races in, you can sort of see what times we're expecting, right? So these races, Kratos, Athelian, XVDN, sort of on the edge of their seats, hoping that other teams don't go too well now before they get pushed out. Keep in mind as well, when you do look at that top 16, there are some of those people in the top 16 are multiple races from the same team. So keep that in mind if you're doing any math at home, trying to figure out exactly who qualifies. But we'll also try to keep you updated with exactly where everyone's standing.
No, I totally agree there. So upcoming is Test Squadron. We got the Midnight Bard, and then Renee, who's going to be taking the track. If they can, qualify here for this year's System 7 2955 season. Looking forward to it to see how they do here. But hey, fingers crossed that they put in the practice, Crunchy, because as we've seen today, this track is not being nice to anybody.
Yeah, I mean, once again, one of the best races in the entire series exploded 8 seconds into the race. So it could happen to anyone. You never know.
All right, there we go. We have, I believe the Midnight Bar is going to be our first one up. They're going to get the countdown, and then they're going to be starting here. Let's get the leaderboard back up.
There we go. We're off.
Here we go, the Midnight Bar.
Very rough start into that first turn. Just try to keep it casual. Try to get yourself used to the track with this first lap, and then just absolutely floor it lap 2 and 3.
Okay, here we go. Looking a lot better after that initial start here. The Midnight Bar trying to find his groove. And speeding up here, trying to get a little bit of a wobble. You need to be able to learn how to handle that PTV, keep it straight, because it
Yep.
could literally slide anywhere. She can be a little bit tricky, but so far, Midnight Bar, I think, is going to probably use this lap 1 to test it out and then hopefully speed up in lap number 2, Kronstein.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what the majority of our teams are doing today, as it's a good way to sort of think about it anyway. Get yourself into the right headspace.
All right, here we go. Get the first jump. Will he be able to catch speed and land this? Oh,
They barely had
made
enough
it.
speed. Yeah. After that,
Wow.
after that sort of swivel that we saw just before the jump, I was certain they wouldn't have enough speed, but they just barely were able to get over.
Man, that was okay. I mean, love the confidence there going through the tunnel here. Midnight Bar not doing pretty well for this lap number 1. Just need to get that confidence up. Try to get a little bit better on those lines. But man, I can't wait to see what they bring in lap number 2.
Yeah, me too. So here we go. We can see a 142 for lap number 1. Let's push into lap number 2. 142 is not going to do it today, I don't think.
That's still not a bad
Two
time
more
for
laps plus another competitor.
Yep, still not a bad time for a first lap there, Kronstein. So if they can improve on that a little bit, they should be able to hopefully bring that down by a good, I would say a good 12 seconds if I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, they're having a
Alright,
lot of problem with that little turn there. The sort of trick to that turn is you've really just got to keep it in, like, you want to come in from the right side and then keep it in as tight as possible when you go into it. That
Yep.
way you don't end up risking spinning out really or losing control of the PTV.
And that PTV is gunning too, and remember the PTV still has a pretty decent speed. I think it's if I think when we read was 30, if I'm not mistaken. So PTV with decent speed here. Very, very good jump there. A little bit rough, but it's okay. Should be able to make it up. I think this lap is going to be a definite improvement over the last one if Midnight Bar can get through this tunnel fairly quickly.
Yeah, we what was it, a 142 for the last lap. So see how it compares. I think we'll be the sub 140 most likely. Ooh, rough exit there. Gonna lose a lot of time.
Yep. I think this lap is going to be a little bit worse than the previous one, around that 140 area. So Midnight Bar needs to come up with this one in lap number 3. Concentrate here. Don't make any mistakes. Normally, instead of braking, normally what I'll do is I'll let go of W or I'll kind of let it go for a brief second and then get make sure my vehicle controls a little bit and then kind of push it forward. But yeah, I mean, still not bad runs for Midnight Bar. Still doing a great job though. 140 is not bad at all.
Yeah, they did much better on that first time that they had problems in the first and second lap. But then coming out of it a little bit of a wobble there. So they certainly have the ideas right. They just need the consistency.
Yep. There you go, doing a great job. I think this lap number 3 is probably going to be their best one if they can keep up this pace. Doing very good. Here comes the jump, and they just need to make sure that not go too fast. Don't get that pop up. Not too bad. It's okay. Still saved it. Lost a few seconds there. It's no problem. And now we're going back through the tunnel. Tunnel of Doom. Hell's Tunnel. Whatever you want to call it.
Any jump where I don't end up upside down, I consider a success. So.
Oh, no, that was a tough one there. That was a few seconds lost, unfortunately. Yeah, that's probably going to still be around that same 140-ish timing there, Kronstein. So, yeah, we're looking at probably a final time of 140. Still very, very good run for Test Squadron, 138. Not too bad at all. Let's see what Renee can do, and let's see if Renee can hopefully get a little bit more time than a 138 to hopefully get the, Test Squadron to qualify here in this year's System 7, Kronstein.
Yeah, it's a 138 is not going to do it. They're going to need to get something a little bit faster here. Yeah, this is once again one of the benefits of having a full team of 4 is you do get those extra 3 laps with another racer, which is great. You get that extra chance. So, yeah, we'll see what Renee can do.
All right, well, here we go. Renee from Test Squadron is coming up. I believe they did a race in this year's Daymar Rally, which is incredible, and they actually did finish too. So shout out to them for coming in and trying out System 7 here. But all I'm gonna say is System 7, unlike the Daymar Rally is where anybody can join. System 7 is more, you have to qualify in order to be in that top 16 if you want to qualify against the best in StarCitizen. So this is a place. It's a little bit more competitive, a little bit more, a strategy, and kind of working out with your teammates, and all. You need to be a master of so many different vehicles in order to, to find the top 3 here in this System 7. So,
yeah,
this season is going to be an interesting one.
It is. It is. Once again, I'm really glad that we've got a bunch of returning teams and a bunch of new teams. That's what I want to see every year. I want to see the community sort of grow. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait to see what it ends up being here in a moment as we head on to our next races. Now, notably, after Renee from Test Squadron, we're gonna have another crowd favorite, Delta Dietis Racing. We're gonna be seeing Checked Leak smash it in for Canada.
Hey, I'm a big fan of Delta Dietis. That's my people over there. Let's see if they can, honestly, Delta Dietis. Check Leak. I'm not sure if you remember, but in Cargo Crisis, he flipped over. And in Cargo Crisis, he flipped over, and he had a massive a massive lead, and that would have gave them that #1 placement. And honestly, if Delta Dietis would have won that, they would have had a major jump and probably even close to that top 3. So that one race could have put them in that top 3 that season for System 7. So it was definitely a bummer, man. It was definitely a bummer to see. So I hope that with the new rules, Delta Dietis can bounce back and hopefully get a spot, because they are a contender in this race. But before they can do that, Francie, they have to qualify. They have to get a good time in order to qualify for this season.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, we're going to see if Renee can qualify for Test Squadron. Right now, they're just trying to beat their teammate, who had a 138. So that is the first goal. The second goal is to see if we can push it even further to guarantee a top 16.
All right, here we go. Well, we have Renee, a little bit of a bump, no problem. Just make sure that you use this first lap as a test and then come back stronger. But, like I said, man, I've said this many times, a big shout out to all these teams that are coming out here, and no matter what, they're showing up, they're showing out. I really appreciate everybody, okay? Don't be scared to sign up for our events. We got ship racing, a new ship racing event coming. We already teased this last year at EA54. So make sure you guys come out for that one, because it's gonna be incredible, man. I can't wait. But this is gonna be don't be scared to jump in these events. Whether it's Atmo Esports, XGR, it doesn't matter. Just jump into the events, man. Have a good time. That's what it's all about. Yeah, that was a
I just have to
friendly drag.
Yeah, and it was so smooth too. They preserved like all of their speed while they were sitting on the front 2 wheels. Maybe that's the strat that no one's been doing yet.
Yeah, it's looking good here out of the tunnel. I mean, outside of a couple little things, I think Renee has a great base to come out with a great lap in this lap number 2. So, Francie, just a little bit more, being a little bit more smoother and picking up the speed a little bit. I think Renee can easily pull a sub 130 here.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of issues with overturning in the first lap. So, if we can correct that, we'll probably be in a good spot. Even just do stuff like that. Like you can take safer routes and you're fine.
Yep.
Ooh, there we go. So that looked like maybe a little bit of desync, but there was like a collision into the side that spun them out ever so slightly. But it looks like they recovered.
All right, here we go. Renee doing a great job. Very good turns here. And then here comes a jump here in a second. Shout outs to Whammers. Kind of want a burger today.
Oh, no, I want a burger. Solid
Very
jump.
nice
Solid
jump. Hey, put a goal up. I got you, Crunchy. Call it burger time. Do you guys have good burgers in Australia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most part.
The best burger
There's-
I've had
there's
so
a little
far
bit of
had to be Honest Burger in the UK. Honest Burger in the UK, bro, has to been
interesting.
my favorite. Did you not go? You're in Citizen Con?
Which, I might have actually.
Honest Burger?
Is it the one that's? Was it the one that's like a little bit like US Dinery?
No. No,
Not that one.
no. You
I went to
definitely
we
didn't
went
go.
to
How
a
dare
burger
you.
place, and it was like it was half decent, but I don't know if it was Honest Burger. It might have been something else.
It was definitely not Honest Burger because you would have remembered. You would have remembered it. You ate Honest Burger, so I think we ate Honest Burger
I just have
probably
high
like.
standards.
There's no way, bro. Y'all, what do you guys
Anyway,
serve
lap
in
number
Australia?
3.
Like kangaroo burgers? Like, I mean,
People do, but kangaroo is kind of a. It's not that good of a meat. It's not. It doesn't taste that good.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. All right, here we go. Renee on the last rail of this lap number 3, going into the tunnel. Very nice, smooth jump. Can't complain here. A lot of improvement. I think Renee has the base for landing a very good lap here. I think this lap definitely a lot smoother than 2. Let's see how this person comes out of the tunnel here, Crunchy.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how their lap number 2 finished because we were talking about burgers. But this lap has felt very smooth. So if it compares at all, let's see. We got a 128.396. Pretty
That
good.
could be.
Pretty good.
Yes, that could be. That could be. I think the 128s are what's going to put people in there. And right there, Renee, even though Amarok's Fang is already qualified, that 128 could be that threshold. We keep saying 124, but still, you never know. Test Squadron could qualify here. A very good run
Yeah,
by
128.
Renee.
128 probably barely makes it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more teams to go still. So 128, it's like it's close, but I think it makes it. We'll see.
I mean, amazing job though. Kind of adjusting. And yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Man, how long we've been here? I feel like I've been here like longer than Dave O'Reilly.
Impossible.
Impossible. I know.
Impossible.
I know.
No, this is one thing that
Let's
I've been
see if-
liking about today. It's a lot of action to look very quickly, which is nice.
Yeah. Let's see if Parge Linus gets to make it and qualify. My boy Parge Linus.
Podge Linus with a 129.93 is gonna be that's gonna be tight. That's gonna be tight. Like once again, when you look at that top 16 that we've got there on the graphic, keep in mind that some of those are from the same teams, so it doesn't necessarily apply. But yeah, with the amount of players that are left, anyone who gets better than a 128 at this stage, I think qualifies straight up. So that's what you're after. Straight up, everyone that's left, that's what you're after. Get better than 128, and you're
Damn,
should be guaranteed.
Look at this track record here. First place, second place, first place, second place. Tech League, man. I don't see System 7 up there, so this is the year, baby. Tech League, Delta Dyna Racing from Canada is going to hopefully bring in that heat. Let's see if Tech League can, I'm not trying to put pressure, but let's see if they can match up that annual run.
Yeah, I'd really love to see someone get better than that 119.9, right? Like it's cutting it close, but it'd be nice to get another sub 120.
Yeah, I got our photographer Victor doing a killer job getting some of these photos from these tracks for today. So we'll be posting that on our socials. And here is Team Delta Dyna Racing. Cronzy, they only have one try. Czech League is their hope. Czech
Yep.
League is
And this-
there. Is
He's
yes.
going fast. Flooring it right off the bat. What else could we expect from Delta Dietis, right?
I love hanging out with Czech League, by the way. The guy's such a good dude, man. I
Yep.
was able to sit with him Citizen Con and say hello. We didn't have much time, but still always happy to see everybody come together, man. But look, man, this run is smooth, man. This is as smooth as Anvil.
Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah, this is a very Woo!
Woo!
Okay. It's still very smooth. It's still very smooth. A little bit wobbly there, but practically no time actually lost. Just spinning out a bit. So let's see how Czech League's jump is. The jump in the tunnel makes it for everyone's run. Very smooth. Very, very smooth. So you can see there, just like positioned the jump and just like a little bit backed off the jump, so that they landed on the downhill, and because of that, no issues coming off.
Yep, here we go. Nice drive out. He's just riding the rail, getting right out of the gate, out of the tunnel. Smooth run here. Are we going to see a 120?
That is our
1, 2,
fastest
3.
lap one by far. 123. That is crazy. That is 2 seconds faster than the lap one we saw from Ludox. It was previously our highest lap one. So that is crazy. Czech League absolutely smashing it. If Czech League is able to run this back, this is going to be another.
I don't know, man, but I mean, Czech League's showing us that they can race and not only play hockey in Canada. So looking lovely here at this time of day.
Yeah,
but
that is
man,
crazy lap
what a
one.
smooth run.
That is also a qualifying lap one. That is guaranteed to be qualifying. So honestly, Czech League doesn't have to do anything right now. But we know Czech League. Czech League's going to go for the sub 120, try to get there, right?
In sub 120 backwards in the last lap.
All right, not as
Nice,
smooth of a jump
smooth.
there, but still good, still good.
Yeah, this is going pretty quick. This is looking devious. And by the way, this year, the heats race are not going to be randomized. They are going to be depending on how you qualify or how you race in the previous races and how we're going to tear people going into the heat races this year. So, people are going to have to be strategic here. But another quick race, a 124. This is a 121.
120.8. That's a 120.8. That's
Technically
crazy.
Coming, yeah. Instead
That
of
is wild.
horsepower,
This
you got the moose power there.
Aw.
Jeez.
A little bit of a mess up there. I was going to say if Czech League is able to run this back, this might be like our fastest 3 laps from anyone that we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think this one's a little bit slower than the last 2. We'll see. Still plenty of race to go.
Man, Czech League, this is mean racing right now. Definitely want to qualify. Definitely want to lift that trophy up this year.
Yep.
This is pretty wild. I mean, I love to see it though. It's exciting, man. Racing like this is super exciting. Look at that perfect run. A little bit of a jump here, going through the snake turns and going down the tunnel here. It's looking pretty good. No complaints here. Here comes the teams.
Ooh, that was a pretty
Team
smooth
Delta Dietis
come out of the
Racing.
ramp.
Yep. Man, how can you take up that?
Whoa.
How can you be that smooth and just go that fast? Here comes the outside turn. A little bit of a jump, still too far out. Still 120 is going to be that fastest lap.
120.8.
Shoot. Wow, Czech League. I know you heard everything I said while he was racing, man. So great, incredible job there.
Yeah, absolutely
Incredible
fantastic.
job.
And notably, as Amarok's Fang, I've already qualified. That is our fastest qualifier. So Czech League, you absolutely crushed it. You are the fastest of our non-qualified. Well done.
Yep, that is. I mean, he dethroned NeoJet out of that one, but at least we know that Skya Racing is back in the top 16. You got Delta Dietis is definitely back in the top 16. Capcom is probably going to be there as well, 124. It's probably going to land in that spot. I think Saji-sama is going to be able to be back in that top 16.
Yep.
But by the way, anything initial D, anything initial D, I just can't. You just have to, man. That's my favorite
course.
manga, my favorite anime. It is the 30th
Yes.
anniversary, 30th year anniversary of Initial D. So I
Yep.
swear, Sanji, if you're not in that podium in the 30th anniversary of Initial D, I'm gonna have to strip that name away from you.
Yep. So worth noting as well, I just want to point out that there is also, keep in mind, SPG at Mossy, we have to check through the VOD to make sure their time, like we had that timer issue earlier today. So even when we look at these top 16, things could change. So do keep that in mind. However, yeah, it's looking like it's starting to get tight here for some of these races. Everyone around the 128 mark is going to be biting their teeth at the moment. So we're going to be going to Venture Origins next up. We've got Isotope and Ghostbuster are going to be our racers for this team. And then we've also got Von Long and the Yodelorian are also members of the team.
I like it. I like it. Representing USA, we got love seeing Isotope and Ghostbuster. I think I met Isotope at CitizenCon as well. Great dude. He actually gifted a ticket out to a community member at the Bar Citizen. So shout out to Isotope for EA54. Nice to have you back, and good luck. Racing. Excited to see what Adventure Origins, if they're going to be able to get a top spot and qualify this year, Kronzi.
Yeah, we'll see how they compete, and looks like they are off. Let's go.
Yep, here we go. Nice smooth run here. Yeah, all these other teams, man, like are
There's a lot of strong teams that have been here today. It's the System 7 gets more and more competitive every year, and these times get closer and closer together every year. Makes me glad I don't compete in this anymore, and I just watch it and tell everyone why they're doing stuff wrong instead.
Yeah, it's crazy because it can only get more and more competitive, right, Croncy? As the game stabilizes and gets a lot better, especially, like, it's only going to get more competitive overall. So I'm excited, especially if we're able to take some of these tracks to, to Arena Commander, where the things can be a lot smoother. That'll be great to see.
All right, here we go. First jump for Isotope. Pretty good. Once again, a little bit slow. You lose some speed if you end up jumping that far up, but yeah, at least you don't lose 20 seconds from being upside down.
There we go. Nice smooth run through the tunnels here. Isotope doing a great job. We're at about that 120, 127. Here we go. Should be able to kind of clock him in here soon at 130-ish. Okay, 130-ish first lap. Isotope, that needs to be a little bit better here. Need to be a little bit more smoother. But I think Isotope can pull it off here for Venture Origins, Trunty.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the majority of the races that we've seen get like a 130-ish for their first lap have gotten around like a 126, 127 for their qualifying lap. So should be a good sign that they're in a good way, but yeah, you still want to try to improve as much as possible.
All right, here we go. Nice smooth run, a little bit better run than the initial one. And by the way, Venture Origins do have a second driver, Ghostbuster, in order to be able to to re-qualify on there. So it should be good.
Yep.
Nice jump here. Hopefully no bounce. Oh, very nice. Very smooth landing flat there.
All right.
And here we go through Hell's Tunnel. Yep. It's red. You got to call it Hell's Tunnel, man. It's red. There we go. And plus, it made two people blow up this one, so it's definitely Hell's Tunnel.
That's true. I was going to say you could call it the Highway to Hell. That's probably better.
It's not a highway, though, Croncy. It's a racetrack.
It's a low way because it goes underneath.
It's a low way. All right, so 130.
So that would have been
right?
a 126.
126. Yeah. Yep. So 126 here for Isotope could be good.
Yeah, that should qualify them by all accounts. But let's see if they can make it even better. Obviously, you'd like to be positioned a little bit higher, if possible. This is a very, very solid third lap so far. A little bit slow coming out of that turn.
All right, it's all right. They still got the smooth, you know. Can't peel off at full speed. Here we go. Here's a turn, and then the last turn for the ramp here. And need to, I mean, so far, pretty good smooth drops from Isotope. There we go. All right, getting towards here. Yep. House Tunnel coming through now, and this won't be bad, man. But a 126 here should be good, Proncy.
Yeah, 126 should put them through, probably towards the mid to back section of our qualifiers. But they may be looking to improve that as well. Once again, they've got another racer to attempt 3 more laps. There we go, 125.79, so a little bit faster than what we were mentioning there. That's going to put them in a great spot there. You can see them right between Quelsar and Langmax. So yeah, well and truly going to qualify their team. They're going to try again, see if they can get a little bit better. And then we'll go from there. Alrighty, so next up, we will be seeing Ghostbuster from Venture Origins trying to compete and beat Isotope's score just then. We'll see how much they can go. After this, we have 4 more teams, followed by, of course, a little treat at the end. Herbie's going to try again right at the end of today. But so after this, we have 4 more teams. We're going to be seeing Manus Lost from Nexus. We'll be seeing Lease Motorsports, once again, our #1 qualifier from last year and #4 team overall from last year. We're going to be seeing J-Script try to get the qualifying spot there. Then we'll be seeing Novak Racing with Uphill Geordie and Ismaster, and Keiko Cruisers with Moto Wolf and Blocksware. So yeah, keep in mind, we still have to check for SPG Racing. We have to go through the VOD to make sure we've got times correct, as we did have that issue earlier on. But at this rate, yeah, you definitely want to be hitting 126, 127 to make sure you qualify.
Rossi, can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, there we go.
Were we talking over each other for the last 5 minutes?
No, my audio interface just completely cut out there. So, yeah, that was a tough one.
There you go.
But yeah, it looks like yeah, Venture Origins did a great job at 125. I heard you mention that. So, but let's Ghostbuster can still put a good time up there. And then we still have some teams that we have to confirm their times as well, because we need to go through the VOD.
Yeah. We need to look at SPG afterwards. I will say, when we were watching them, they were sitting around like the 130-ish mark, so it's gonna be an interesting one to see if they did actually make it. But yeah, right now you're looking for try to get yourselves into a 127 just to make it work, and that's what Ghostbusters is going to try to do right now. Their team has qualified, but let's make it better.
All right, here we go, because we have only a few more racers to go too. We got Team Nexus coming up. We got Manus Lost. This is going to be, I believe this is the first time Team Nexus is going to be racing for us today. So let's see what happens. But yeah, looking great so far, Croncy. It looks like we have a solid top team so far. And I believe, hopefully, if the rest of the teams don't end up getting under a 125, I think Venture Origins should be okay to be able to qualify for that top 16 again.
Yeah, they have at this point a 125 is 100% going to be within the top 16. It's just a question of where it's going to sit, which will depend on the next four teams. So, gotta breathe a sigh of relief there for Isotope, and Ghostbuster has to just try to beat Isotope for bragging rights and to fight
for
back
bragging rights.
Well, bragging rights, and then be like, haha, I did better than you, right? It's great. Who doesn't love doing that?
Whoa! I think that a barrel roll in the middle of the air off the ramp here. Ghostbuster. We said do better, not, Not take it easy on
when
on
we say
Isochoke.
perform, we mean go faster, not do some acrobatics. I think they're blaring the horn too. I think I just heard that over the sound. I wonder if that makes you go faster. All right, here we go. Lap number 1. Gonna be a little bit slow. 143. But we had all those collisions earlier on, so maybe they can bring it back here, make it a little bit better. Not the best turn into the start, but a good recovery.
Not bad for a 140. Not bad of a lap for a 143, to be honest, Croncy. So a little bit of more, manageable improvements in the handling, and we should be good there. Beautiful turn on that U, straight there, looking good. BT across the BTR logo. I mean, it's looking pretty good here for it feels like they're just kind of drifting a little bit out of control, but I think it's manageable for a 143.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. All right, here we go. Coming around for the turn before the jump. The last jump was a bit rough. Let's see what they can do here.
Saw them slow down a little bit, angle this a little bit better, and they should be good there.
Ooh,
Oh, no.
Not quite, not quite.
Yeah.
A little bit too much speed, a little bit too far of a jump. Just, yeah, pushes them over.
Yeah, no matter how you jump that, how you angle that jump, like, if you go too fast, you're just going to overshoot and just kind of, bump into that wall regardless. So,
yeah. It's not even necessarily the wall. It's just the amount of speed that you hit the ground with. It just messes you up. The physics engine just sort of throws you around, right? So, yeah. We'll see how they go here. Oh, another rough start into that first turn. They're struggling to find their footing there.
A little bit of a fishtail there in the beginning. But let's see how these beginning turns go for them here. But looking good so far. Normally pretty good here. A little bit of too much of an inside to a wide turn. That's going to lose him a little bit of a few seconds there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see that average of that 140-ish for Ghostbuster. But Isotope kind of clinched it for them, so I think they'll be able to have an entire season to be able to race some different vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, important to note, this while we've got multiple races for these teams, this may not be the vehicle that Ghostbuster excels at, right? Maybe one of the other ones that we get to see over the course of the next month and a half, 2 months and a half.
Oh, another bump there off that jump. That's gonna, man, it's like the beginning corners and that jump is just kind of like the deadly weapon here for Ghostbuster.
Yeah, because they've had a pretty good tunnel section, like all 3 laps. It hasn't been the worst, so they've just really struggled with those 2 sections that you mentioned, and that sort of cost them the speeds here. But like you mentioned, they've already qualified. They get in there. They do not get the bragging rights over Isotope, unfortunately, but they get a fastest lap of a 131, which is a fantastic run. So well done, Team Venture Origins. Yeah. We're now going to be moving on to Team Nexus with Manus Lost.
Yep, hailing from Canada. Teammates, you got, what's that, Brooke Van and then Gimply 85. So best of luck here to Manus Lost coming up on this next run here, Croncy. And again, we'll have more racer profiles in the coming days. As soon as we get the top 16, we're going to try to get some incredible content to make sure that you guys know which teams are going to be racing in the System 7 season this year, making sure we get some interviews and some other information to make sure that these teams get the love they deserve. So it's going to be a fun season this year.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Can't wait to go to Pyro. Can't wait to see what our competitors think about it and what our viewers think about it too.
Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be fun. I can't wait for race number 6, going through islands and stuff. The Jamaican Islands or whatever it is. I don't know, the Bermuda Islands. It's going to be a good one.
Yep. So there we go. Just once again, we get our support crew here to just go through the track and make sure that, there's nothing astray, nothing that's going to ram into someone or whatever.
I wonder if an oil spill, messes you up. Call it the oil spill.
As far as I'm aware, it has no physical properties, but I would love if it did. If it was possible for you to actually like drift off the oil spill or something into the next turn. Because the next turn as well, it's the one just below the jump. Just get like some
Yeah, it's like
sick,
you black
sick
ice.
drifting.
You black ice and wipe out there.
Yeah, yep.
All right, come on, next racers. Team Nexus is coming up next, and then after Nexus, we got Lease Motorsports, Novak Racing, and Keiko Cruisers. So we're almost there. We're almost down to our last 4 teams right now. So excited to see some of these new teams and see if they're going to be able to, be able to get this, be able to get in under that 128 is kind of where they need to be.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier, so we're about to watch Madness Lost, but I did mention earlier about Lease Motorsports. Last year, they were our #1 qualifier. They were 4th place at the System 7, meaning they just barely lost out on an auto qualifier. They're a team to watch. So I'm really, really excited to see what they end up pulling out this year, especially in the qualifiers. But right now, we're going to watch Madness Lost, see what they can do. Team Nexus, as far as I'm aware, another new team, a team that I'm not familiar with. So a team that I'm excited to see what they can pull off and see where they position themselves within the community.
Well, great first turns here. They're doing a great job. Look at this. Oh, no. He was going to try to take that outside angle to go to the inside, like how you normally want to do there, get in a little bit of a drift. And kind of okay. I mean, not too bad. Other than that little bump, I think we're going to see a pretty decent lap #1 here from Madness Lost. But it looks like they know what they're doing, Kronzi.
Yeah, it does. For the most part, just a couple of small problems so far. But once again, this is lap #1. Just use it to get yourself a little bit comfortable with the track. See how you pull off lap #2, lap #3. That is a fantastic turn. Super, super close to the side, but just like controlled. It's fast, right? That's what you want.
And here, let's see how they get the jump. Hopefully, no. Very nice, very smooth.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a bump there, but I mean, the perfect jump is where you kind of want to land with your back wheels going down the hill of that jump is kind of where you want to be. But I don't think that, we've seen people like Anril or people like, Czech League who's just, tearing up the track, man, and not even controlling their speed and getting some pretty good times. So,
Yeah.
there we go. Let's see what they got. 130. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Hopefully that's some, just some desync there. I hope that's more desync. Yep, it is. Okay. That got a little scary there. Once again, a 130 on a lap 1, as long as there's no major issues on lap 2, lap 3, should mean we see about a 126. So if we see that again here, this team should qualify, which would be great. Love seeing new teams jump in. But yeah, still a lot of race to go. No major issues. That's all we're after. No major issues. Just run it back.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams could have probably been in previous seasons, probably on a different team name, but according to the team name, they seem new to us. But I mean, this team is racing really, really great. Yep. They know what they're doing. A little bit of a drift here, fantastic. Get a little bit of a speed going up to the ramp here, and get a nice little jump. Boom. That was great.
That's a good landing. Great landing. Yeah. So that's one of those instances where it's like, even if you land far away, as long as you're not too fast, you don't hit the ground too fast, you don't flip over, right?
Overall looking good, going through Hell's Tunnel pretty smoothly, controlling whether he's hitting the wall or not. Now here comes the left turn before the exit.
Okay.
And this should be about a 125.
255. Yeah, that's a 125. So that's a qualifying time. That's going to mean we're going to be seeing Team Nexus over the course of the next 2.5 months. So well done, Team Nexus. Let's see if you can improve upon the time. Try to beat some of our other competitors here today as well. But well done. Congratulations.
You definitely want to improve, because I'm going to tell you right now, remember, depending on the time that they qualify is how they're going to get stacked up to each other in the heat race. Remember that, Kronzi. Yeah. So we're actually using these times now to put them in a certain order in the heat race. All right. So, so a lot of these teams, regardless whether they qualify or not, they're going to have to 1000%, right, try to get their best time, because the higher you are, the
Yeah.
better in position you're going to be for the heat races.
Yep.
Oh no, that's a bummer right there.
Yep. It happens. It happens. Luckily, they had a fantastic lap number 2, so it's not going to punish them too much.
And I'm so stuffy, man. I can't even breathe properly. It's annoying.
Yep.
Oh man, being sick sucks. But right here, man, it's lost. Bringing it, man, bringing it. I mean, a lot of these times of 128 are going to start getting pushed down, unfortunately. So if like Least Motorsports comes in, does a under 128, Novak Racing and Keiko Cruisers does it under a 128. A lot of these teams that were that are trying to qualify around that 128 are going to get pushed out of that top 16, Kranzi.
Yeah, no, 100%. So well done there. Team Nexus and Manus lost for an absolutely fantastic finish. This is going to be bad news for a couple of our
124.
late teams.
Yeah,
124.4. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Incredible.
So even better than what we saw there. Now, this is going to be some bad things for some of our slower teams that we had earlier. So Cobra Force are out. Unfortunately, their time's not going to get there. We still need a confirmation of SPG, I believe, which will happen after today. So we'll get confirmation here. And while still in it, very very close, Marauder Racing Team, I believe, are currently our 16th. So they are right on the edge, I believe, right now.
Who is?
Yeah. I believe Marauder Racing Team.
Well, you have to make sure to understand that there's a couple of on that chart. There's a couple of racers that are doubled up from different teams. So
No, I know.
there's-
If you
Oh,
have a
okay.
look at our sheet, some of our fantastic staff have added some placings of the actual teams themselves where they are situated at the moment.
Oh, okay, I see.
So, yeah, as far as I'm aware, Marauder Racing Team are currently 16th for us. So, with 3 teams left to go, plus Herbie as well, but Herbie has already qualified and Qualifier is already timed in. Marauder Racing Team, I believe, are right on the edge.
And their time was 132. Yeah, 132 would be on the
Yeah.
edge right there for sure, 100%.
So, we
Yeah,
got 3
I
more
didn't-
teams.
I didn't see those
They're
times,
just trying to be
unfortunately.
Yeah, all good. J-Script is going to be our next racer for Team Lease Motorsport. I know I said it like 30 times, but I just want to remind you. Highest qualifier, first qualifier last year. And then 4th place position overall last year. This is a team not to be meddled with, and they haven't auto-qualified. They've got to beat it. So by our estimation, if they get better than like a 128, they should auto-qualify. And so that's what they're going to be looking for.
All right, well, here we go. J-Script, there is no debris from Port Olisar down here, so that you can't use that as an excuse, my guy. You better pedal to the metal. Let's see if they can keep that number 1 spot like they did last year and qualify with a less than a 119.
And we are off. Let's do it. Oh. Possibly a restart?
Nope. They don't get a restart. They got
okay.
They got to go.
You're not sure what's happening here.
Probably got told to go back. I think the timer
Possibly
probably
a timer
crashed.
issue? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's okay. At least it crashed early. You don't want it to crash, halfway through your second extremely fast lap.
All right, well, here we go. Let's see if as soon as they can get it back up, we should be able to get these laps underway. But again, thank you guys all for joining us today. Really appreciate it. A big thanks to our staff team, everybody who's putting in their time to make sure that these qualifiers go pretty well. So shout out to everybody from Ammo Esports. And again, whether you guys want to race, whether you guys want to help us out, volunteers for these events, hey, join us at discord.gg/Ammo Esports. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors, Icon City, Monster Tech, and Toby Gaming. Thank you guys all very much for your support this season. And guys, make sure there's a lot of discount codes for whether you're either getting Monster Tech or whether you're checking out Icon City or checking out Tobii Eye Tracker 5. There is some discounts down below in the About section or description section on YouTube or Twitch. So thank you guys so much for joining us today and watching, whether you're on X, YouTube, or Twitch. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, let's see if we can get that overlay. If not, if we don't get that overlay up, we'll probably take a quick break and then come back once that overlay is ready to go, because that timer is important.
Yeah. At the very least, they may be running the timer. We might just not get the overlay back, but we'll get the times in for you guys as soon as possible. We have just 3 teams left. This is our third last team. Like I said, though, we will also be getting Herbie back for our very last racer of the day. Because, you know, we had that issue, what was it, 6 seconds into the race and Herbie exploded?
Yep, here we go. Well, we'll get some official times regardless on the to report to you guys as they're probably doing it manually, which is totally fine. But J-Script, man, has a lot to prove, and let's see what he can come up with today, Croncy.
Well, I mean, yeah, so far, proving it already. These are some very, very clean lines, very clean turns. Let's see just how they take the jump here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Maintaining most of your speed as you fall down onto the what do you call it, slope is so good.
Yeah, J-Script doing a great job so far. I mean, living up to that name, living up to what he did last year. They're another team that is hungry to get to be on top again, Croncy.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to go into lap number 2. So obviously, yeah, we don't know exactly what the times are, but we will get those hopefully before we end today. But that looks like a very fast lap number 1, on par with some of our faster ones, probably like a 125, 126, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if they get that, they're going to keep bumping out those people that are in the 1 minute 30 section. They're going to start bumping them away, unfortunately. Wow. What the heck kind of witchcraft 3 was that?
Yeah, activating fly mode, obviously.
You mean activating levitation?
Yeah. Turned on the retro boosters.
The retro boosters? I'm like, that guy did some Harry Potter type of car vibe there,
Jump on the broom.
Jesus.
Yeah, once again, this is a little bit of trouble there, but mostly a really good lap. So much so that I reckon, while not knowing the numbers themselves, this feels like it is a qualifying lap based on what we've seen today.
Yeah, going pretty smooth there. Here we go. We don't have the timer here, but we'll figure it out here soon.
J-Script on their last lap here. Looking to bring it back. Try to break the top 3 of the series this year.
Can you imagine if we just had them qualify during their average lap time? Lap time would be wild. Yeah, out of the 3, we just get the average.
Yep.
No, fastest lap, that's why we do 3 laps. Fastest lap is normally...
Yep. It's the most important, because we always know that there can be issues with certain regards, and we want to make sure that everyone gets their best chance,
Yep. Taste of Fizz. There we go. Very nice jump there by J-Script, looking pretty good.
All right, last time in the tunnel. Last lap had a bit of a rough tunnel entrance.
Man, they just hug. Nope. That's just that corner, man. That little white yellow pole. Just
it is, yeah. But you'll notice, or you may have noticed over the course of today, there is a lot of wall riding along the entrance and the exit. But I think the idea is that you've really got to try to, as much as you can, just flick it away. Oh god, that was fast. Just flick it away. Once you get to the end there.
Yeah, they wanted to take an extra lap there. Well, we'll probably get an official manual time here soon, hopefully. Let's see what happens.
waiting for an update on the info. But after JScript, we're going to be heading to Novak Racing, our second last team for today, with Uphill Jordy and Is Master. These guys are from Mexico.
Yep, they did qualify last year and placed 10th place in the qualifier, but overall in the season they placed 6th place. So Novak Racing definitely knows what they're doing. So this is going to be another team that's going to bring a lot of, trying to qualify here. But I don't think we have a time yet for Least Motorsports. But I believe their second lap should solidify them within that top 16, which means they're probably going to be pushing out some of the other teams, but also also we need to figure out SPG Racing, because if they hit another 126, that could start pushing out a lot of those teams that race that 130, 128, and now once it drops in that 129, it starts to drop out those higher 120s. So it's gonna be very scary going with these last few teams, man.
Yeah. Going to be a bit on the edge of your seat at the moment. I believe the two races, God damn it, Podgeliness and Test Squadron. I believe Podgeliness and Test Squadron are the two teams that are sort of still at risk of not qualifying, that have already raced. So they're going to be watching these races to the very bitter end right now to see if they get pushed out.
Currency, you have a Podgeliness, right?
I just want to make sure everyone knows I'm not getting paid for this, and there is no HR department.
You're not getting paid.
Man.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there might be a time being submitted at the moment. There is indeed. JScript with a... Oh, it might be getting edited. 1 second. All right, there we go. 121.168. An extremely fast time, as we were kind of expecting what we watched, right? Those were some really, really crazy laps. So that is great.
Wow.
Least Motorsports will qualify, and pretty high up too.
Wow, 121, not too bad. That puts him in that third place spot overall of the day. And now we got Uphill Jordy from Novak Racing going up here soon. So, man, wow, that's 121. It's pretty damn good.
Very fast. Very fast. Let's see if Uphill Jordy can compete. A little bit of a rough turn there, coming out of the... I don't know what we would want to call that, but sort of like the overhang section. It's interesting. The more you do this racetrack, you really just notice how much harder the racetrack gets on the second half. It feels very different, you know?
Yeah, it honestly does, because, like, you start to get more of those curves, more of those turns. You start to get now, you know, like the bottom of this tunnel is not something that is super easy. You know, some people were wall riding, some people are not, and getting still pretty good top times. So, but right now, man, look at Novak Racing. They're just doing an incredible job, just speeding through everything. But again, those people that you know had those 129, he needs right now. If if Novak Racing wants to qualify, they need to get a little bit better than that. I would say in order for them to feel safe, they need to get a 126 front seat.
For sure. I will say that number was 129.8, right? I believe that first lap.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
That is good enough to push Podgeliness out, unfortunately. So we will not be seeing XVDN over the course of the next 2.5 months, I'm afraid. But well done. A sub 130 on your very first try is an absolutely fantastic job.
Well, that's tough. And Podgeliness was a 129, so if that was a 129.8, but still, I mean, you still got this other team. So if you got, Keiko Cruisers come in and one of them put something under 129, that's going to absolutely push out, Novak Racing out of the way. So they need to improve on these next 2 laps. If not, it could be a danger for them.
For sure.
If Keiko Cruisers come out with a good lap, Crunchy.
Yep, you're exactly right. Ooh, a bit of a slow entry. Yeah, lap number 2. I think it will just barely improve on their previous time, not by much. There you go. So I think that was like a 127, 126, something like that. I think a 127. So that will improve on their time, and may be safe, but let's get a good third lap just to make sure. And even then, you've still got another racer as well. We've still got Ismaster for Team Novak Racing to try to, extend this difference.
Yeah, looking good so far. Uphill Jordy needs to bring that in, 127. I mean, that could do it, but again, there's another team that's 127. So if that other team, if Parge Linus is already pushed out, then if they're under that team and then next team comes in and gets a 126, that can push them out. So I want to continue pushing as fast as I can, trying to get hopefully a better lap than 127 here, Crunchy.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave any variable of a chance to get pushed out, because that's what happened with Sky Racing last year.
That's what happened to me last weekend playing Magic.
Oh, not my fault. Your Forest deck sucks.
I was 12-6 throughout the entire weekend. Thank you very much.
Wait, are you playing a Forest deck?
It was a green deck, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was like
that was a wild guess. Oh, okay, that was a wild guess. Here we go. 127.448. Not bad. Not bad from Uphill Jordy. Not bad. Not bad.
That will solidify them a qualifier as far as we're aware. So now, Ismaster going to try to change that to make it a little bit better, as well as once we said, where you finish is going to dictate some stuff later in the game. So you still want those higher times. But then, Keiko Cruiser's got to be a little bit scared here. I believe at the moment, Test Squadron can be eliminated. So out of it. So they're on the bubble now.
Test Squadron, I believe Renee landed a what exactly?
Renee had a 128.396. So that's what Keiko cruises once they rock up, which once again we'll be doing Ismaster first, our other racer from Novak Racing. But once we do get to Keiko cruises, they just need to beat a 128.396. Keep in mind as well, with all of these times, we still need a confirmation on SBG at Mossy's run. However, while we were watching it, I believe it was in like the late 130 ranges, but we still need those numbers, of course, to get confirmation. But yeah, it is actually coming down to the wire, right? Like we're seeing some very close times, just barely knocking people out right now.
Well, here we go. We got Ismaster, and then we're going to go to Keiko Cruisers. I hope Keiko Cruisers is ready to bring in the heat into this race. It's going to be a good one, but here we go. We're about to start it off with Keiko Cruisers from the USA. We got Motor Wolf, Poseidon, BioWare, and Hydra Still. Hydra Still sounds a little bit familiar, so I think they've raced before with us, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly.
And I don't know. It sounds like a familiar name, but yeah, Novak Racing. 127. Let's see where the spaces are. 127, 128. So I mean, yeah, but still, if both these, if you said 16 is 128, so that means that if Keiko comes in under 127, now this is gonna be tight, Croncy, because there's a couple 127s in there. So if Keiko
there are. So people can get pushed out, but the only person that can get pushed out of the top 16 at the moment is Test Squadron. They of our 16 fastest right now, they're the slowest. So 128.396 is our slowest time.
Well, it all depends on how we qualify SPG Racing. Test Squadron could already be pushed out.
Yeah, so. That number could change things. Pure speculation from me is that I think they were in the 130 range for their lap, just from what we were watching. So I actually have no idea really. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. But if you want to guarantee you're in, a sub 128 guarantees you're in.
No, you have to be under one. You have to be under
There's two, because
127 at this point.
There's two 128s. So
Yeah,
if you,
no,
if you
there's
get if you guarantee under 128, you are guaranteed in.
no 128, 128. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The problem
That's
is if
even,
you have
even yes, regardless of regardless of SPGs.
Oh man, that's super dangerous. The 128 was the timer this time around. That's super dangerous.
Yep. Ooh, all right. A rough flip there off the jump. See if they can pull this one back. Obviously, we're going to be looking at lap number 2 and lap number 3. This team has already qualified with a 127.448, but you want to get as high as you possibly can.
All right. Unless Ismaster, I mean, hopefully they can continue to keep that locked in.
Ooh, okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, that was really
Never
weird.
seen that happen before. For a second, I thought that maybe they might have lost their wheel or something like that, but it looks like they just kept the wheel itself sort of just kept colliding with the floor or something.
Yeah, it was a 155. What was the first lap that Ismaster
That
had?
was the first lap.
Oh, that was the first lap. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see it change, so I was a little bit confused. Here we're going to lap number 2. Oh no.
Yeah,
I mean, it's okay because
gonna be
if
lap number 2.
Uphill Jordy still qualifies, then this should be okay.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, once again, you really do want to try to just get the highest qualification you can every time, right? There's other stuff at stake here. It's like you can kind of relax a little bit that you qualified, but you still want to do the best you can.
Right, there we go. Getting a little bit more smoother here for Ishmaster.
All right, let's see how their jump performs this time. A little better. Obviously, you'd like to maintain some of that speed, but
Yeah, kind of like
enough to make it a run.
Yeah, kind of like braked in the air, pretty much mid-air. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. A bit of a rough entrance here. I don't think this is going to beat the 127, so they got one more lap to improve their time.
No. Gonna make cleanup hard now.
All right, 332. Let's remember that. 332 as we go into the next one.
332, 155. That's about a 147 almost. So definitely an improvement.
Yep.
You know, but still, let's see if Ismaster can, you know. Like I said, man, if I got two people, I want these two people to be able to get a time to secure our spot in the race. I don't want people to, you know, I want them to do better and secure that spot. So, but I mean, you can easily tell the people that super practice this race, kind of like you saw the Ludox or the Delta or Czech League, like, you know that they just mastered the crap out of this race.
Yeah, and like, to be fair, those teams have been playing this for a few years now. Really, it just comes down to, like, when a patch comes out, you know, what changes have been made to the PGB.
What the adjustments, yeah.
Like, what do I need to relearn or whatever.
No! Oh.
Very rough. All right, well, that is unfortunately going to mean they're not going to make that 127 there to increase their time. But once again, the 127.448 that Uphill Geordie received earlier will be enough to qualify them. So that's going to be their time. We're gonna
if
finish
he would have made that
lap.
the first time, it would have been a great lap for them. They would have probably got like under a 127, to be honest, on that last one.
Yeah, very possible.
But not driving like that though.
So yeah. So yeah, we're gonna finish this lap, and then we've got one more team left to attempt to qualify. Keiko Cruisers with Moto Wolf, Poseidon, Blockswear, and Hydra still. We're going to be seeing both Moto Wolf and Blockswear going to actually be our races today.
All right, here we go. Keiko Cruisers. Shout out to you guys. First time, I believe, into the System 7. So best of best of luck on today's race. You guys need to land at
Yep.
least a 127 in order to get up there. They
Yep,
have two
to
chances too,
guarantee
Gronzi.
They do, yeah. Six laps. That's a lot of laps.
Yep.
6 laps to get a single lap that is less than a 128. You know.
Yep.
All right. So we'll see what happens here.
You know, I'm disappointed in Qualifiers 125, to be honest.
Me
Super
too.
disappointed.
Me too.
Yep. Yep. Somebody tell him. Somebody tell Qualistar I'm disappointed in his 125.
So everyone knows. So where we're at right now, as we're about to do the last team, a lot of our teams have obviously guaranteed qualified. You know, we had a 119, we had some 120s, 121s, 124s. At the moment, where we're standing, we have Team Test Squadron with a. Oh, what? Something just changed. Where's my brain? There we are. Team Test Squadron with a 128.396. I believe they are now out by my count.
Which team?
I'll double check here. That goes to 16. This goes to... Actually, no, they're on the bubble right now, I believe. So if they... Test Squadron.
Okay.
Sorry, so the team that is out is, XVDN. XVDN are out. The team that is now on the bubble is Test
Well,
Squadron.
what team is XVDN?
That... You know what team it is.
got him.
You know what team it is. Test Squadron are now on the bubble. This is assuming as well. Keep this in mind. We had the issue with the timer with SPG Racing. This is assuming SPG do not qualify. All right. So once we go back through the VOD, that could change things. But assuming that they do not qualify, Test Squadron are now on the bubble, meaning Keiko Cruisers have to get better than a 128.396 to beat Test Squadron. And if they really want to make sure that they qualify, just in case SPG Racing do qualify, they have to get better than a 128.018. So pretty much exactly what you were saying. A sub 128, so a 127 or better, will guarantee qualify these guys.
I mean, if we calculate SPG Racing though, and they do have some anywhere between 126, 127, then that locks in that means Test Squadron is already out. So that means that anybody else.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So that means anybody else that is in that high 127 spot could be cut out at that point. So
No. That is not correct.
No.
That is not correct. Because there are two teams at 128.
Oh yeah. You're right. I didn't see the other team. Yeah. So AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing could be on the chopping block as well. Then. Yes.
If SPG Racing do qualify, yes, you are correct.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of it will come down to that. But like you said, yeah, just if you get a 127 or better, you've got it. You 100% got it.
Yep. And then we have a victory lap after this with Herbie, I believe.
Yes. Who will explode in 5 seconds again.
Yeah. If Herbie explodes again, then yeah, we're like it's chalked. Don't even worry about it. All right, here we go. Best of luck, Keiko Cruisers. I honestly want to see how much new teams we got. We got Nexus, Nexus 124.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in.
Yep.
Nexus is a brand new team. They're in. We got Flynn Free Riders, who I believe did a 125.
Yep.
So fantastic run. Who else is in here? Saji Sama. He's not new, but
no.
He's kind of new.
Alpine Storm. Our
Alpine
Swiss
Storm are right on that edge. Swiss team. All right. I mean, all right, it's looking good.
Yeah. So we'll see how we go. Once again, we are about to watch Moto Wolf, our first racer from Keiko Cruisers. And there we go. Let's do it. Looking for better than a 128. That's what we want. Better than a 128.00. All
right, here we go. No pressure, Keiko Cruisers. We believe in you. Here is, this is going to really put into perspective the faith of if people are going to be hitting that top 16 or not. Get a feel for it.
Yeah,
Get a
100%.
feel for it in this lap number 1, and then come out strong in lap number 2. That's not going to help you.
You said get a feel for it. They took it literally. What does this wall feel like? Let's find out.
But again, hey, regardless of how teams do, I appreciate you guys. Seriously, it means so much for you guys to come out, whether it's your first time, whether it's your 5th time, come out and put on for your team, your org. We really appreciate it, guys. And, you know, like, I can't wait to get, you know, this year's trophies and medals in everybody's hands. We're still working on the trophies from, you know, from the previous years that we almost should have completed here in the next couple of months. So I'm excited to finally get everybody, you know, their trophies and everything that they deserve. So super excited for that, Kronzy, because just too much issues with trophy designers and stuff like that. But okay, a little bit of a better run here towards the end for Motor Wolf here. So hey, like I said, keep that head up. You got 3 more laps to make sure that. Oh my lord!
You jinxed it. You jinxed it.
I didn't jinx anything, man.
Oh. Yeah,
This
very
is-
rough first lap here.
It was a good second part of the run, you know.
Yeah, they had some issues at the start, but like their jump and stuff were fine, and then obviously just exiting this tunnel just not working for them. So see what they can pull off lap number 2. 2:05.
Yeah, they're just going, like, need to have a little bit more control on the vehicle, trying to take corners too sharp. That's why you're seeing a lot of that drift. Okay, pretty good smooth start there. Just keep it straight, keep it steady. Don't fishtail too much. A little bit of a wider turn on that one.
Yeah, I think they sort of changed their mind halfway through that turn. You can trust that turn a little bit more. Like, you can go in and it will, like, sort of swing you out in a good way. But I think they just, they thought they were going to crash in, and so they changed their mind, and then unfortunately they lost a bunch of time.
Yep. And again, just some advice, right? Just some advice here is that, you know, like, if you guys want to prepare for some races, the community in the Discord will help you out, guys. Okay, if you want to jump in game and compete or practice with some racers, everybody honestly gets together and practice together, and I mean, maybe they don't share lines, but at least they do jump in the game and practice at the same time. But
I will say in my experience, they do. Like, in my experience, people really do enjoy, like, making everyone better, and be good about it, right? One of my first interactions in the racing community was myself and Diplomat, like, showing each other things about the Micro Tundra Dash, and just like, yeah, hey, we learned this, maybe take this, and it's kind of cool like that.
Oh man, talking about wall riding. Literally wall riding.
Yeah. So having a bit of a problem with this exit out of the tunnel again. So not going to get there in lap number 2. They've got one more lap. Well, they've got 4 more laps, but one more lap for this racer to try to get that qualification.
Yep, but I mean, you know, they still have one more person too. They got BioWare, so let's see if BioWare can come out, and maybe they'll, you know, they left the best for last. So, you know, just learn from the mistakes, and you should be able to, you know, to do a good run. But hey, again, shout out to all these teams that came out, man. You know, a lot of teams are scared that they're gonna make themselves feel silly on stream. But hey, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And there's always next year. Continue practicing. I would definitely love a new qualifying course for next year. And believe it or not, Croncy, a lot of people don't know that the Buggy Racetrack is in Orison. A lot of people do not know.
Yeah, I believe that at this stage, when it was introduced like 2.5 years ago, something like that. Yeah, I think it's a thing that people really think about a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know that this thing is just hidden down there, man. So I just love seeing it. I hope we can get the Microtech one in the future. Maybe we can use that for the qualifier, but I would love to change the qualifier next year. But if there's nothing, maybe there's something that we do in Arena Commander. I don't know yet, but I would really, if not, we just come back to the BTR course, because I do feel that the BTR course is the best chance, again, and I've mentioned this before, for newer racers to be able to hopefully qualify into the System 7 if they put in the time and work and effort in order to get a top time.
Alrighty, unfortunately, that's not going to be fast enough for this team to qualify yet. But Bloxware still has 3 more laps to try for this. Now, I do also have to mention, it looks like our timekeepers have updated the SPG racing time for SPG at Mosi, saying it is over 1 minute and 29 seconds, which if that is the case, if that is confirmed to be true, then what we were saying earlier is true. So essentially that means Test Squadron are the only team that can be eliminated from the top 16 right now. And we are at our literal last racer to qualify. So this is truly like right at the edge, right? So we'll see what happens here. You are looking, Bloxware, for better than a 1:28.396.
Well, this literally Keiko Cruisers has Test Squadron's life on the line here. Is pretty much. So will Keiko Cruisers come out and knock out Test Squadron and take that last spot, or will they just flop? Let's find out on the next episode of BTR Tracks.
Were you trying to rhyme that whole thing?
No, I don't know. I'm just talking. I'm just talking.
We're 5 hours in. This is when the delirium starts to set in.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I took some medicine earlier because I have a pretty. I mean, my cold is not bad, but it still has me congested. So like, I'm more fatigued from talking. So I'm over here just trying to talk, say anything at this point.
Fair. Now, remember, guys, after these next 3 laps that we're going to see from Bloxware, it's not quite over. We get a little special treat. We're going to watch Herbie try to beat all of our times today. The fastest time we have had so far today is from an already qualified team, Amarok's Fang. We got to see Anril get a 119.91. So we're going to see afterwards if Herbie can in fact beat that.
All right, here we go. BioWare from Keiko Cruisers coming up. Let's see how he does. I'm excited for this one, Croncy. It's the final train.
Sorry, something that our producer just said was very funny. At least much funnier than Crucian's joke. So, got him. All right, Bloxware is on the way. Let's go. This is our final racer attempting to qualify for Team Keiko Cruisers. This is it. We're looking for a sub.
Bloxware. Why do I keep saying BioWare? Man, I keep thinking about the. Man, I miss Anthem. Such a great game. All right, here we go. It's not bad.
Here. No, we've seen a lot of collisions. This is an okay turn. I take it back. So a little bit rough here, but get used to the track. Warm up the wheels.
Ooh, that was a good one.
And see if you can pull it.
That wasn't a good one. There's a tire there, boy. I think that tire saved them, to be honest.
Possibly. They may have gotten stuck in that section. It's worth noting, like a 128 is a hard one to beat. Like of all the numbers we've seen today, all the sub 130s have been very, very good.
I mean, if you even make it a little bit passive, right, not too aggressive on the course, you can honestly do an easy under 128, maybe high 127s, to be honest. So, you know, if you're not that great at this course, I would still want to be concentrating, because right now, like, he's in a, you need to be in a tunnel at least at 119-ish in order to get the number that you want.
There we go. We have another just problems with the exit. And this is why the tunnel is such like it's a genuine big test of skill. Is how good are you at like that constant sort of elongated drift, right? There we go. First lap a 149. We're gonna have to shave more than 20 seconds off that this to be a qualifier. Whoa, spin out on that second turn. That's going to be rough. I can hear Test Squadron getting a little too excited already, but I wouldn't put the money in there yet.
I hear the champagne's about to crack here in a second.
Oh,
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's a rough flip over there. They almost flipped off the top.
How do you get up there though, like that? Jesus.
Yeah. So all right. So I think lap number 2 is going to be a bust. So we're going to have to conserve our energy for lap number 3. See if you can pull it off.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I do believe in this team. I do believe this team can come out on top.
Me too.
I mean, not that I don't believe in Test Squadron, I just want to see some very tight racing. That's all I want to see. Little nice jump there, boom. Oh, okay, I see. There's no way you get a 128 on your first strike, Cronzy. No way.
I'm going to do 3 laps. I'm going to get a 128.
No. First, I said first lap. I said
No.
first lap, not 3.
No. Don't you run this back.
I said first lap. You can watch the VOD.
No, you didn't.
All right, here we go. Last try. I mean, that one wasn't too bad there. Getting a feel for it. Going well. Okay. Just keep control of the PTV. All right, doing a great job so far. Very nice turn. Get a little bit of a drift. Keep it going. Gotta use those.
Like best lap of 3 so far.
Yep. You gotta use those high levels, man. You have to use the track to its advantage. That's why you got different elevations of on those turns. Oh, that's gonna be it. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to recover from that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, yeah.
Okay, let them. Still
we'll see where they end up.
great run by this team. Yep. Still a pretty decent run by this team. Oh.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of dissing there, but yeah, with where we're at with the timer, we'll let them cross the finish line, but we can hear the champagne popping from the Test Squadron officers as they are going to survive and not get pushed out. They will be our 16th qualifiers by our numbers. So well done, Test Squadron, and fantastic effort, Keiko Cruisers. Hopefully we see you guys again next year. It'd be awesome to have you guys. And yeah, we appreciate you guys a ton for coming in today. And
hey, 145, pretty respectable, not too bad, man. Just gotta put a little bit more practice in, and they should be, they should be able to be ready to qualify the next time, depending on what the next race is. But I always say, Croncy, a lot of this when you're racing is just giving you that experience to be able to see how you go up against some of the fastest, teams within within StarCitizen. This is the fastest teams, top 16 teams in the verse. All right. So, right now it's, if even though Test Squadron right now, even though they qualified in the top 16, that's totally fine. But how are they going to match up during race 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Right. So, But yeah, I think overall fantastic run here by Keiko, by Keiko Cruisers. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Unfortunately, once we calculate, we feel like that might not be enough to qualify, but overall still a great run. So thank you guys for coming out. And I believe we're going to see Herbie is going to be our last quick run for today. Herbie, you better punch this because it's about that time. It's about that time, Herbie.
I get it. It's because he's in Team Punch Buggy, so he has to punch it.
He better punch it. He better punch it.
Anyway, Yeah, some absolutely fantastic times. So we were roughly right. You know, the idea of today was to try to aim for about 126. It turns out it was a little bit less than that. You know, 128-ish was our qualifying times for today, which is also interesting. That's like 13 seconds slower than some of the times we saw last year. So it sort of goes to show just how much the handling of this vehicle has changed and the speed's been impacted.
Yep. No, I agree. I mean, you have Sanji Sama's back on the top 16. Sanji Sama actually got cut last year, but that was due to a D-Second explosion. So that's understandable. But Sanji Sama's back on the lineup. Sky Racing is back on the lineup. You got some new teams. You got Alpine Storm is most likely qualifying. So this is going to be a very exciting season, right? Remember, it's all about how these teams are going to be able to go up against these other teams, especially with all these races, right? Not only you just kind of like the difficulty of the System 7 is that you have 2 weeks to practice each course that we put out for you. And that's going to be where, you know, your teams need to shine. So can these teams keep up, and will they be able to, you know, put in the time in those 2 weeks to be able to practice the next race that's coming up and be able to just, you know, just be able to perform. So, you know, a lot of times, as you saw last year, Croncy, you see, you know, I'll say Garden Racing, who's not back this year, you know, placed 13th. They only got 13 points. Star Prime Racing, I haven't seen them this year. Iveria, I mean, Premier Corps Colonial, they're back. And I believe AAWA, are they safe? I'm guessing they're safe.
AAWA are safe. Yeah.
Okay, so
Even if we were wrong about SPG, AAWA is still safe. Because if we were wrong about SPG, AAW are at least 16th. So
I mean, we're gonna double check with SPG. We're gonna double check the time. We're gonna have probably a couple members to see if, you know, the times are accurate. So yeah, we're gonna make sure of that. We'll rewatch the VOD. But so far, man, great job by the team. Thanks to all the staff and volunteers, man. Appreciate you guys for hanging in there today, and great racing by everybody today, guys. If you're watching in chat, wherever you're watching, we really appreciate it. What a smooth ramp was that. Dang.
Yeah, that was lovely. Also, good news. Herbie survived the first 5 seconds. Let's go.
That's great.
Personal best. Oh, you ruined it, Herbie. What are you doing?
Get this guy out of here. Get him out of there.
Yeah, still, it's a very good first lap, even with that in mind. That's still a 127, which is bonkers. So that was probably looking at, like, honestly, like a 123, 124 before that collision. Let's see what Herbie can pull off here. Now, once again, Herbie, Team Herbie, Team Punch Nomies, which is Herbie, Quasar, Gerbo, and Shugo, already qualified as they came second last year. But the time they're looking to beat right now is for bragging rights. And that's Ian Rule from Amarok's Fang with a 119.9. Oh, just maintaining that top speed all throughout those turns. Right, here we go. Final turn before the jump. Last jump was very smooth. So that turn was very smooth too. Can you make it smooth here? Oh, a little bit too slow. That was almost one of the best jumps we saw, but just a little bit too slow.
He's trying to get the, you know, the perfect ramp, because when you land smoothly, you can just get that burst of speed as soon as you land instead of trying to, you know, hang in the air too high. So he's trying to look for that exact speed in order to land properly. But here we go through Hell's Tunnel. Still doing a great job. There's still about a 120-ish, under 123 there. Yeah, by 123. So that's wild.
Yes. No. Yeah. Under 123. Yeah. So that was like a 122-ish because it was he had a 127 first lap, right?
All right. Here's the third lap for Herbie. Can he get the sub 119? But look, you know, he's just controlling the vehicle very well. Using the brakes, you know, letting go of the gas when he needs to. So, man, look. I mean, I still think, you know, Anreal had some insane speed. Czech League had
Yep.
some great speed as well.
Just the control.
look
I
at-
just
oh,
love it.
man.
Like you feel like there's no chance this car is ever going to spin out. But if you know anything about the PTV, if there's
Big
like a
jump here.
slight turn either way, it'll go.
Look how
Right?
smooth that jump is.
That was good. So if that jump maintained enough speed, and Herbie's able to cross this tunnel section, I think we are looking
Oh,
at
is
a
he
better
gonna get
run
it?
than
Is
the
he gonna
last
get
lap.
it? Is he gonna get it?
It feels maybe. It feels maybe. It's
It
close.
feels
It's
maybe.
close. We got a tunnel exit at 117.
Nope.
I don't think it gets there, but I think it's
121.
still like a 120.
120. Yep.
120.83. There you go. Absolutely fantastic job, Herbie. Our second highest time of today by 0.02 of a second.
Oh
beating
my
Czech
lord.
League. So
.02.
incredibly
Wow, that's
fast.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yep.
crazy. That's pretty crazy. Well, Anreal, man, doing a great job at keeping that fastest lap for today, 119. But I feel like, hey, congratulations to everybody. We are going to double check the numbers. We will post out on our socials at Ammo Esports on pretty much any single social media platform that you can think of. We are going to post our top 16 teams, and we're going to put them up there with their times. So make sure you guys stick to that. If you guys are already on our Discord, we'll also announce it on our Discord. Most likely we'll either post it tomorrow or we will post it probably Monday morning as well. But this should be a lot. It's not like the Daymar Rally. We should be able to get these times easily by tomorrow. So
Yeah.
But we are gonna check some times and check some and check some stuff before we make our decision. Especially I want to make sure that I get SPG Racing right. So I'll gather with the team and we'll double check that stuff. But man, what a day for racing, Kronzi. What an incredible day.
Absolutely fantastic. Once again, the competition has gotten even more fierce. I mean, even just look at this leaderboard. While there obviously are some people in multiple teams here, look at the difference between numbers here. Like this is probably the closest we've had of any System 7 in terms of the power of the competition, I guess. So this has me way more excited for the next 7 races that we got. I mean, I'm already keen. We're about to go to Pyro for the first time ever and actually have some races there. And these guys are going to have to compete.
Yep, sounds gonna be a good one. Well, let's get back to our caster desk here. But hey, I just want to say, Crossy, thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate it. Some incredible teams, guys. Make sure you guys keep an eye on our social medias and our Discord, okay? Discord.gg/Ammo Esports. Come join us there. Again, thank you guys, everybody that raced today. Well, whether you qualified or not, trust me, it means a lot. It means, you know, that the racing scene, the ground racing scene is live and well, especially as, you know, CIG gets to put in, you know, the new ground vehicle physics, hopefully this year, fingers crossed, because we definitely need that in order to kind of revive the scene. But I mean, for everybody that came in and jumped in, man, this is going to be an exciting season in Pyro. I'm excited for this season. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to covering all of the races this year. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Racers that qualified, remember, we're going to be interviewing you. We're going to be getting a lot of your information so we can make sure that we give you guys, you know, the love you deserve as well. But anyways, before we close this out, Kronzi, anything you want to kind of, you know, say out there to the community, or anything you want to mention about the System 7 before we log off?
Just want to say thank you to all the racers. Thank you all to the viewers. Thank you to all the staff behind the scenes. And I hope you guys are excited for the best System 7 we've had yet. I'll see you guys in the next few races.
All right. And remember, we're going to have Red Monster SC partnering right up with Kronzi. Our next race, number 1 and 2, is going to be March 29th. So make sure you guys are back here for some incredible races. And Orison is going to be incredible. We have let's take a quick look at a Leisure Loop one more time before we jump out of here. So our next race is coming up. It's going to be the first one. Race number 1 is going to be Leisure Loop. This is going to be the Great Cat PTV. So this one is going to be one to not miss. And then, yep. And then, great. Yes, sorry. I did say Great Cat STV. Didn't I?
You said PTV.
Okay. Well, Great Cat STV. Yep. Apologies. This was going to be fun. And then, of course, race number 2. Let's take a quick look at Cloud Chasers. That's going to be on the Drake Mule, so make sure you guys tune in for that on March 29th. So if you guys want some notifications, we do have a calendar on our Discord where you guys can mark that event in case you want to watch it. But thank you guys all so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great rest of your night. Take care of yourself. And as always, guys, happy racing, and we'll see you in the verse.
All right, sevens, guys.